The Road to Asian Games 2022 will take place from June to July. Throughout this period, teams from 5 major Asian regions will compete against each other to top the inaugural Asian Esports country and regional groupings. Let the first ever Asia-wide esports program commence. The PUBG Mobile Asian Games version will take place over 5 days, from June 22nd to 26th. Out of the 5 Asian regions, Central Asia and South Asia will merge to create a single major competition region, while the remaining regions will compete independently. Each region will organize its own regional competitions. Each region will feature 3 stages of the competition. Stage 1 is the seeding competition, where teams will be ranked based on the time it takes them to complete the same track without any interference. The teams with the shortest completion times will receive higher seeds. The top-seeded teams will move straight to Stage 3. Stage 2 is the qualifying round, where teams will be arranged based on their seeding. Each team will play 2 matches, with each match featuring 4 different tracks. The team that completes the tracks in the shortest overall time will advance to Stage 3. Stage 3 is the regional finals. Similar to Stage 2, teams will play 2 matches, and the team that achieves the shortest overall time will be ranked at the top. The allocation of buy slots and the number of qualifying teams from Stage 2 for each region will be determined based on the total number of teams participating in said region. The West Asia region comprises 5 teams: Bahrain, Jordan, Oman, Palestine, and Saudi Arabia. These teams will showcase their skills and compete with honor to emerge victorious. The road to the Asian Games is about to begin. Who will rise to the top in this battle for dominance? Get ready for an exhilarating and thrilling ride.
Greetings from the 2022 RDAG Regionals in West Asia, the gateway to Asia, Africa, and Europe, and the link that connects the Atlantic and Indian Oceans. Diverse cultural societies have long since developed in Mesopotamia, Asia Minor, and the Arabian Peninsula, and the Eastern Plateau of West Asia. With esports newly established in West Asia, it is tremendous to see its rise and potential for growth. At the 2022 RDAG Regionals, Bahrain, Jordan, Oman, Palestine, and Saudi Arabia teams will compete in the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version event. Bahrain, the pearl of the Persian Gulf, is where oil's first discovery in the Middle East. Will Bahrain's players bring something slick and new to the game as well? Jordan, the home of Petra, the Rose City. Tourism is not the only thing booming. Esports also thrives in the country. As the oldest market in Arabia, the Mutra Souk in Oman has always been a hub for exchange among Omanis. Now the players from Oman are preparing for a new exchange in esports. In Palestine, the land of olives, people work together for a better life. The same spirit of cooperation is reflected in their esports athletes. In the middle of the Riyadh, you will find the iconic Kingdom Center, a vision of the future. Saudi Arabia may be yet on their way to building another kingdom of esports and gaming. We hope that the players from West Asia enjoy the 2022 RDAG Regionals, where unity and friendship are shared throughout esports.
They are now neck and neck, but this is where things get a bit dicey as they cuts one through here. Saudi Arabia with the power-up speed boost is the first to reach the goal for Section 1, but right there, that hindrance would have paid him dearly. And with the speed power-ups, they go into the air and into the sky towards balloons as they find themselves inching closer. But it is the one from Jordan who makes it ahead. But look at that, Team Palestine, they barely even made their way across and into the compound during this period. They're going to miss out on so many flying hits. At that point, I'm not even sure if they're going to make it in time. If you're the first to drive out of there to hit that checkpoint number, you're golden. That means you have it. And whatever they're doing it again and again. And look at that, from the last place now, Team Palestine up in first. 200, the only team within the 200-point range, and they might just hit into 3.
I personally feel like the first 2 stations feels like a bit.
Oh, it is insane what these players can do here from Team Palestine. This is the biggest lead I have seen in checkpoint 3. They're 500. The closest competitors barely even breaks into 4.
Coming up, everybody try to get themselves some speed boost while they try to shoot down on drones to get themselves a bit of extra boost to push themselves forward faster than the rest of the team. As the team Republic of Korea taking the lead, but this is very differently compared with the last one because everybody happens to be clustered up together.
That Chinese Taipei just creeping behind them, almost overtaking the money.
No.
Oh, another fumble. This second fumble could be crucial. And it's going to be official. Chinese Taipei, did they overtake? I think they did. Yes, they did.
Hello everyone, my name is Khalid. In game Dami. My role is Fragger. I'm from Saudi Arabia team.
Hello everyone, my name is Mohammed Addasi. My ID game is Ragnarok. I'm player of the national team of Jordan.
Hello everyone, my name is Mohammed and I'm also known as Manbay. I play for Palestine national team and my game role is co-IGL and a free man.
Hello everyone, my name is Waqas. We are come from Oman. My ID in game is Artemis. I am supporter.
Hello, my name is Walid and my in-game role is IGL. I am from Bahrain and my in-game name is Walud.
The esports, it's everything for me. It's my day, my hour.
So at first my family didn't support me, but after I made achievements, they started supporting me and it feels good.
We are happy to take part in RDAG and I think my team can win this competition.
We start practice like before 2 months, and we practice like 8 hours every day, and inshallah we'll be top 1.
I think Saudi team because 2 of the players are my teammates, other players are my friends also.
It's Aidah because I think he's the best player in his team. So when I see him in the game, I will beat him.
I think we can make it for top 1.
RDAG إننا جايينكم.
RDAG نحن قادمون.
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。 iQOO11系列，标配2K 144赫兹一流全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO11系列，未来电竞悦享操控。
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 e-tron，让真的感受从开始才开始。
And this is day number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to a brand new day. This is the Road to Asian Games 2022 PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. My name is Circla, together with a handsome-looking Key. We'll be your storytellers for today. And we're back. How you feeling?
Feeling, not gonna lie, after the whole games yesterday, if I'm being honest, a little bit tired, but that does not waver in our excitement. Hey, our bodies can be physically tired, but the mind is still going, and in the end of the day, that's probably what matters. This is esports. It's a mental game after all, and so we have a bunch of games to check out today, and with the first half of the evening, or at least it's the afternoon, the first half of the afternoon of the day here, we're gonna kick things off with the West Asia region.
Yeah, we got to kick things off by saying thank you to the people who make this happen. And this competition is jointly organized by the Olympic Council of Asia and the Asian Electronic Sports Federation. And it's operated by Digital Esports Asia and undertaken by Neo TV.
Yeah, and also a huge shout out to the prestigious sponsor of this entire event, none other than this one right here. That is the Audi Q4 coming out with their e-tron legacy, I guess. It's SUV, luxury SUV. Go check that one out. They're strong supporters of this event, and this event is all about the drive anyway, so good stuff.
Yeah, but our players wouldn't be able to play at all if not because our exclusive special thanks to iQOO 11, the official mobile game equipment of RDAG, the professional choice to empower victory, embrace the thrill of control.
Yeah, and playing the game cannot be at the more optimal position if not for the comfort that they have right here using the Omen system. It is the new Omen 16, a new journey to Road to Asian Games. They're on their way to greatness.
And when we pan over the player cams, you will notice that they're on a very comfortable chair. Thank you so much to our official supporter, that is Autoful M6, the official gaming chair partner of Road to Asian Games. You guys can be your own hero.
Yeah, also a huge shout out to the official supporter, East Rock. Always nice to say it. It rings off the bottom of your tongue there. East Rock. Thank you for the support, RDAG.
At the same time, we also like to thank our official broadcasting platforms, Bilibili, Huya Live, Douyu Live, Kuaishu Games, Migo Video, and our channels, Tencent Video, Weibo, Xianghongxu, YouTube, and Twitch for their support. Without all these platforms, well, we wouldn't have anywhere to broadcast, basically.
Yeah, if that was the bill that came out for dinner, I would be so afraid. There was just too many names in that list. Very expensive things. Now, going back into the game today, as we mentioned, it is in West Asian region here this time round from the top 3 of yesterday, pairing it up with Bahrain, the top 1 within that region.
Oh yeah, we have yet to see how Bahrain plays. So it will be interesting to see how a team that directly qualified onto the finals, and they're definitely going to give a tough competition to the rest. But of course, we have also seen some good stuff as well from the teams played yesterday. So I don't know if anything changes. I mean, to be fair, they had more games to play yesterday, so they have more time to experiment.
Yeah, so we're definitely looking forward to perhaps a more enhanced performance coming out from the West Asian region here. Like you said, Bahrain, Team Bahrain is still a wild card, but let's take a look at the faces of the teams that have qualified. Unfortunately, we had to bid farewell to Team Oman, but right now the focus is on these boys right here.
Yeah, we got Team Palestine, we got Team Saudi Arabia, Team Jordan, and Team Bahrain. And Team Bahrain will be making their debut on the broadcast. So I think for the rest of us, I don't know what to expect, but what they do have is definitely the reputation of qualifying straight onto the regional finals. And here we are coming on to our track number 1. It's going to be the same routine as yesterday. They're going to start it off at the bottom and they're going to go up to their first section that's going to be played in La Drilera. This is where they'll be playing, shooting their own respective colors before moving on to section number 2 inside of Picado, and this will be the targets that show up in this window panel, and they'll need to be the fastest to try to take over the targets out of each other. And finally, we'll be in section number 3, Los Verdes. This is where it all comes down to the flying targets. the challenge that has stopped a lot of teams from going on to the finishing line as fast as they can.
Yeah, it's definitely the challenge to look out for. A make or break moment. We've seen many teams who's excelled in the first two just crumble when it comes to the flying targets. And so in that we have rooted, or pretty much not really rooted, receded the teams who could somewhat put up a fight in at least that checkpoint. So the playing field is going to be a little bit more even this time round, with Bahrain being the wild card. But you say that we don't know what to expect. However, I do have an expectations of a better performance coming, that they are the ones who were immediately seeded on forward. So the average time that we've seen West Asia region likes to play in is around the 17-16 minute. And so maybe I'd like to see them step up, especially with the performance of Team Palestine yesterday, to maybe try and close that gap to the 13-minute mark. So when the time comes and they do go up against the East Asian region, they can at least have a competitive chance.
Yeah, when the time comes, of course. But today we'll be focusing on their respective regions. And also, stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, because by the end of a regional final, we will be awarding the MVP for the region, in which they will receive something exclusive.
Ooh.
We won't spoil it for you guys. So if you guys want to know what that exclusive item is, well, you got to stay to the end.
Hint, hint. It's got something to do with Audi, so now go crazy with the thoughts. It's the Super A player, but huge shout out to the technical officials there at the back end, making sure things go as smooth as possible. Fair play across the board. Mr. Adrian Hendricks, learn the name. He'll be calling out referee notices every now and then.
And Mr. Jack Tung as well.
Yeah. Now we've thrown both of them under the bus.
Yeah, we're throwing them under there. And it's actually his shift now, so that's why you saw his name pop up as one of the hit referees for this round. So it will be interesting to see, like, now we're basically pitting the best of the best in this region. Like, the competition is going to be so tight that, can you imagine, in certain sections you are wrestling for targets. Yeah, and by putting in Bahrain in the mix, well, I guess it's just going to be a big tussle there.
Yeah, it's also like a make or break moment for these teams, right? Perhaps the argument you could make is that during that qualifying round, the first phase of this entire tournament, perhaps everyone was fresh to the game. Bahrain had a head start. They, understood the game more so than the others back then. But a number of games has happened throughout that period. Now, Team Palestine and Team Jordan, who's been neck and neck, they've had many more matches to play and optimize and efficientize their approach. Could they look to take down what seemed to be the best within the region?
Oh, and also one point is that they managed to watch, because they had some downtime yesterday after their matches, they had the opportunity to watch how the East Asians play.
Whoa.
And the East Asians, they average around like 13 minutes or so.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot they could learn from that team. And with that amount of time, watching, learning, discussing, I think we will see an even better performance from the teams that, well, these teams in general, or the teams that played yesterday.
I mean, I hope so, right? If you're learning from the East Asian region and noticing that the time that they're clocking in, learning from them, that knowledge is worth a shaving of 3 whole minutes.
Oh yeah.
Which is massive, especially if you're competing within the West Asian region. That would set you apart, definitely, for sure.
And if you can shave another 3 minutes out of that, you'll be on par with China now. Yeah, who's holding the record for about 10 minutes. But what we heard from behind the scenes is that 10 minutes for China is not their best. Like, they can shave it down to 8 minutes, which is insane.
It's like an entire teaser right now for a spectacular performance to come. And they're playing later on for the East Asian region. So if you're watching right now, make sure you're sticking your way through all the way to the end until Sir Clouds bids you farewell.
I guess that's the cue, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the cue. Yeah, so you don't want to miss out on that. I mean, I'm glad that I'll be able to at least cast a couple of games. So I can't wait to see it as well for my eyes. But of course, we can't wait to see what's going to happen in the West Asian region as well, because we're now putting the best of the best in that region, and competition is definitely going to be tight. We did see yesterday Palestine, very consistent performance from them. Same goes for Jordan as well. And Saudi Arabia came in at on third with a decent finish too. So yeah, I mean, you're putting the best of the best together. So it's a matter of like who can beat the rest, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, but just playing devil's advocate,
Right.
I'm just going to call it out
Okay,
right
here we go.
I do foresee Team Saudi Arabia, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, to struggle a little bit because let's call it as it is. Yesterday itself, although they did decently okay, they only had to top the likes of Team Oman at that point, who just could not grasp checkpoint number 3 itself, right? So hopefully that throughout the whole time of yesterday, when they do finish that match, they do revise and actually, come in stronger this time around, show a more polished approach towards understanding this game.
Now, this is where we will also observe, right? Like, especially section number 3, the 3rd checkpoint. Will there be, no matter what, eventually one team missing out, like by far? It's because like they're shooting in the same direction with the same plates that fly. It will be eventually a tussle, right? Like if a team gets, like 3 other teams get most of the plates, like eventually you have that one that's like, oh, there's nothing left for me to shoot. So the gap will be that significant. But we only get to know that if that really happens when you put the best of the best together.
And that's where things really shift towards one team or another. And so we'll be excited to see this time around. We did talk to one of the players here from Team Palestine this morning over breakfast. They did say that they are out to match the time set from the East Asian region. So that is something to look forward to. If, like we said time and time again, if any one of these teams within the West Asia region could lock in that time of 13 minutes and under, they are 1 foot ahead in securing themselves as the definitive representative within the region.
Wow, on top of that as well, between the regions, they will not be meeting each other for the Road to Asian Games event. But they will meet each other during the actual Asian Games later on in September. Yeah, so that will be something to look forward to. I mean, when you mix it up, oh man, that's going to be insane. But on top of that as well, for Southeast Asia, okay, just to let everyone know as well, today, the info that I got is that the Southeast Asians will be playing in a closed event just to decide like the groupings. That for the day that they'll play tomorrow. So that'll be happening. Then that also means that if you just check out the social medias, the official social medias, there could be updates on like, okay, who will be playing from the Southeast Asia region tomorrow, just to keep you guys updated.
Yeah. So unfortunately, we won't get to see teams within the hometown we got brought up from, but not today, but tomorrow. But it's also worth staying on to if you're from the Southeast Asian region, because you want to see what new tricks these teams has brought up onto underneath their sleeves, especially now with Team Bahrain in the mix, and later on Team China in that mix.
Yeah, I believe that to a certain extent, each region has their own meta, like what they believe is optimized to them. And then it's a matter of like, okay, pitting the best metas from each region with each other just to see like, okay, who becomes the actual kings of meta, so to speak, right? Because what's going to be interesting also is because that maybe right now the conversation for this tournament mode is for Asian Games, but who knows? This could be extended further later on, and it could be like an official circuit by itself.
Well, I'd like to see that one happen. Always happy for the surprise. In fact, this entire PUBG Mobile Asian Games version was a surprise. I know they've been teased for a longest of time, but this is the first Sir Cloud and myself have ever seen it within our eyes. That was yesterday when we found out, because all the teasers that we have out there was just a highlight of one track, and it's fragmented, one puzzle at a time. This time around, the whole picture, it's getting clear now. We're understanding how this game is played, and we want to see that potential grow even further.
Yeah, and I think the same goes for majority of the players. Maybe only the development team and the staff, they get first hand, right? But other than that, even like for the athletes themselves, they get to see it later. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's not waste any more time as we jump into our first track for today. Here we go, track number 1 for West Asia.
Let's go down into the valleys here of Miramar, in which they will find themselves getting kicked off of an airplane and into the desert dunes. brought to you by Esports and Audi, of course, vehicle of choice. Now they've been deployed all the way down in Valdemar. We'll have to make the travels all the way up. Just before Monte Nuevo, that is the first checkpoint in which they will have to pit themselves for the 4 colored targets.
Yeah, so the starting point will be a test of speed on how much you want to loot, what do you want to loot, do you have enough, and then you hop onto a vehicle and you go. So right now, we can see that there are some teams starting to open up the gap, but again, it is the start. What we have learned yesterday is the key area is going to be checkpoint number 3. That to even, but checkpoint number 1, normally the gap is not that far. So do keep an eye on that as the teams race through. And looks like the team in the first place right now is Team Palestine.
Yeah, getting themselves 5, 6 now speed up targets being hit. Just continuing that momentum, Team Palestine. They are making their way and advancing forward faster than the speeder light. Second to that, on the speed up counter is Team Bahrain, which supposedly is the regionals first choice when it comes to representing. This is the regional finals right now, which we will eventually seed out the number 1 who would represent the entirety region as a whole. And Bahrain, they are looking up there now with 11 of the speed ups targets being hit.
Oh yeah, I mean they are showing why they qualified directly onto the regional finals. Looking good so far for Team Bahrain, but of course it's going to be important for us to observe how they do during the challenges. But oh no, Keith! Oh, that's a big one there for Team Palestine.
Oh, Team Palestine just made way for Team Jordan to try and make headway in the space, and we know that they've always been neck and neck, but right now surpassed by a mistake in which they had to reset the vehicle. That's going to cost them 10 seconds on the clock.
Oh, and despite Team Bahrain getting 19 speed up target hits, like the most, but they're still behind. So there's some strategy here being deployed by the other teams, like, okay, we know how to cut corners, even though we don't have the speed up advantage, but yet, if you kind of like make the calculations, it is worth to cut those corners, and it gives even more value as compared to getting as many speed up targets as possible, at least during the first stretch.
So right now we're taking a look at the supposed region first choice here. It's Team Bahrain in the blue. Just going to go and farm up those points. Right now doing pretty decent, 32 already making a headway. The benchmark set by the East Asia region is to make sure that you've gotten yourself at least 100 pointers before this checkpoint activity begins. So Team Bahrain about 60 off right now.
Oh, Team Bahrain, okay, they managed to catch up despite them not being the first team at the first section. It was Team Jordan at the first section, but their gap is not too far yet. For Saudi Arabia, ooh, we can see a gap here now. 1, 2, 3, pretty close. But for Saudi Arabia, we have about a 20-point gap. But it's still the first section. We know that the main differentiator is during the final section. But what we also learn is that if you arrive early at certain sections, you can start to get the ground targets that can open up space of like up to 200 points.
Yeah, 200 points. And talking about that, Team Bahrain did not hit the 100-pointer mark before this activity began. So maybe things that they might want to look forward to in efficientizing is actually ensuring that those points come in before these challenges comes online. So right now the race to 300 will take precedent. Team Bahrain just far off by a little bit more. Already 237 on the counter. Coming in 50 less now into getting 300. Might look like the first team to get out.
They must have gotten the airdrop. That's what gave them that boost of 40 points for them to have that lead. But now, that lead has been cut by Team Jordan as they reach that 300 mark together with Team Bahrain. So two teams at the same time. I mean, we're talking about the best of the best together. That's why I can see tight competition with these teams. And they are currently moving. We can see on visual right now. Team Jordan is on the way to the next checkpoint.
On the way to go at the second checkpoint, one step forward into claiming victory with Team Bahrain leading the pack. Team Jordan in second, but we all know it comes down to the third checkpoint is the make or break moment, and so far Team Palestine has shown their excellence within that checkpoint itself. Now, reflecting against yesterday's matches for the West Asian region, Team Palestine, this is not new to them. They have been in the back foot for the first two challenges, but only come in and take on the lead in the last one.
True, it does seem like their strategy is just to focus on the third section, and then they just go all the way, which ain't bad of a strategy if we kind of think about it, right? Like, it works for them, so why not? It's just that the difference is that today we have a Team Bahrain in the mix, so I don't know if that will change any of their strategies for today, as they need to be adaptable to the teams that are around them. But what I noticed as well for Team Bahrain, their cutting corners are just amazing. Like, there was that one corner, they didn't follow the arrow. It was a corner, but they just like cut like maybe like 30% out of that and just go straight in like to the next round. But also thank you so much to Aiku, who is supporting our event here today. Without them, this wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, without them, the players won't have the devices to play on.
Yeah.
And so they literally made things happen for these players and all of us. Now, taking a look at the neck and neck, it's Team Jordan against Team Bahrain, with Jordan taking that lead in just a bit. But they are expanding their boosters and burning that petrol just to try to make headway. And both of them arrive the next checkpoint just in time.
Oh, I don't know, was that intentional or not, coming in from Team Bahrain, but they landed the sets on the first building. It could be intentional. Maybe it's their strategy to like aim that first building, get down, and get efficient with the ground targets around them. Because maybe they've already like studied the ground targets there, and they thought that, okay, if you land at this corner, at this building, there will be majority of the ground targets there.
So the game of raking in those points begins for the two of them. Now, unfortunately for the two teams that have arrived, Team Jordan and Team Bahrain, because they arrive at the same time, they will have to compete for the same targets before it resets or respawns, and so that's going to take some efficiency off the game here. Looking to see if they could potentially close again another 100 points as a headway moving into these challenges, but looking at this progress, it looks less likely than some.
So we got Team Bahrain here with Hassan leading the charge. 45% of the points collected for his team. Sama probably is the driver, so that's why he only managed to get like 7%. So I guess that's the assumption that we can take, right? Like, if you have lesser percentages, you are a designated driver, because you have, other than shooting, you have to go and do the refuel, you have to reposition the vehicle, and so on and so forth. So that takes time out of them. And now, going on to the window objective, points are super duper close.
Yeah, and Team Palestine, last I checked, they were in the back foot, but right now already got 70 points being raked up. So they're not too far off, despite their arrival being not one of the fastest within this checkpoint alone. But that lead goes to the side of Team Saudi Arabia. Kingdoms of Saudi Arabia, these players have excelled. We've seen them holding leads, but also a little bit questionable when it comes to this third checkpoint. So have they polished themselves up in that event or sport within this track? We'll have to wait to find out.
Yeah, I guess that will be the main differentiator later on. But for now, it does look good for Team Saudi Arabia as well as Team Jordan. Both of these teams hitting the 200 mark. For Team Bahrain as well as Team Palestine still trailing behind. Just managed to get themselves on the 200 mark right now. But for Team Jordan, they are about 100 points away from moving on to the final section. And it's tight competition. I noticed that it keeps swapping between these teams. At some point, you see Team Jordan on top. At some point, it's going to be Team Saudi Arabia on top. At some point, it's Team Palestine. At some point, it's Team Bahrain. It's like looking at how the charts just change as we progress through this game. It's hard to tell who will win.
And that's why we have the third chapter in place, to make sure that only the best of the best makes it through. Hitting those flying targets is going to be not the most easiest of job, but it seems like team in the red, Team Jordan, makes a quick exit into the next chapter. They are the first team to make it out of here, and alongside with them, it's team from Saudi Arabia.
Nice, here we go. Cutting corners, okay. Just look at that. I mean, they don't follow like exactly the route, but they cut corners. That was just an expression. You know?
Oh, really?
I got influenced by a very beautiful influencer that's with us today.
I like that influence. That's unlike anything I've ever heard of before.
You know, they say. If you know, they say. But you know what else we know? Look at this. Team Saudi Arabia. It's already a lead. All right.
Back in the game, guys.
Apologies, man.
Heads in the game.
Yep. Team Saudi Arabia is there. Just saying, just putting it out there. But Team Palestine, look at it. Like champions of yesterday, now trailing behind, even not able to hit their speed up targets enough.
Yeah, I mean, even yesterday itself, Team Palestine isn't the most, the richest when it comes to the speed-up targets. That has always gone to the side of Team Jordan, but that has never really been a holding factor towards their performance. Again, perhaps it's because their strategy is to play it a little bit slow, and I don't know what advantages that actually gives them, but recognizing that the 120 seconds gap could be a point of recovery in which they're like to abuse at this current juncture, that they can still catch up comes checkpoint number 3 as long as they hit their shots. So perhaps for them, for Team Palestine, playing it slow allows them to get those pointers around the map without contention, since everyone has already left. They preserve more bullets. Comes the third checkpoint where resources is needed. Yeah.
Like you spend it where it matters. Like trying. It's kind of. Now, what matters the most is going to be the flying targets. Let's see if any team can actually catch up. But so far, Team Saudi Arabia doing really well. And for the record, yesterday, Team Saudi Arabia didn't get a first place finish at all. But right now, I think they did their homework.
They did their homework, or is this one of those false hope, right? Because let's be honest, this is the map, this is the challenge that they struggle with the most. And yesterday, I mean, no credits to it, they did tip their car a little bit, but fortunate for them, they were this close in actually not making it through with that error itself. But all eyes on them, and look at that. As I say, they're not accumulating much of the points. That goes down to Team Jordan now taking the lead, and Team Palestine trailing only by 12 points or less.
This seems to be quite a tricky angle. You can't think about it like there's like that bar blocking their view. So I'm not too sure what the thought process is like, or maybe it's just certain angles that they can get better points. We need to do a little bit more research on this, but if based on our layman view, it seems like there's this bar that's just blocking the view and it makes shooting inefficient.
Inefficiency at its best, but they are getting some points with that patient play. It's definitely not as fast as what the East Asia region has demonstrated. But Team Palestine, again, rising above the ranks here, 310 out of the 500. Team Bahrain, surprisingly, is one of those teams who's struggling, it seems, within this checkpoint number 3.
Oh, coming from the back, it seems. Team Palestine now at the forefront, but surprisingly, the granddaddy of West Asia, Team Bahrain, still trailing behind, and they're not even at the 200 market. But for Team Palestine, they are about 100 points before they move on to the final checkpoint. But this is where we talk about for Team Palestine. They focus on section number 3. They do well in section number 3. And so far, looking so good for them to be the first team to leave this section onto the finishing line.
And that's a testament to their strength, right? Like, if you can come back from an entire game through just one checkpoint, that's great. You're already set up for the next round. However, I would like to see them go full-fledged during the first and second checkpoint as well, because that is exactly what could make the difference within the timer that they have. Right now, again, trailing into that average of 16 to 17 minutes, it seems to conclude a single track. They have to get into the 13-minute range if they want to go up against the East Asia.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. That is the, like, at least from what we see from the broadcast, that is the benchmark for now. But just to be the best team in their group, they look like they're looking good. And now they managed to hit the 500 mark. Team Palestine is on the way to the finishing line, and very, very likely to be the first team in track number 1 to achieve the number 1 spot.
Number 1 could never be so great, and they can smell it from a distant mile away. Right here, the checkered flag to go and close in the gap for the last stride. Boost on forward, but they have to be sparingly with it. Don't want to somehow burn out the gas before you make it within your destinations, and they know this one well. They will learn from Team Hong Kong China yesterday in that regard. All good, gave us a lot of laughters. Congratulations, Team Palestine. Seemingly like this performance they put up, it kind of puzzles you, or puzzled myself, on how they weren't the team to be the favorites in the get-go.
I'm going to put in, I'm going to cut a corner, right? So what if, right? What if they deliberately do not qualify to the finals because they want to play more games so they can actually experiment what they have in theory in the actual competition? And it's working for them. I mean, just look at them. They're still number 1 despite having a Bahrain in the mix.
So the problem with that is that why would you risk your position in the tournament, right? You could have still beat the clock by qualifying it first through. Unless they're playing for airtime, then yeah, you get more screen time here by going through the qualifiers.
Well, I mean, because they're confident. Yeah. It's like, yeah, we know we can do it. You know, we just wanna let it go. You know, we're cool. We just want to play more games to practice. It's like a practice match for them. I mean, maybe that's like the level of confidence they have, you know, like walking in with the spotlight and all that.
That's fair. That's fair. I would want, yeah, I guess I would rather play more games anyway if I was in their position. So good stuff for them. But right now the ranking has been clocked in with Team Palestine taking the first place, Team Jordan coming in second, reflective of what we've seen yesterday with the West Asian region. The neck and neck between these two, 16-minute to the 17-minute. At par again with their consistent performance here. They need to find ways to shave it off, frankly speaking, because we know what they're up against in the next round. Coming in third place, that's Team Bahrain. And, well, in last but not least, Team Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Team Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, who had a decent start to, I believe, Section 2 or Section 3, but they got caught up like that far from yesterday. So I don't know what else they could cut, but of course that's for them to discover and to put on the show for us.
And let's take a look at the time, since this is a game of time after all. Team Palestine 16:37 here. 35 speed ups earned, and again, just like yesterday, it is Team Jordan with the speediest of movements, swift as they may be. 41 speed ups earned, 17 minutes and 13 seconds. Bahrain, surprisingly, with all the speed ups in the world, at still 18, and they are the one who was supposedly the best choice for the West Asia region.
But we got two representatives from Team Bahrain here on the charts of the FAW Audi Super A player, with Hassan at the forefront, 479 points. And it does seem like this is not about like each team who is the top, but this is all about like the overall individuals who's on top. So they got two top players here, but yet still finish at a third place. So I'm trying to still find that correlation between like a super player versus like the finishing or the timing of it overall.
It's a super player versus a well-oiled, coordinated machine, and that is the teams, right? Like that's Team Palestine. No, not one of those members were featured here during the Super A player, but they were the ones who finished out first because those points, those score contribution is dispersed evenly across the members. Even the drivers got a great 17% last I checked.
Yeah, I guess there's a justification to that, right? Because the drivers have other duties to do other than shooting. They need to get gas, they need to park the vehicles in the most efficient way. So that's one as well. And they need to focus on driving, and obviously they can't shoot like the floating targets as well. So naturally they will get lesser percentage. But with that in mind as well, it was kind of funny to see like there are some drivers able to match up, like equalize the percentage, like in the East Asia region.
And that is Team Palestine.
Yeah.
Team Palestine is like that. That's why they don't have members across the board for the Super A player award. But talking about which, there will be an award ceremony later on behalf of Audi and finding that MVP within West Asia. So stick around to find out who that is. Right now, we're taking a look at track number 2 and all the challenge that entails. San Martin is the second section of the entire map here, in which they will have to play for the retractable targets and fight again in Cruz de Vel with the flying targets to kind of duke things out. And Team Saudi Arabia, living up to my concern here, still just does not have the hang of it when it comes to that last challenge.
Okay, I'm gonna play devil's advocate here, right? Okay, here we go.
I love the devil.
You love the devil. All right. So, objectively, at this stage, is for you to get the #1 spot, so you get a good seeding later on, right? Right. That's the objective.
Is it? Are we not finding the one person to represent West Asia? This is the regional finals, right?
Yeah, no, everyone goes through.
Oh.
It's seeding.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just for seeding purposes. So the objective is to be the #1 team to get a good seeding later on. All right, you think about that, right? So all you need to do is, as of now, just to be the best in your region. Like, don't worry about like the other regions at this point. Yeah, don't worry about that 13 minutes, 10 minutes, 8 minutes, whatever. As if 16 minutes work in your region and you're still #1, job done. So all they need to focus is whatever strategies that bring them that 16 minutes, and it's all done. So if they can stick throughout like the 8 tracks, consistently do well with the strategy of at least one way observe, focusing on section number 3, job done. And worry about like beating that 13-minute, 10-minute mark later on.
Yeah, they have time definitely to refine is, I guess, what you're trying to say here.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, that is the most immediate objective, right? You still have to make it, as long as you seed well into the next the next stage of this competition, you should be fine because you have time to refine, so on and so forth. But how does that work actually? So everyone within that's playing right now is going to go to the next round.
Yeah.
By hook or by crook?
Yeah.
Okay, so 4 from each region will move on to the next round.
I think that is a longer story to it. But I think there's a longer story to it, which I think I'm not in the capacity to tell the whole story yet.
Oh,
yeah, so
I see.
some things are left for surprises.
Yeah. So he's withholding information. No wonder he could say something so confidently, because in my books, it's like when it comes down to the final round, obviously you can only fit 4 teams within a lobby. You want one from each region to be within that lobby itself and take that run from there. But if all 4 teams from each region qualifies through, then you'll have pretty much 4 different groups.
Yes, you're right. You're right. But it could be an odd number. Yeah, but that will be, of course, rediscussed later on. Yeah, that's all I can say for now, right? That's all I can say for now.
Sir Cloud is breaking all the NDAs right now, guys. Clip that moment. He's in trouble. But talking about teams that are in trouble, Team Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will be if they don't brush themselves up for the final checkpoint here. So let's go into track number 2.
Here we go, track number 2, and this time it will start in ruins, ladies and gentlemen. So let's see who gets the head start here as usual and how fast do they loot. And this is the time where they can kind of decide, like, okay, do you want to grab weapons for all 3 of the non-drivers, or are you okay with, okay, 1 weapon is good enough and you move faster. So this is where you trade off loot time for driving time. But if you trade that off, means they trade out the possibility of getting more speed up boost. So that's another thing to trade. But if you use speed up boost, it also eats into your fuel. So it's also another question of fuel efficiency. I mean, there's just so many elements you can't think about it, right? It's not as straightforward as just driving across and shoot all the speed up boosts. No, there's all these efficiency elements that you need to take in consideration.
Which makes this game even more beautiful, right? Because we thought initially it was a straightforward thing, and then you get regions or metas that come out that breaks the time limit, and your mind just cannot comprehend how they do it. And suddenly your understanding of this entire race per se, or road to the Asian Games, just seems it shifts things into perspective. And I like to see more of those meta-breaking moments. Potentially we won't see it right here, right now, because like you said, the most immediate objective is just to be seeded into the next round. And that might just happen for the likes of Team Saudi Arabia or Jordan, who's going head-in-head right now in the first half.
Oh yeah, so far you can see that they're really efficient with the way they drive. Just look at this. They don't go all the way like onto the road straight up. It's like they can cut that 1-2% of a corner, they'll take it. And every 1-2% really counts. But this is an overextension.
That's a clear demonstration of what you were just talking about, cutting corners. And things just get for the worse here for the likes of Team Jordan. They had a good run previously, but this mistake has just cost them dearly, and now even Team Palestine now makes headway into this area.
Yeah, and it gave opportunity for Team Palestine to actually catch up onto them just right behind them. And because of that, they both arrive in the first section together. But nevertheless, it's still going to be Team Jordan in it, Team Saudi Arabia as well. But so far, we don't see like the points really going up that fast. Like there's like, okay, 4-2, and then we're there for a while. It's in comparison with the East Asia region. By now, they'll be like 50 points, 60 points, like double digit all the way. And hitting the 100-digit mark by the time the objective comes up.
That is the gold standard. Yeah, if you're gearing yourself up towards contesting the East Asian region, then you have to at least hit that standard as a minimum here to even go toe-to-toe with the East Asian teams here, which, let's like you said, they don't have to worry about for now. So thank God for that one, or in their words, inshallah. Now, moving on into the game itself here, Team Bahrain, that one is the conversation to be had, right? Because even in this game number 2, now although they do get a decent amount of points going on forward as well, I think they are also one of those teams who struggle in the checkpoint 3.
Okay. There's a new graphic that kind of showed out the points. If you notice that there was a negative point at some point, right? That's because they shoot the wrong colors.
Oh.
Yeah. So if you get nervous, you thought that that's your color, and then you accidentally shoot it, they'll be like, oh, minus points. And that's why there was a deduction of points there. So naturally, they will need to not only gain the 300 points, but because of the negative points, they need to gain, like, say, 310 or 320 as a total before they can move on.
Now brings up another mechanical question.
Right.
How much negative points can you accumulate?
Oh!
Legally before the lobby just kicks you out.
I mean, okay. So to answer that question, there's a time limit of 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's your answer. You can accumulate as many negatives as you want until a 30-minute point.
That should be a record of its own.
Yeah.
We'll make a spoof version of the game.
That's like the Razzies Award, right? Not the record that you don't want.
Oh, well, Team Palestine again, just spectacular performance through and through. Now in the lead again. Hopefully they don't get into any stumbling blocks. Now, this is a team that excels in checkpoint 3. As I say, stumbling block, here they are, resetting their vehicles, another 10 seconds onto the timer. Now, that was really, really good for them, because if Team Palestine made headway, we know that they are not held back by checkpoint 3, and if they can, you know, get things faster the first 2 checkpoints, there's a chance that they can potentially break into the 15-minute mark.
But for them to break into the 15-minute mark, of course, they have to use the best-in-class device. It's going to be the iQOO 11. Thank you so much for being the official mobile game equipment of RDAG. And now, on to the Rams. Let's see how they efficientize that. And is it used by Team Bahrain? No, they used it when they were mid-air, so they didn't get took the opportunity. But wait a second, both cars flip. Oh no, and one of them had to reset. That's 10 seconds worth.
Another 10 seconds. That's 20 seconds added onto the timer in one track. Oh, I mean, that doesn't feel good, but it's not something they cannot recover from. Like I said, the checkpoint 3 is their ace in the hole. Team Palestine can still make the comeback there and then, but when it comes down to the overalls, obviously you'd like to see the fastest you could potentially do. It's an efficiency game after all, and having 20 seconds just wasted in resets doesn't make things very efficient.
And you gotta think about it, like some of the gaps that we saw yesterday is like 6-second gaps, like a 1-digit gap, right? Like if they're penalized by 20 seconds, there's a possibility that that ranking could swap. So that could happen, right? But of course, we need to see how it goes like in this round. And at the end of the day, it's also about the time accumulated. Now checkpoint number 2. The team that has the advantage at this point is going to be Team Bahrain, the first team to meet a double digit, but they have about 120 seconds before the objective comes up, and for them to loot, for them to get ground objectives before the main objective comes. And so far, we have seen like teams in Section 2 with the 120 cooldown period, they're able to get like about 100 to 150 or even like 200 points.
That would be spectacular. Haven't seen that from Team Bahrain though. Although they are now trying to rake in that advantage, but 200 points is still super far from their current gesture. They should be accumulating these ground points within minutes or seconds. Actually, within seconds, they should have at least 100 as a benchmark. Right now, right into the right direction at the very least. 3 seconds on the clock. They did get close into 80, 90 points. And so they're somewhat close enough to hit that benchmark objectives here. But going down into the retractable targets, this is where they must accumulate as fast as possible.
Okay, this is where I want to see, like, do they still use the ground floor? After what we learned yesterday, like, there are some teams who don't utilize the ground floor at all. They just focus on a majority of them on the first floor, maybe 1 or 2 of them on the second floor, or maybe only 1 of them on the second floor. But for the ground floor, is it efficient to use that from that angle? So far, I think there could be, so we got visual here. Yes, there's someone on the ground floor, so it's still being used by one of these teams as to their thought, it will be one of the most efficient angles to shoot from. So let's see if that actually brings a big significance in their Section 2. So far, it's just a significance. We don't see a big one. All these teams pretty close to each other. But as usual, Team Palestine somehow looking like they're saving it for Section 3.
Yeah, I mean, that is their end game strat after all. It is Team Bahrain now showing again why they ended up first, top 1 position in phase number 1 of this entire tournament. Talking about the positions of players and utilizing ground floor, do you think that they're trying to compensate for a potential bullet drop? Is there even a significant bullet drop at this sort of distance? So that's why you're shooting upwards, and therefore the bullet just lands onto the target.
Good question though, good question. So I guess you need a lot of shooting experiment to really find that out. But on a regular PUBG Mobile, I don't think it's significant with that distance.
Okay.
But then again, of course, this is a Asian Games version, and they can't tell you every single mechanic. You got to find it out yourself right at some point. So there might be a difference. This is where I think will be valuable if we could throw those questions to the athletes.
You heard them, Tash. Actually, I'm not sure if she's hearing us right now.
Tash?
She could be busy vlogging around the entire venue, so do check that one out when it's finally out.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to find it out. If not, we'll try to get that info for you, ladies and gentlemen, behind the scenes, all right? But for now, it's going to be Team Bahrain at the forefront. 90 speed-up targets, not as much as before. So there could be a change of strategy for them to not overly focus on speed-up targets instead, because the last time we saw Team Palestine, they didn't have the best of speed-up targets.
They did not, but we've always seen them trailing behind, right? Like this is in their textbook. It is within their syllables to say we are going to fail checkpoint 1 and 2, and we are gonna come in strong comes checkpoint 3. So there's something they know within checkpoint 3 that is already good, but I think they shouldn't fixate so much on checkpoint 3, although they know it wins games. If they can efficientize checkpoint 1 and 2, with their already current standings in checkpoint 3, they are looking heavily dominant here, Team Palestine.
Hashtag 13 minutes. Yeah, we're talking about that. And you make a good point, right? Because checkpoint 3 is definitely their stronghold.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can shave off time out of checkpoint 1 and 2, 30 minutes. It's doable.
And it's like, it's not impossible feat, right? You got the hardest part.
Yeah.
All you have to do is refine the easier stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Man, that is a mind-blowing thought. You're already done with the hardest. Man, that is absolutely right. I like that thought. And maybe that's something that they will reserve themselves for the actual Asian Games later.
Yeah. Looking forward to that. But right now, some of these teams, Team Jordan, trying to accumulate from these moving targets. It's always a headache to try and shoot this one down. They're zipping by. You trying to shoot down Quicksilver or Flash. It's just not happening, my guy.
Oh man, yeah, it's okay. So in my layman logical thought, right? So where is the point that it will return? It's going to be at the end, right? For the target.
Fixed, yeah.
Yeah. So that point is basically a touch point. It's going to be there for, in theory, twice. So you were to aim at the end. Basically, you get the most time that the target will be in that area without moving your crosshair.
Higher frequency.
Higher frequency. I'm just putting out all logics here, my man.
I would have the targets getting hit twice in 10 shots rather than once.
Correct? Maybe. Okay, we're like leaking it now, right? Based on like our layman theories. I don't know. The team's got to tell us if that works for them. Or maybe it does. And they're not telling us.
Or maybe Team Palestine can tell us how does this work for them.
Man.
That this is their strong suit. And look at that. You were mentioning about how, the driver's getting low percentage. That's not the case for Team Palestine. They have 22% on the driver. Next to them is 23%. So these drivers themselves are actually doing work. He's actually gunning things down and getting the points over their end. And already in the #1 spot here, 136 out of the 500.
So out of the percentages of the other teams and how they distribute their roles, right? It seems to me that Team Palestine is the only team that is fair across. So they have found a way to make their drivers as efficient as the shooters.
Yeah.
That's probably the key now. Like how to make your drivers work.
The same stats is brought across East Asia, especially Team Chinese Taipei.
Yeah.
23% on all members. Maybe the leading member gets 27.
Yeah. But the rest of it is like 25, 26, somewhere around there. Yeah, you're actually right. So I guess one of the key things is that how to make your driver be able to contribute valuable points instead of just doing the refuel work or the looting work or the parking work and all that.
And I think that's a hard question that they should answer, right? Like, how can I get my driver to do what he has to while contributing to the points?
Oh man.
So that means you're saying you're gonna have to overload your driver. Find a way. He has to contribute.
So your best player, your best, maybe smartest player, the most street smart player needs to be the driver.
Yeah.
Like your driver is basically the MVP.
At this rate, yeah.
Yeah.
That's how it's looking like to be.
Oh,
because that's
man.
what makes the difference between all the #1 teams is even score distribution across the board.
Okay, but this time around, looking at the scores, right? Now, Team Palestine, they're not in the highest position. But the moment I say that, it's like, okay, they break the 300 mark and they're edging closer to even Team Bahrain right now with only about like 30 points difference. I mean, the more we talk about them, and we thought like, nah, they're like, yeah. But okay, I love this number, right? Team Bahrain, they are the team that qualified directly, so they are definitely one of the good ones. They have an almost equal stat across all 4 players.
So I think there's a trend here, man. Palestine.
There you go.
Team Palestine.
There you
Almost
go.
equal stats across the 4 players. And they're #1. This is no coincidence, Sir Cloud. I
Yeah.
think we have cracked the code.
Numbers don't lie.
Yeah, you just gotta invest everything and anything into your driver. They are the most important of role in this format alone to be as efficient as possible, contributing into scores and as well gearing things up for the next checkpoint. They're 496, only 4 points away from the 500 markers, but they finally hit it. Team Palestine once again the first to make an exit.
They were way behind at some point, and all of a sudden they catch up to the #1, and now they're first need to leave section #3. This is insane. They cracked the code for section #3 somehow. Even though they're from behind, not going to be an issue. They can still come back. It's insane whatever they've done. But man, do you now still want to be the driver?
No. If I was a driver for a team, I'm sorry, I'm being that guy without a percentage of contribution into the score. Knowing that if I want to be a champion team, then you would not select me as a driver, that's for sure. Team Palestine on the road to victory here, on their way to the Asian Games, at least the finals for the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. And second to that, the ones in blue is Team Bahrain, showing some stride and signs of life. And in third place, we have purple. It is Team Jordan to follow through.
Yeah, and definitely after that is going to be Team Saudi Arabia with the 4th place finish. But Team Palestine now 2 #1 finishes back to back for them. Now this will be, okay, so we have yet to see one single team getting #1 all the way. It was almost yesterday. Yep, but I guess this now will be something that we'll be looking forward to, whether that benchmark can be set to have that one single team to get that #1 all the way up. And all smiles around for Team Palestine.
Team Palestine definitely showing the West Asian region how it has to be done. But all props also go onto the way of Team Bahrain, because now we see why they are the #1 in the West Asian region for the first part of the tournament, because they can put down the heat, they can bring in the heat. They were not bad in this round. A bit questionable with the first, they came in 3rd place, right? But the second time, it looked more fairly even than some. The moment Palestine left, Team Palestine left the checkpoint, Team Bahrain came in 2nd place as well, just shortly after. So they are in the same league, I would say so.
Yeah, they are. And for round #1, Team Bahrain, they got #3. So it's not too bad, not too bad. But just like any other gamers, right? It's like round 1 is always that warm-up round. But now from #3 to #2, who knows? Team Bahrain could be #1 next, but you got to stay tuned to check out, ladies and gentlemen. Speaking about checking out, we're going to check out the highlights. Thanks to Aiku for being part of this tournament. The West Asia region highlights is on screen. And if we were to look at the highlights even, Team Palestine, for most of the parts, except for Section 3, even like the second half of Section 3, they were all the way behind.
Yeah, they just cracked the code in that regard. But in order to beat the rest They have to be better, but look at the timing. Fractional.
You're starting the question right now. How much weight
iQOO 11系列，标配 2K 144赫兹1.6全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞悦享操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
We ons. If you guys ons, welcome back to the Road to Asian Games 2022 PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. Together with me, Sir Cloud, will keep alongside me, and my oh my, so far. Team Palestine still
trying to wind things up, but hey, like you said, man, rooms for error could be a warm-up.
or maybe rooms for like, we'll let you have your fun, you know? We'll let you have your fun. We were experimenting on something on us. I mean, it looks like the experiment is not to what they expect. And maybe they'll come back to their winning ways after this. But of course, there are a lot of theories to it, right? Maybe it's because like Palestine, they had more games to experiment yesterday. But speaking about the games, we're going to jump into track number 3. And we're going to start section number 1 in Chumasera.
This is where the 4 colored targets will be deployed, in which, again, we are looking forward towards these miniature benchmarks, right? Like getting 100 points head starts. And then when it comes to El Pozo, this is where you need to score in for at least 400. Again, 100, 150 as a benchmark before the activity begins could set you up to a good foot. Now in La Corberia, with the 3rd challenge, the flying targets, it's no problem for Team Palestine. They've worked from behind and clawed their way all the way back up before. But yeah, I want to see them excel within the first 2 to create them this huge lead time, as they did once in track number 1, where they had a 2-minute advantage from 2nd place.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but it's also about getting the consistency, right? Yeah, maybe you can do it once, but can you do it again? And also because you're playing different tracks until we repeat the process again in the second set, right? So are you adaptable enough? Like, yes, the same challenge, but you're adaptable enough to the surrounding, to the area, to the difference of compound in each and every track. So that's one thing to consider as well. It's like you need to like switch in, and your driver or whoever, your athletes will need to like, oh, it's this town now, or it's not the town that I'm thinking of, or whatever it is that goes through their minds. I mean, games do go by really fast, and sometimes as athletes, you don't have time to reset. The only reset that they kind of get is like after game number 2, you get an extended break, but between game 1 and game 2 and game 3 and game 4, it's back-to-back for them.
Yeah, so for sure, no doubt about it, right? They have to be able to do their homeworks. Each and one of these tracks, they should have a specific path points that they hit to be able to efficientize their rotations into checkpoints to checkpoints to checkpoints. And we've seen some of those being demonstrated by the likes of Team Chinese Taipei over the East Asia region. We've seen them cut corners just to be able to reach the flag in less period amount of times. That's what enables them to get like a 13-minute finishes, 12 even yesterday alone. 12-minute games is very possible. But now we will take our eyes on one of the players here from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Aida, I believe that's how they pronounce it. So I believe maybe 7 in their language is with an A and a...
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was in the interview. He said, "Hi, my name's Aida."
Oh, okay. I was about to go like, oh, ID7 is substituted in. There's Aida.
That's
right.
That's how I heard him pronounced, but maybe my ears cannot be trusted as well.
But either way, right? This is what I like about looking at cross-country tournaments. Like, you get to learn all these cultures that you may not know, and it's nice to like have esports to be the one that connects all these countries together. If not, I think that I wouldn't know that 7 is an A.
Well, don't take my word for it. Maybe I'm pronouncing it wrong because I'm in no position.
I hope you don't butcher it. Right?
Yeah, I don't want to butcher it as well, but that's what I heard him say, or at least my perception, which could be foggy as well. But maybe later on we can clarify with him, or we got Tash Bunny for that. Also, talking about what's happening later on, Super A player by Audi, the award towards the MVP from the entire region.
Ooh, yes, that one guy. that one guy that beats them all, right? But based on the stats that we're seeing, right, like that number one guy in every round may not necessarily be in the team that does well or be the team that finishes number one. So it's not necessarily like, for example, now we do see that Palestine, they're doing really, really well. But not necessarily that one guy, the MVP for the region, would come from Palestine. It could come from maybe even Oman, maybe. I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah, that's true. But unfortunately, that they are no longer playing with us. But does that still tally in? If that's the case,
yes, that's for us to find out later. Okay, I genuinely don't have an answer for that.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I don't. I genuinely don't have an answer.
Don't have an
yeah,
answer.
I don't. So.
I thought you were withholding once again. Hey, someone get this guy.
I mean, we sign NDAs, so it's all for the purpose of entertainment and the element of surprise.
Yeah, but I will say one thing though. For an MVP award to be sanctioned under the Audi segment, I really want to know what that prize is. They have not told us anything, but a prize from Audi, what could it be, right? A keychain is still worth something, but it's definitely not going to be a keychain for sure. A car?
Oh, yeah. Oh. I mean, it has happened before. Like an MVP in like other sports, like you get something as of a prestige. Yeah,
they are prestige sponsors, Audi.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Oh, but the question is, are they going to ship an Audi Q4 e-tron all the way down to the West Asian area?
Well,
unless they actually engage like showrooms within the geographic location.
That works as well. And you know what else works?
What?
It's going to be track number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Let's head on to it without further ado. Back onto the action. Here we go. Can Team Palestine still maintain their number 1 spot? Or will the up and rising team, Team Bahrain, steal it away?
Oh, you phrased that perfectly. If I were to make it any better, I would say Team Palestine is the up and rising.
Ooh,
remember,
okay.
they came from the regional, from the qualifiers. Meanwhile, Team Bahrain was the team that already got seeded through much early on within the phase of this tournament. So we'll see how this thing turns out as all these members rush towards the golden arches. It's not really golden, but it's the arch that signifies the starting point of the journey of this event.
Yeah, and it's always like the starting and the end point that is shown, right? But different from the other tracks is that this map, you start out with 2 bridges, and that's always the choke point that we talked about before. But so far, we have yet to see like big accidents or big tussles in the 2 bridges. Okay, so we just passed the first one. We're going through the second one, but because there's a good enough gap between these teams, it doesn't seem to be the case at this point. Maybe like the middle 2 teams, but nah, they're just gonna skim pass by.
That this map, this track number 2 specifically, is a very driven map. Like, you can make your way and cut so much time in just efficientizing a certain pathway, a certain way. And that's why just looking at the proportions of the minimap, a huge majority of it is in the landscapes itself. And so they are trying to capitalize it as best as they could. And worth noting that some of these teams has actually optimized onto the way they know specific checkpoints within their minds in which they will utilize boosts.
Yes. So, okay, so this is an example, right? Like if you want to jump off the ramp, like the moment you lift off, you use a boost. And when you're mid-air, if you're airborne, you have air time, you use boost. So far, that's what I observed. That will be the best route, the best usage of the boost. And if you are in a straight road like this, boost it all the way. But there's another mechanic that apparently will affect the boost usage. Is that whenever you use a boost, you will use extra fuel. Meaning that if you don't have enough fuel in the tank, you don't optimize it, you end up being Hong Kong, China yesterday. They didn't have enough fuel to refuel at one of the checkpoints, so they had to run on foot.
Yeah, that is definitely not something you want happening to you, because I don't know what the alternatives for that is. Your car is just done for at that rate. So I think one of the factors that these teams have kept in mind is also how many seconds of boost utilizations they're able to before the next petrol checkpoint itself. And so that's always a tricky thing to balance it out here, because on one end, underutilizing a boost could also cause you some headway, but also you're using it too much could be very detrimental.
Correct. So can you imagine that if you don't fuel enough and you use boost, and you forgot about the fuel, like boost versus fuel thingy, and you're like between checkpoint 1 and checkpoint 2. You'll be running all the way to the end, dude.
Like, there's no recovery for it.
Yeah.
You can't push the car. The car is just gone.
Yeah, you can't call a mechanic, you can't get fuel delivered to you. You're gonna have to push, you're gonna have to run all the way to the end, and obviously that could even possibly mean that the 30-minute mark for them, the 30-minute cap will be maximized.
So you can't reset the car if that happens.
Apparently from what Hong Kong, China did yesterday, you can.
Oh,
that's
that's unfortunate. Meanwhile, talking about things that are more fortunate and good comings, we have team from Kingdom Saudi Arabia right now, 200 again, just doing great in the first few checkpoints here. And all they have is an SMG and a mid-range weapon just to come and go and spray things from afar. 2 more points before they clear it, and they did an access of 18. So Team Kingdom Saudi Arabia will be the first to exit this checkpoint and into the next.
I have a new variable thought. Yeah, putting my brains here on this game, right?
What's going on?
All right, the weapon of choice. All right, so you have M4. You have micro Uzi, and I believe those are the 2 significant weapons, or maybe there's a Scar L somewhere. So every weapon, number 1, has different damage rate. Number 2 has different firing rate.
Yep.
So would there be a level of efficiency to optimize that as well? Like the right weapons for the right situation?
I believe there is definitely there, because one of the factors between the... Ooh, hold that thought there.
Oh, wow. Oh,
Team
ouch.
Bahrain got held
Not enough airtime there.
Yeah, but going back to your question, one of the factors, the differentiating between these weapons is also effective range. And I think 2 out of the 3 challenges has got a pretty... it comes into play pretty effectively, right?
Yep.
The first one, sure, you can walk up close. Maybe fire rate is the choice of firearm there. But comes to Chapter 2 or Checkpoint 2 and 3, then you kind of need some sort of range to get hit.
True, even though like the damage is, let's see, more, but if you don't get the right range, then there's no point. Or even if the firing rate is higher, but if that weapon is not suitable, for example, micro Uzi is not suitable for long range, then it doesn't matter because you can't even hit your targets in the first place.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that makes sense.
Well, moving on, and I guess, I mean, actually just staying on to that question, right?
Right.
It depends also how that target's registered. Do you register by X amount of hits from your ammunition?
Yeah, this is why, what matters, right? Does the damage matter? Or does the X amount of hits matter?
Right, because if it's X amount of hits, then it doesn't matter how fast your fire rates go.
Right. But okay, but if the X amount of hits matter, then the high firing rate matters.
True,
the damage doesn't matter.
Faster. Yeah.
Yeah, but if it doesn't matter, then you might as well just get the damage just to hit down the target fully quicker, like in like 2 shots or 1 shot, for example. Man, there's a lot of brain work there, man. We got a lot of brain work.
What are we doing right now? We're not paid to analyze this. What are we getting out of this? A PhD.
No wonder I'm getting the coaches messaging me like, hey, what do you think about the game? Like, do you find anything new? I was like, bruh, you're going to pay me for this info, okay? You guys are getting paid to win.
Oh, my God. I mean, always here to help them out. You know, if it scratches the itch of our curiosity, then why not do it as well?
Why not? It's a whole research paper here that we're talking about. But coming back into the game, in the previous round, Palestine in Section 2, they weren't in the driver's seat. But this time, the first team to arrive, the first team to hit a double-digit mark, and possibly the first team to get a triple-digit. And if they can do that, I can say they're en route to improvement of shaving down the 16-minute.
which is the goal for them, because we know, number one, like you said, they're already made it through into the next round. Number two, they're already pretty much going to win them within the Chapter 3. They're like, hands down, they're the best out there in the fire round. For them, it's about optimizing and efficientizing. So we'll focus more onto its Team Palestine here as they try to make the ranks and getting the 400 pointers down. But it is, again, Team Saudi Arabia, who's absolutely dominant within the first 2 chapters. They just have to find out how to make the third one work.
Okay, looking at the percentages now. So for Team Jordan, still pretty heavily reliant on Ragnarok with 48%. For Team Saudi Arabia, pretty much the same case as well. Dama with 48%. The drivers need to catch up. And for Team Palestine, also pretty much the same case, but not as big as a gap as the others. But I guess that's where the percentage, the percentage shift, especially for the drivers, normally we see that happen in stage 3. But interestingly, right, like for the East Asian teams, their percentage, especially like for the top teams like Chinese Taipei, for example, the percentage that's equally distributed starts very early instead of waiting for stage 3.
Yeah, because for the East Asian teams, they use every single member, right? Every single member contributes into the points, and that's why they've been able to hit benchmarks of like 100 pointers before activity begins.
True.
Which has never happened yet in this region, the West Asian region. So it's a different ball game. The moment they crack that, because right now we know Team Palestine has been able to give that sort of responsibility to their drivers as well. If they could, still utilize that concept into every one of these checkpoints, hands down, Team Palestine would be up and running with the best.
Okay, so if we were to break it down for the West Asian teams, it's all about cracking what do you do in the 120 minutes, 120 seconds?
Yes.
Like how do you get like triple digit by the time the main objective comes up? And if they're able to crack that code, then they'll be on par, basically. That's the main differentiator right now. Because when it comes to actually shooting down, especially the flying targets, I think they are already there.
Yeah, they know what sweet spots to camp into, the angle to maybe approach some of these seemingly randomly tossed out targets. If they get they've got that one down for, they just need to efficientize the rest. And even as we speak right now, Team Palestine just finding themselves again within the back foot of the entirety of these competition. I don't know if it's intentional that they just want to let that one slide, but for sure, you cannot tell me that if you ace in Chapter 1 and 2, or Checkpoint 1 and 2, if you are the fastest there, that you're going to flunk in Chapter 3. Yeah. I believe if they go through it all, they will still end up in more favorable position.
But if you kind of think about it, we saw that. So from Team Jordan, a little bit of an accident, but they're still the #1 team, so they're still in front. But then again, we kind of think about it. We have seen teams like, okay, they do well, Checkpoint 1. They do well, Checkpoint 2. Checkpoint 3.
That's because they're not prepared for Checkpoint 3.
Man!
But Team Palestine is different. They know they can do Checkpoint 3. Just do Checkpoint 1 and 2 right.
And they're good.
They're good.
And they're good. They can shave off the time.
That's it. That's all they got to do.
Yeah, so far, even like this round, we see that Team Palestine, okay, a little bit of a stuck there. It's Team Saudi Arabia. But at this point, it's more of like the main differentiator, of course, is going to be like Checkpoint 3. In this stage of the tournament at least. But when you pit like the best of the best of the best across regions, there's going to be a totally different conversation. But objectively, it's still okay. Yeah. But that's also, well, of course, precious time wasted.
Well, talking about precious time, Team Kingdom Saudi Arabia has been the first team actually this time around to find their way and check into the third checkpoint, kicking off the 120 seconds timer, and now it's the accumulation phase, accumulation/loot phase here, if they use so to speak. And so they have to, again, with these small goals and minor victories that could set you up for success, is how many points can you get within the bag within 120 seconds.
Bruh, just look at the aerial view. You have the entire town. Where do you want to go first? If you go to somewhere that has already a team and you're like the third team to arrive, everything else is looted in the area. Or even the ground targets are being taken down by that team. So if you originally had a plan, it's like, okay, I'm going to go there, and all of a sudden there's another team there, you got to change your route. And if you change your route or your stopping point, that's again time wasted. That also can be taken into consideration. So the role of a coach per se is also to be able to analyze, like, okay, where's the possibility that if we were to be late, we will take another area of the town, versus if we are the first team into the town. Like there's these variables of like what number would you be versus the teams that you're competing against, what number would they be and where would they take?
Yeah, I totally get you. It's knowing the moves of your opponent, right? Playing from whichever situation you're in. If you're in a winning position, you would capitalize certain parts within the town because all the loots are there and resources. Yeah. But if you're not in the front foot, you have to assume that those resources have been utilized or picked up or no longer they're available for you, and you have to find a different way to come in and approach. So that's one thing to consider. But we're going back to Team Palestine here again. Very low on account. I think they just only arrived, maybe.
Yeah. Okay. Keep your eye on them. All right. This is where the fun begins. Team Palestine, 40 points. Team Jordan, almost 200. This is where the fun begins. All right. Let's see if they will again all of a sudden like shoot up to like that 500 mark and everyone else is left behind. But because now the gap is pretty significant.
Yeah, this one's substantial, Team Palestine, and this is where they wish that they got the checkpoint 1 and 2 right, because now that you're overly reliant on one checkpoint, and that's checkpoint 3, you don't have the leeway to pretty much get out of a sticky situation should this checkpoint didn't turn out well for you.
Well, looks like they're still on the double digit, whereas the others, even 300 of passing the halfway mark. The halfway mark of the objective, that's going to be Team Jordan. And they seem to be the team in the driver's seat to leave section number 3. But right now, okay, for Team Palestine, they caught up to Team Saudi Arabia. Cool. But they have their 50% of Team Bahrain.
But we have to remember the 300 mark is where things slow down, and it's looking like it for Team Jordan. Like the numbers that are coming in is not doing very well anymore. Now they have players on the ground trying to inch it closer to maybe increase their potential.
All right, so the two players here are from Team Jordan and Team Saudi Arabia, actually taking an off angle. With this bar that we kind of discussed earlier on, is like, isn't that blocking their view or blocking the shooting view? But we have two very big variances now. Two teams using the same strategy, but Team Jordan is way up there, whereas for Team Saudi Arabia is on the opposite side. So there's still no real answer or no real pattern to whether this position that they're taking is the best or is it good in the first place.
Well, I could say it is because it's working out for Team Jordan. They've got themselves to 500. Maybe the rest of the teams will want to explore that sort of angles, because I do see them shooting those plates off from the skies itself. And so this is it for Jordan. Team Jordan can now make the move and exit towards achieving their first place position. And we all know that Team Palestine and Team Jordan, they're always neck and neck to these kinds of things. But this time around, Team Bahrain and Team Jordan looking like the most likely victors for the top 2.
Well, Team Jordan, very, very likely. I don't see them bottling it at this stage. So all they need to do is just take a cruise and they'll be fine. They will definitely be the first team to cross over onto the finish line in track number 3. Their record so far for today is number 2, number 3, and now highly potential number 1. So Team Jordan, I mean, the break did them good.
They did them good. I mean, if they were to flop right now, it would only be to their own faults here. So this should be a confirmed number 1 as it is. Oh, come on. A little bit wavy there with the driving abilities. Well, this is them driving towards their victory. Unfortunately, the rest of the other team still seems to be within checkpoint and not left just yet. However, I did see Team Bahrain moving their vehicles much earlier.
Okay, I'm looking at the speed out targets number, right? That Team Jordan has the lowest amount of speed out targets. It's the same trend as Team Palestine in the previous round. Also the lowest amount, but they finished number 1. So what does this tell us? Is there something, again, that we have yet to discover? And I'm just putting out a problem statement, right? And the problem statement right now is that is there correlation between the speed up boost and finishing number 1, at least for this region?
I think it goes down to here because this is the majority of the time killer, and talking about which Team Bahrain, who was supposed to be trailing behind Team Jordan, they did not complete. And it was actually Team Palestine who bypassed them.
Oh!
And now looking like in the secondary, about to get it in second place here. Driving already towards that finish line. Team Bahrain only now making a move, also leaving the checkpoint. But this comfortable lead is already looking like it would go the way of Team Palestine.
Yeah, interesting. They were way behind, and at some point it's like, okay, number 1, definitely not. Maybe not even number 2. But somehow they still managed to get a number 2 finish on section number 3 for Team Palestine. So something, there is still that formula there for them that somehow it works. Even though it's second place, but at the end of the day, it's all about like the consistency, getting second place once and you get first place in the others. Well, at the end of the day, it still does the job.
Yeah, I mean, this is reflective of yesterday, right? When they only lost two first place finishes to the likes of Team Jordan. The rest of it, Team Palestine takes home for themselves.
Yeah, so it looks like we won't see a perfect record from Team Palestine today. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, right? It's fine. But now, for Team Saudi Arabia, it's going to be, for the 3rd time, a 4th place finish for them. So if any team were to really fix something, it's definitely going to be Team Saudi Arabia.
I mean, that's definitely for sure. I mean, even in yesterday itself, during the qualifiers, when we saw them play in the West Asian region, they were struggling at this checkpoint in particularly as well. And if it wasn't for their recovery with their cars being flipped, they were this close in getting eliminated instead of Team Oman.
I'm just looking over the stats right now, so I would assume that the 90% is the driver, right? So if that's the case, then again, the stats show that if you want to be a successful team overall, you have to be everyone pulling their weights. And at an average about 27, 26, 25, 24%-ish or 23%-ish across all of them, then you will know that, okay, that's pretty much the team that, at least when it comes to contributing the points, it's about there. So looking at these numbers early on when it was shown to us, it seems like there's like one player kind of left behind, so you don't find that balance. So I guess that's about like stats-wise, you need to be able to find that balance across all of them in order to be like one of the teams to be able to challenge for the number 1.
Yeah. Oh. They will find their way in the ends eventually here. So Team Kingdom Saudi Arabia, a peaceful victory for them. But I guess the fact that they're here for this long, it's still one to be respected, well, upon their nations here. So congratulations to all the teams within this region who played, and including Team Saudi Arabia.
Oh, yeah. I mean, okay. Is this the longest timing so far? We are touching 22 minutes. To my rough memory, I think this is one of the longest timing to take the finish around.
When they had their car flip, how long did they take? Oh, because on one hand, they did not. Okay, there we go. So I think 23 minutes. 23 when they had their car flip.
All right. So it's about, okay, so this could be like number 2 or something like that.
So theoretically, you're not wrong because they are still the latest given the fact that no freak accident happened this time around. They simply took too long throughout the entire course as compared to 23 minutes because your car flipped and you didn't know what to do at that point. So yeah, this is probably the longest.
Probably the longest. Okay, very interesting. So I don't know, is it a track or is it, I don't know, the random spawns that just like, you know, when you try to aim at that one window, for example, and there's some level of RNG to it, whether the spawns pop up as many times as you would like at that one window. But maybe it's like, okay, he tries to aim, or the spawn goes away. He tries to aim again, spawn goes away. Someone else took it. And that kind of dragged the time for that one team.
That did indeed. But however, Team Kingdom of South Arabia, though, actually fall in, not in the Chapter 2 with the retracting targets, but it's usually Chapter 3 with the flying targets. So maybe they would like to reflect onto the methods of Team Jordan and Team Bahrain, in which they got members within the off angle to hit those markers.
Well, again, it's starting to be a trend here. So the FAW Audi Super A player, the team that doesn't do well in that round, normally has like one athlete like up there. So this time around it's going to be Damar, 433 points for him alone, followed by Hassan, 414 points, and Ragnarok as well as Sparta from Team Palestine. Again, that seems to be that trend. But of course, if you were like playing, right, you're in game mode, right, I'm pretty sure you wouldn't be bothered, right? Oh, are we balanced?
True.
Yeah, like
do your best.
Yeah, you just do your best, and if it so happens that I've been carrying the team well, so it is what it is.
I would say knowing that there is a Super A player award is quite an incentive.
Okay, okay. I'm not gonna lie about that, right? Yeah.
Like, because if I was playing, sure, if we're playing to win, then that's not gonna cross my mind. But also, you know that Audi is giving you a prize or some sort of acknowledgement or something. Who doesn't want a mention by Audi?
All right.
I'm going to get my way up into the spotlight with or without my teammates at that point.
I'm gonna have like my face like on the car itself, you know, like.
Oh, please don't do that.
Okay.
It's a beautiful car. Let's not make it ugly.
but yeah, you make a good point, right? You make a good point. It's like now, I'm sure the athletes know that there's that kind of award to be on the line, right? So maybe that's why it's like, you know what? If we can't get number one, I want to get number one for myself.
But what's the worst that can happen? You work harder than your friends and you get more points for the team. How is that a bad thing?
True enough. True enough. And no one can fault you for it.
Yeah.
It's like you're still bringing in the points.
Yeah, it's not like the methods to win is to ask your teammate to stop shooting so you get the points. Now, that one's not very nice.
Yeah.
You're just trying to outgun everyone, including your teammates.
Yeah, and outgunning your own teammates is good.
It still points to your team.
To the team. So, I guess it just... but that's a really interesting angle to take. But nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be track number 4. It's going to be our final track for at least the first half of our series. And there's a West Asia finals. And it's going to be another whole new track for the teams to actually go through. But the challenges are going to be the same. It's a matter of us starting to really discover, and the teams as well, to discover whether there's anything new that they can find. What are the nice new corners that they can discover to like, oh, okay, this corner shaves off 1% or 0.5%. Every 0.5%, every 1% that they can shave off accumulates to bring them closer to at least the 30-minute benchmark.
There's a miniature things that you can do, right? Like, I've seen teams, when they take a corner at a specific angle, they will utilize a boost. Just to make sure that they're back into their race lines. That's it.
Right.
And that one itself there maybe shaves you off milliseconds, but milliseconds after milliseconds, corner after corner, it adds up. And eventually you're probably saving like 30 seconds out of your route.
Yeah, and that's why the actual, how the officials take down the score time, the time score, it goes down to seconds, and then you have like 3 digits of milliseconds. Yeah, because it does count at the end of the day. So far, we have yet to see like the drama of like 2 cars reaching the final checkpoint, the finishing line at the same time yet. Until we have to go down to, we need to look at multiple angle footages and all that just to be really sure. I'm sure it's all automated since it's
They've been close. We've had teams who finishes the checkpoint 3 pretty much almost at the same time.
Right.
But because of how they choose to strategize and position their cars after they're done for an exit plan, we hardly ever see them neck to neck unless there's a new mechanics within the game that actually holds all these cars, a designated parking spot where all these cars will have to start from after every checkpoint. Then maybe we can see a neck and neck.
True enough. So in this kind of game mode, for that to happen, is that technically you need 2 teams in checkpoint number 3 to finish together, finish the challenge together.
Yeah.
Then it will be a race.
Yeah.
Yeah, then we'll be able to see like, okay, the car neck to neck, whose car is a little bit longer than the other, you know, that sort of thing.
No, but because like, imagine the checkpoint, right? Some people might park their car northern towards the next journey, or some people a bit down south, right? So that could actually come into impediment when it comes to the start off on your journey.
Right. Yeah. So it's that also becomes the question to the teams like, okay, do you want to get onto your vehicle first but travel further, or do you want to get into your vehicle later but travel shorter?
Yeah.
Right. What's the sweet spot here?
Well, they've got 120 seconds to decide for that, so...
Oh, man, like what you say, right? We can do a whole PhD out of all these questions. You know?
Look, Mom, I've graduated with a PhD. In what? In Asian games.
PUBG Mobile Asian Games version.
That would be something I hope they'd be proud of.
Yeah, we're leaving Macau.
Yeah.
Macau, China with a PhD now.
Hey, that's not a bad idea. Technically, we're paid to be here, so if we walk away with a scholar education, that's more value to me, man.
Well, yeah. Mom will be proud. Well, Mom will be proud, right? Yeah.
It's either that or I don't get to eat dinner. That's about it.
But it's all smiles at the player camp. I mean, they're having a good time at the end of the day. And Bahrain, of course, doing not too bad. They're still pretty consistent overall. It's just that among like the other teams in this new regroup of them, they have yet to find their sparkling foot, like how they have done in the close qualifiers.
Talking about sparkling, this guy's eyes is bedazzling.
Wow.
Let's zoom in. Oh, macro shots. They're trying to get cinematic up in here. He's smiling. Do you think he heard us? Hopefully not. Oh, he's staring right into our souls now.
Yeah, I can feel that, you know. My soul is compromised now. So this is Team Jordan here. Everyone's really prepped up because this is going to be the final game before another extended break for the teams. Before they come back onto track number 1 and they need to redo the process again. But of course the variable will be like, can you repeat the same process? And there's some certain element of RNG as well. The RNG will be, number 1, is the type of weapon and bullets that spawn wherever that you drop or wherever that you choose to go and loot. The second RNG will be the pop-ups of the targets. Like, would you so happen to not move your crosshair and the next 10 targets happen to pop up in front of you?
True.
Right, that's one as well. Especially the 4-colored one.
The 4, you can't change that. You don't know when it's going to be your color. There's no figuring out.
Yep. But what we do know, ladies and gentlemen, is that we're heading onto track number 4. Buckle up, get into your driver's seats, and let's head on to it as we will see if Team Bahrain can finally reclaim the number 1 spot.
Yeah, we are about to conclude here match 1 of the West Asia Regional Finals with the last and final track number 4 before we get into more sets of it later on after a short extended break. But this is where things will kick off for now. Cars are already in line. Acceleration, the pedal has been stepped.
Yeah, pedal to the metal, ladies and gentlemen. That's now, okay, there's a little bit of maybe a scratch there between the two cars. But okay, nothing significant, I must say. And of course, it's not intentional. So far, we can see that there are some athletes, they are still looting just beside the gas station. And some of the teams are already starting to make their move. So right now at the forefront, there is, I believe it was Team Palestine at the forefront. But anyway, now with this kind of travel, we get to see like how efficient the teams travel and what kind of corners do they cut, especially with this last track.
Yeah, this is Baja mode. All terrain, it's all sand dunes, no proper roads to get into. And so all these cars will have to have bouncy suspensions to try and compensate it a little bit. But we have Team Bahrain who's trying to pretty much accelerate from the back end, using those boosters during each and every bump, trying to get some sort of a propulsion forward. And they will do so, at least for the most part here. But again, another competitor is coming in to maybe cut them off. That's Team Jordan out in blue.
Ooh, 3 teams at least close to each other, and looks like it's going to be Team Saudi Arabia. Oh, wait a second. Did one of the teams actually abandon the vehicle? Okay. Right. So, looks like we just got Q from the hardworking people on the back end that will be restarting this round.
Shout out to Adrian Hendricks. If you don't know who that guy is, you might want to look him up Facebook. Right? And also Jack.
You just sold his personal social media there.
Yeah, well, I told you I was going to do it. I mean, his name's already popping up here anyway. He's not a private individual.
True enough. All right, yep. I mean, those individuals that you don't want to miss out on. You know, they are very important people behind the scenes. All right.
Yeah, very spectacular. So, what happened here? Someone came out of the vehicle and immediately does that?
Yeah, last I noticed on screen is that there was like the whole team left the vehicle for some reason, and then we got a queue to be back at the player camp.
Why? Because my follow-up was this.
Right.
You know how in the original version of this entire thing, if you exit a moving vehicle, you end up on your knees, right? Did that happen here? Like, is there exit damage for, you know?
Oh, right, like a moving vehicle and you just jump out of it, right? Well, okay, logically, there's no health bar for any of these characters, right? So if there's no health bar, like, how do you measure like if you're on your knees or not?
So on the code level,
right?
It's saying yes or no, right? Yes, there is. No, there isn't. Then maybe the second layer to that is saying, what is the threshold of yeses can you take?
Right.
But if there's no health bar, it could still be a yes or no, but that threshold is just like, maybe the moment you get it, immediately you're down.
Bruh. Bro, you just mind-blown me,
right?
alright?
I don't know.
That absolutely makes sense from a coding perspective.
Right?
Right? Like, to a certain extent, it's like, you turn off the health bar, but you forgot to turn off the on your knees.
Yeah. The damage inflicted. Yes, there is damage.
Man, okay, that kind of mind-blown me. But I would say that, you know, based on how the game works and the rules to it, I would say nah. Come on, I know you just like you.
It was just food for thought.
Yeah, food for thought. Yeah, I mean it is thoughtful of you.
Yeah, because it sounded like an emergency. Yeah, like, oh, we gotta get out because we're gonna remake this thing because someone hurt themselves, jumping out of the car. But talking about cars though, just now there was a close-up on a miniature Audi Q4. Very, very handsome car if you haven't seen it already. I mean, sure, on one hand, it looks like a family car because spacious, luxury, so on and so forth. Which, by the way, did you know SUVs are the most highest selling categories in automobiles?
Oh.
Yeah.
I learned something new.
We thought they're like the cool looking sleek sports car were in the ones in demand. No, people want SUVs.
I guess it's just what do you call that? The features.
I think the practicality.
Yeah, that was the word I was kind of to find in my mind, right? Like the practicality of it, like bigger space. I got a family.
Comfortable.
I got a kid.
Off-road potential.
Exactly.
I mean,
more protection. Why not? Makes absolute sense.
That's true. Especially coming from us, we're Asians, right? So we like things to be more practical with the less amount of dollars as possible. We want everything, but we don't want to pay so much for it.
Well, but you got to pay for something if you want to be the #1 team, and that's going to be paying with your effort inside of track number 4. Here we go again. This is the repeat of track number 4, and let's see if the team will still get that sort of advantage as they would have at the start of the previous round.
In we go, third time's the charm, but let's hope we don't get into a third round remake here. 2 times should be more than plenty for them to recompose. Here they are up on the drop, the West Asia Regional Finals, and they are onboarded into their vehicular transport here as they make their way into this competition. It's a go.
It's a go, he says, and so far these teams really close to each other, but okay. You can see an overtake there, but there's one team all the way up front. That's going to be Team Bahrain. So Team Bahrain at that throne, at least for now, but of course until the challengers changes a lot of things, the variables will kick in later on. But at least at the start, without the variables in consideration, they're at the number 1 spot. But another team overtook them. Team Jordan now overtook them through a more efficient route.
Yeah, and that's where it comes in, where we were talking about efficiency here. And right now it is Team Palestine who is supposedly the dark horses of this entire tournament. Here, finding themselves trailing in 4th place, but looking to potentially overtake the likes of Team Kingdom Saudi Arabia. But with the booster, that's not going to happen. However, they did take a more efficient pathing from the tops here. It was a straight line, immediately cutting 2 members, 2 teams actually. Team Palestine finds their way into 2nd place.
Well, oh, I noticed that Team Palestine. Okay. Looked like they were somewhat stuck at some point, but it didn't happen the other day. But this shows that the argument of boosters versus efficiency, like, yes, it's great, it's fast, but if you're too fast, you overshoot, you could bump into something and like an object in the middle of the road. And that's the case. But speaking about bumping, and it's going to be Team Palestine bumping into one of those they got haystack.
Yeah, that was unfortunate too. It was only just recently Team Palestine did an absolute baller move and took the more efficient path and cut 2 teams. Now, that mistake itself, immediately they've lost it, but it doesn't matter all too much. They're still here within that 120 seconds. There's still time for them to choose a location to drop off and loot up and maybe seek out all these movable targets within this compound.
Oh, okay. Let's see if that will bring them to a level of inefficiency that could be significant or not. But so far, we're still waiting for the score to pop and who has the better start. It's going to be Team Jordan having a better start this time. The team that got the number 1 spot in round or track number 3. But for Team Palestine, not too far away. Team Bahrain, on the other hand, still on a single digit. Probably focusing on looting this time, repositioning themselves for the main objective later.
Better late than never, they say. But right now, it's the one in blue, Team Bahrain, who's find themselves in position in which they can just capitalize on some of these targets up onto the rooftop, stealing it away from Team Kingdom Saudi Arabia. But now, with the timer coming to a close here, these players have positioned right into the center of this, I guess, octagon to maybe pull in that point.
Okay, here we go. Look at how they position themselves. This is where we can learn from the teams as well. Like, do they cover all 4 corners, or do they send like 2 players out like each end, and that's good enough? And the other 2 like find ground targets. Well, this is where we need to observe more and more just to learn like what is the most efficient way. But so far in this round, it seems like Team Jordan is having the best of time. But for Team Saudi Arabia, looking for that comeback, and they managed to trail behind and cut across Team Jordan to be the number 1 team now.
This is their forte, Team Saudi Arabia. They have to be able to actually finish this faster than some. And they did. 300 points, the bare minimum to get out of here, and they will make the advancement forward. However, I would say if they are going to struggle in the 3rd checkpoint, they have to speed run towards for the first 2 checkpoints in order to create them enough lead time to perhaps rake in the points in their pace comes checkpoint number 3.
Well, Team Jordan is the first team to complete the first challenge, and trailing behind them is Team Saudi Arabia. At least for now, it looks like a big improvement from Team Saudi Arabia. But what we learned from the previous round is that despite them having a good start, despite them at the third challenge doing pretty decent, but because Team Palestine caught up to them at that challenge, pushing them down to number 4, it's the level of consistency that they need to maintain throughout the entire round, and probably for the next at least 10 to 12 minutes.
That 10 to 12 minutes is very crucial, and that's why you got to get yourself a future gaming flagship iQOO 11 to cut down the times in your performance whenever you're gaming. So that's exactly what these players are using. You know, faster respawn rate, all the good things in above, yada, yada, yada.
And as they say, the professional choice to empower victory, embrace the thrill of control. And you need a good amount of control to be able to control yourself to victory. You see the
I see the similarities here.
Yeah.
We all bind in this universe.
Yeah. But they still hit to hit with each other, right? Like, okay. Boosting. Oh! That was the opportunity for Team Saudi Arabia to overtake Team Jordan, but unfortunately, because of that minor crash, Team Jordan pulled away.
Yeah, they have to recompose here, just by a few seconds here, but that's crucial. However, with this distance of a gap so minute, I don't think that's going to give much advantage to the side of Jordan if they crash first. Maybe they get a house, the whole compound for themselves, which is currently being contested. It seems that Team Kingdom Saudi Arabia dropped within that warehouse as well. And now the rest of these teams have made it into these compounds, trying to perch their way into advantageous position and maybe collect some of those points.
Okay, look at the other 2 teams that just arrived, right? Because they came later, they know that this warehouse has been taken. That is why they don't go there. Maybe as much as they would want, but because they know that there's someone there, it's like, okay, no, we go to another compound, we put focus onto that instead, because there's no point challenging for the same area whereby the loot has been taken over from the first 2 teams. But because also the first 2 teams that arrived into this section, they arrived at about the same time, they decided like, okay, you know what? Let's challenge for this, because it is probably the most efficient spot for the team.
You know what they say, first come, first serve, and at that point previously, both of them could be considered first. No one has walked into the entire warehouse itself, and talking about being the first to exit this place is going to set themselves up for better position comes in checkpoint number 3 here. So they need to be able to get these scores in order to be able to move towards the next checkpoint and get all the remaining and environmental targets to create the lead for checkpoint 3.
Oh, speaking about the lead, Team Jordan now twice as much points as compared to their closest rivals, Team Saudi Arabia, hitting the 200 mark, whereas for Team Saudi Arabia, still at the early 100 point mark. But then again, look at the level of distribution among these teams. For Team Saudi Arabia, pretty close with all 4 of their players. While for Team Palestine, still looking to bridge that gap, especially for probably their driver, which is only still at 8%.
Man, Team Jordan, 271, 280, and counting, looking like they would stand a chance to be one of the first few to make an exit here, which is very, very valuable to them, seeing though in the previous match itself, it's the head start that they got in checkpoint 3, which enabled them to create such a huge gap from the likes of Team Palestine, who has been historically relentless inside checkpoint 3.
Well, Team Jordan now with 386 points, only a little bit more to the 400 point mark, and it is their turn to say, here we go guys, we're on to section number 3, and I dare the rest of you to come catch up onto us. So far so good for Team Jordan, who managed to finish number 1 in the previous track. So far so consistent for them, but as we have seen multiple times again, it's going to be section number 3 that will determine the team to finish first.
Big ups on them, Jordan. Team Jordan, at the very least, makes a move across the desert dunes here. Beach flags after beach flags. They find themselves comfortably ahead. The rest of the team, they are halfway through this entire circuit before the next checkpoint, and still no other teams have left checkpoint 2 just yet.
Oh yeah, okay. So we got a couple of them now, all right. So the next one is Team Saudi Arabia, now followed by Team Palestine. So it is only left with Team Bahrain, surprisingly, the last team to leave section number 2. So it's going to be a lot of work that they need to do in section number 3 in order for them to catch up to that number 1 spot again. Because right now, as of the 3 rounds that we have completed, Team Bahrain, who was the champions in the close qualifiers, who directly qualified onto the regional finals right now, has yet to get a number 1. Not even for a single round, but oh, flip there. Oh no, and that is Team Palestine. They need to recover themselves.
Their recovery was great, so thank God for Team Palestine here, not slowed down, did not have to exercise the reset of the vehicle. And so, but it is Team Jordan who makes their way into checkpoints first, and now they can scour the most and easiest and obvious of targets to get their lead in way and in place before that begins. But again, Team Palestine fumbled a little bit on the drive, now drifts a little further than Team Saudi Arabia.
Oh, and that one small opportunity to at least be on par or maybe even catch up to their opponent right in front of them. Unfortunately, that was let go. But then again, Team Palestine, we know that their specialty, it lies within section number 3. They'll be okay. They'll be fine. They can let it go for sure. But now, coming into section number 3, as we await the start of section number 3's objective, that is where we will definitely see the best out of Team Palestine.
Yeah, but for this rest of these teams, including Team Palestine, I believe they've shaved off about, they're wasted, actually, not shaved off, about at least 30 seconds or under with that travel delay and not having the first head start. So Team Jordan, with 30 seconds, theoretically, they can get 50 points ahead of their competitions, and they do, reflected on the scores itself.
Flying targets activated.
Ooh, okay, here we go. So Team Jordan starts off the challenge with 52 points as a start. A little bit of a head start against Team Palestine, who's 50% below them. But for Team Palestine, we know that this is their specialty. Earlier on, it was an even bigger gap, but this time around, the gap is not as far as before. So it will take the math logic. It does. The record does show that Team Palestine will be able to catch up to the number 1.
But right now, Team Jordan, they have figured out their way to play this one out. Do they have members on the ground also perching forward? Because I do see a purple Team Palestine doing what Team Jordan was doing in the previous round.
All right, because if Team Jordan is able to get the number 1 in this round, overtake Team Palestine, meaning that they would have cracked the formula for themselves, because they would have been getting the same level of consistency with Team Palestine, number one twice. Number 1 twice for Team Palestine, number 1 twice for Team Jordan. Basically, they've cracked the code for themselves, and like what you said before, all they need to do after that is just to crack the code for Section 1 and Section 2, and they are pretty on par. But Team Palestine not going to go down with a fight. Look at that, overtaking Team Jordan.
Yeah, this has always been the bread and butter for Team Palestine here. They seem to just know their way around this pentagon or this symmetrical shaped arena. Getting 222, 232 right now, 10 points immediately in mere seconds as they build up towards that 500 pointers. Only 13 minutes so far. If they were to stick towards the 16-minute mark, they'll be in a good position to end this at number 1.
Okay, for this track, I was about to say that nobody's shooting from behind, just like what is done before, but this track, that kind of position kind of makes sense because there's like this hill behind, so you can elevate yourself. Oh, that's why we have more athletes at the back of this shooting range. But that would make more sense as compared to before, because you can elevate yourself to be above that bar, so you have a wider view and you can shoot, like, obviously you can send 2 people from the front, 2 people from the back. I think that's great. So this strategy here in this track makes sense. But for the rest, I'm still trying to figure out.
So I know some teams like to position themselves in a off angle to maybe, you know, get some of the shots done on their end. But the question is, now the requirements to rotate is a pretty heavy requirement. Look at that. Immediately they have to pick up players from the far side and run back into the podium just to set up for a potential finish. And actually, that strategy did not work out for Team Bahrain. They're only at 132 and they evacuated all investments of players on the back end.
Yeah, you're right. It was interesting to see that. Like, they had the full squad behind there. They took them out. There was time wasted. And I guess they evaluated the situation to say that, okay, this is somewhat of an experiment for them. And it didn't work out. It's fine. We'll reset ourselves after this. So I guess this is somewhat a learning for them that they might not repeat in the following rounds. Or maybe because they tried to do this because they saw that in previous tracks, other teams did it. And they're like, hey, let us try. But then again, it's not for us.
Yeah, it worked out in the track number 3, actually. Team Bahrain and Team Jordan did the same thing. But this time around, it is Team Palestine who moves on forward. Still looking like they might end this in a 16-minute mark here. A good standard to go off, especially within the West Asian region. They just need to make sure they get this one right. And, well, I guess they're still moving forward. They weren't held back, and I think that's the best you could ask for. It's either you go take the route from the ground side or from the top side hills, but never get stuck in between.
Yeah, the teams from East Asia, the success rate of that jump is like 90%. Like there was maybe only once or twice that they failed. But the success rate for teams from West Asia is maybe the opposite.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's also another point to take note of if you want to try to optimize that route. That is quite an obvious one.
Because if you get that part right, it's pretty much a free, what's the word? A free aerial propulsion towards the roadside, and you actually translate those momentum over. Look at that. In the West Asia region, people just ignore it and avoid it, and that one got into a short accident with the Caucasus vehicle there. Team Jordan, oh my god, just accumulating more time being wasted here. That is not going to feel good in terms of the efficiency's sake.
Yeah. Interestingly, Team Jordan just totally ignored the bridge. It's like, nope, ain't gonna have any of that. Okay, they'll just end the round just by following on the route below the bridge. But there were so many obstacles below it.
Yeah, I was just about to say that they avoided the bridge because of the potential crash that they may have in wrongly timing this boost, but they find themselves in more obstacles down below.
Yeah, I know, right? So, okay, so this is the trade-off, right? Like, what would you prefer? I would say I would prefer to try to challenge myself. Like, take the bridge out. If it works, great. If it doesn't, I'm still going to be in the lower ground where all the obstacles are there anyway.
I mean, the worst-case scenario is you could hit the edge of the next bridge, your car falls and it flips over, and then you have to use the reset, which is 10 seconds. Right? So I think that was the potential risk. Look at that. Oh, okay. They did not make it as well. Not enough of the boosters.
Okay. Huh? Yeah, we still wait. To my memory, I don't remember seeing West Asian team actually making it through like all the way, like from this bridge. Correct me if I'm wrong, but anyway, hopefully we'll be able to see that.
Yeah.
Maybe with there's one more team, Bahrain, to be able to do it. If not, we'll still be running this track again after we are back from the break.
Yeah, so they have a second chance to try and optimize their approach of this one. Maybe did they potentially exhausted all their petrols and gasolines in approaching this? Because each and every one of them avoided, including Team Bahrain.
Including Team Bahrain, the team. Okay, that just had to happen. All right. At least they don't need to use the reset button.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they shaved a little bit there. Instead of 10 seconds added onto the clock, maybe they get 6 in trying to recover.
Yeah. So okay. Yeah. So that's still a penalty for themselves at the end of the day. Yeah. I know it's the seeding stage, but it's all about like taking on these opportunities to also improve yourself as part of preparations for the Asian Games later on.
But that was it. And track number 4 has concluded. That is the match number 1 here for the West Asian Regional Finals at the Road to Asian Games PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. We're up to quite I wanted to say a good and decent and fast start, but ever since we've seen the East Asian and how they set themselves up for the standards of a 13-minute gameplays, it's fairly moderately long.
Expectations, my friend.
Yeah,
has been said. Not gonna lie about that. Yeah, even like yesterday because we casted this first series, right? And we're like, okay, yeah, it's getting faster and faster as the tracks goes by. Like they're starting to learn. But the moment it switches to the other region, it's like, okay, this is a whole new world.
Yeah, things just feel so much different, right? It's the wow factor. You get into the pond, you feel like, oh, 16 minutes, you're the big fish in the sea. You know, you're dominant. No one can beat that. Then you move that fish into the entire ocean, and suddenly you're looking at 10 seconds fishes. Fishes have finished things in 10 seconds. That's insane.
Yeah, but speaking about insane, again, the team that gets the number 1 spot, Team Palestine, 19 speed ups, the lowest of them all. It's like, who needs speed ups, guys? We're cool.
Yeah, the speed ups is only as good as your ability to drive. So if you're not crashing into things, maybe that speed up could directly translate into, you know, the least amount of time that you could finish the entire map. But if that speed up is actually getting you to crash on things and you having to recover, that could be disastrous.
Well, what's not a disaster is, of course, our FAW Audi Super A player. This time around, I believe for the first time, Choto from Team Bahrain being the top point collector amongst them all, but trailing really close behind is Easy from the Team Saudi Arabia with only 6 points difference.
Yeah, and Timon 414 and Batika 406. I don't remember what the record was, but I think the highest still was from Team Oman with like 570-ish pointers, right?
I think I kind of remember vaguely that there was a 600-ish.
There was a 600-ish.
Yeah, I think it was from Macau, China or something. If I'm not mistaken.
Then that guy needs some sort of a shout out. But here, a referee noticed Salman from Team Bahrain blocking another team's vehicle during the 3rd game. Wow. I don't know what to say. But it's all Adrian Hendrix's. It's his call, man. It's Adrian Hendrix's. And here we go again with his partner in crime, Jack, with another referee notice here. An unexpected bug.
Oh, okay.
Oh, this was the one, the rehost.
Right, so this was the rehost, right, ladies and gentlemen. So here's the explanation. Okay, read it through, and it is what it is at the end of the day. But great job to the people working out behind the scenes as well for keeping everything in check. Yeah. And to ensure that all of us get the best experience possible.
Yeah, man. Hey, just heads up, man. High five onto Adrian Hendrix and Jack. Thank you for catching all these nuances that happens in game. So at least if anyone wants to refer you to anything, they know your name.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Sometimes it's a good thing, sometimes not so good. Yeah, it depends on the scenario.
Yeah, but you know what could be good?
Yeah.
A chance and moment with the players.
Oh, yeah.
Which is not happening yet. I guess Tash is still in the bathroom.
She's still, doing her makeup, getting prepped up. Going through her notes or whatever she's doing right now.
Wait, she's got notes? I thought everything here was done so professionally that there were no notes.
I mean, it's Tash. She doesn't need notes.
Exactly.
Now that I think about it, yeah.
She's just a people person, you know?
But you know what, Tash? She has this goal of using a different piece of the wardrobe every day.
Oh.
So
what is she wearing today?
Well, honestly, I didn't get to see it because I was out around doing other stuff. So I don't know what she's wearing today. So to me, it's going to be a surprise. Yeah. And it's definitely a surprise to the audience as well. So don't want to miss out the surprise. I'm just trying to put, breadcrumbs all over so that you guys come back. Don't leave the stream yet.
No, yeah, definitely don't leave the stream. If you have to
don't.
go somewhere, do your errands, you can always keep this one running, right? Because why wouldn't you? I know that's not a strong argument to make, but why wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't you? Yeah, because we're still here. Okay. You know what else is still here? So for some IQ 11. Yeah.
Very nice.
Okay, so for our audiences out there, sometimes they think that, is this a green screen? Is this an actual set? Yeah, guys, this is an actual set, by the way.
We can physically touch it, but we don't want to break anything.
Yeah. Especially I don't want to break this.
Yeah.
But it's physically in front of me, and I'm looking at it, and it's a beautiful piece. So if you get the chance to be able to see this in person, do that. But you know what? We got to see something else in person. And that's going to be Tash Bunny. So Tash, take it away.
Thank you very much, casters. And now with me, I have Waloed from Bahrain. And this is going to be really exciting for them. Today is the first day for them here in the West Asia Finals. Waloed, how are you feeling?
I'm good. And how are you?
I'm fine. Thank you so much for asking. So now, their performance, I mean, it's your first day today, obviously. And is your team facing a lot of pressure? And do you think that pressure is impacting your team's performance?
Yes, it is our first day. And it is impacting our team.
It's impacting your team?
Yeah.
Do you guys think that you guys are too nervous to make it up to the top side? Is that what's making you make mistakes?
Yeah, because we never faced those teams. We played on the first day in the seeding round. We were solo.
You guys were solo, and now you
Yeah.
guys are against other teams.
Yeah, against other teams.
Yeah, so it is very, very impacting. And now let's look at the seedings again. You guys were on the top spot. Now straight out to here. You guys didn't have any time to practice. Do you guys think that impacted your performance today?
Yeah, it's impacting in our performance a lot.
Do you guys think that it will, to make it out onto the top side of there, what do you guys think you guys need to do better? Do you guys need to shoot better?
Yeah, we need to communicate more. Like, teamwork is important, and shooting also.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they need to do. I'm really excited to see if you guys make it out on top. Thank you so much, Waloed, for spending time with us. And now we're going to just toss it back to the casters. Let's go.
Well, that is a very interesting piece of information. I didn't know during the seeding plays it was just a solo run and the best timer was seeded through. So that puts things in perspective. That's why we thought that, hey, why is Team Bahrain just outshining the rest? Well, turns out it's a total different gameplay, totally different way of playing, because now back then you didn't have to compete for the targets.
Yeah, but okay, interesting number here, right? So Team Palestine and Team Jordan is only about 30 seconds difference from each other. This is super close. That is like equivalent to using 3 resets. Yeah, that is tight there. So, I mean, the race for the bragging rights, in other words, right?
Talking about the resets.
Right.
They did use 2, right? So I think Team Palestine needs to add 20 seconds in that, or they're so close because of those resets itself. But we'll find out more enough here coming into the next match with the new 4-track sets here. But before we get into that long hurdle, a quick break from the both of us. It's Sir Cloud. My name is Keith. I'll see you in the next one.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 e-tron，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配 2K 144赫兹1流全感屏，流畅又清晰。有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。 全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，音像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞悦享操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Welcome back, ladies and gents. Even though it's a different face right now, but definitely we are still watching the same game here, which is going to be Road to Asian Games 2022 with me, Choo Choo and Keith, and we're going to the finals for the West Asia.
I didn't even know what happened, but Cloud disappeared and out came Choo Choo, so I guess you're the sunshine after the cloudy day.
Wow.
Wow.
I didn't see that one coming. Thanks. But hey, speaking of which, I have this sort of a behind-the-scene discussion, right? We do have Bahrain joining back with us in the West Asia, even though they're one of the best teams before this, which during the grouping stage or the qualifier stage, it happens to be like they're having a bit of a struggle here to overtake, example, especially Palestine team, who happen to be so strong right now.
That is correct.
Yeah.
And I actually heard the Team Bahrain on the outside, okay? Don't tell them I told you this.
I mean, like, everybody can hear it.
And so they were having the team discussion, and I just like eavesdropped, for lack of a better word. And I heard the coach telling them, this is what happens when you change the plan. Don't change the plan. Don't change your style.
What did they change?
I don't know, but it beats me because we didn't watch them in the seeding round. So they might have done something there because that explains why they were the region #1 before.
Well, what I know is that the adaptation coming up from Palestine and Jordan as well, because they played so much up to the point they can play with their eyes closed. So if you compare with Bahrain, how much the frequency they actually do play in the tracks, you have to give it up to Palestine and Jordan because they do have the experience most. But at the same time, make me question the side of Team Saudi Arabia then, because what happened to them?
I think, historically speaking, since yesterday during the West Asian region seeding group stage, right, they weren't doing too hot as well, right? Sure. But it is because, I hate to phrase it the way I did, but the barrier of entry was low because Team Oman just always are at the bottom. They always struggle at chapter 3. No matter how tough Team Saudi Arabia struggled, they were still going to make it anyways. So here they are today.
That's kind of true. It is what it is. We're going to deny that. And speaking of which, I'm looking for, you know what? I bumped into one of the Palestine players. And they were like, why? We saw the warnings given before for the players that block vehicles, right?
Yeah.
They were complaining like, they're blocking us. What can we do? Whoa, why did they block us? It's okay, bro. You just do whatever you need to do because we do have another warning. So many warnings today. Warning to the Bahrain players were alluded for intentionally blocking another team's shooting by using vehicle as the obstacle during the 4th game of PUBG Mobile Asian Games version West Asia Final Stage Match 1. Now, this is another level of blocking.
I thought I saw that.
We mentioned this yesterday.
During one of the retracting targets phase, there was a car in front of everyone. But that was ground level. Nobody shoots at the ground level. I know there is, but come on, that's not majority of where the people would play it from.
Oh man, I mean, like, speaking of loopholes and also playing your best. Thanks, yeah, I know I'm short. Thanks for raising my chair. I'm just going to say it out loud because I did just now. We do have this 4 teams, which are going to be coming up from Team Palestine. We do have Team Jordan, Team Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and Team Bahrain. Now, speaking of which, so far, Bahrain used to be crowned as the best team, which why they advanced forward compared to all the other teams that fought yesterday, including Palestine, Jordan, and KSA or Team Saudi Arabia. But because of them, we can call it sort of a lower bracket, right? Where you have to fight more games, right?
I guess.
So, because they do actually have to play more tracks, it just gives them more time to exercise and being a habit about each terrain, what you need to avoid, what kind of drive, and how much consistency of the speed of the driving you need to do, and maybe even kind of memorize your hand gesture, where would the target spawn?
I think a lot of the factor is also, it's because it's not a fair one-to-one comparison, right? During the interview with Tash, the man mentioned, I'm not sure, I forgot, was it Walud? But he said that they're not equipped for this sort of lobby battle. When they were playing the seeding round, it was just them in the lobby, and I think maybe they're based on time taken to finish the entire track by themselves. Now when you're playing with other teams within the same lobby, you have to compete with the same target and hit markers and so much resources and so on and so forth. So by that hindsight, I don't think they were equipped to what's in front of them, and that goes to the side of Team Palestine and Team Jordan as the most potential victor since yesterday.
I agree. Back towards our second round here. Back to track 1. Their final chance to make it or break it, because by the end of this 4 tracks, there's no more second chances for each of this team. We're starting off our start point, Baltimore, ended up right on top of Puerto Parisa for track number 1. These teams have to go through first objective on top of Monte-Novo, then on top of it it's going to be Picado. Last but not least, to the finish line later, well, they have to race it out. We do know first track is going to be one of the shortest one, and not too tricky when it comes to the terrain, but it's all down to the players, how well they communicate. And the athletes, how do they want to find the objectives first? What needed to be done? And since the start of landing down the parachute, they have to, keep their time measured, because right now Palestine once more leading off as a frontliner.
Yeah, they are moving and zooming here, but this corner, they have to make it right, and Team Palestine as efficiently as possible. They were able to get through here and increase the gap in between Team Palestine and Team Jordan. Team Jordan will try their best with the boost, but it's all these curves, this perfect handling coming from Team Palestine, making sure that they're not slowed down in any shape or form when making this maneuver. The same cannot be said, unfortunately, for Team Bahrain, who crashed onto the top sides. And as I mentioned, Team Palestine crashes into an obstacle as well, in which gave chance onto Team Jordan to close in that gap.
Speaking of closing up the gap, it seems like each other have been overtaken. But what happened to Palestine? Why did they stop? They stopped themselves halfway. What is happening? They were in the lead. And this is something that's so crucial at this point.
Oh, everyone's just going hair-wired. I think that's the sound. The vehicular transportation is just not working as well as it should have. So maybe technical error there. They got to send it back to the garage, get the ones that are actually serviced up to go onto the road. So that's why you got to get yourself an Audi. You just get these problems out of the way.
Yeah, that's true. Every life problem we're just blown away if we have a physical audio right in front of us.
Hands down.
I mean, like, if in front of us, literally, we can't. Nobody can see our faces then.
But that's not a problem, because they're looking at a handsome car.
And that's true.
So solve the problem too.
Better than us. People do willing to look at a car than us. But speaking of the teams right now, we're going to have a bit of a remake, if I'm not mistaken. It's no fun if there's no hiccups in the tournament, right? This is what making it a bit of sweet and bitter memories for the teams as well. But coming up from Team Palestine, man, I mean, what can stop them right now when it comes to this group, particularly West Asia? Because we do know the standard, or not really, the main goal for each of the team to break the record of 10 minutes coming out from East Asia region. Team China still holding that record.
Yeah, so we've discussed it. I mean, Sarah Cloud and myself, we've discussed about this. And right now, it doesn't seem likely, right? Sure. Is there a need for the West Asian region to refine in order to even stand a chance against the East Asian region? Hands down. But can they do it this time around? I don't think so. So luckily for them, they're not going to compete with the East Asian region within this event. But when it comes to the main Asian games, this is just the road towards it, not the main one just
That's why we need the Audi to just get into our last destination.
Exactly.
The journey of the road. When there's a road, there's a car, and that's why we do have Audi this time, guys.
Yeah, because it's something to be of concern, right? You're talking about West Asian region averaging their game time to 16-17 minutes.
True.
Which is nowhere near the 13 minutes all in the East Asian region.
Oh, they are
better yet
beasts.
to even compete with China's 10 minutes.
They are different beasts entirely. I don't know how these guys actually do it, but it's something that makes me wonder about my own life. Like, at least all of us are Asians, right?
Yeah.
At least that. When life happens, sometimes if you're Asian, things will get better. At least, all of us are Asian, so things will get better for these teams as well. Just because you're Asian too. But speaking of which, we do know Bahrain used to be #1, maybe because they don't have. It's something that you should not be happy about. Sometimes you get to advance earlier than the rest of the team, since the other teams do have more time to get used to the map, get used to the terrain, get used to all the target and practice that they needed. Now, Bahrain used to be #1. how is it enough for them? Will it be enough time for them to only have these 4 tracks remaining to play a catch-up game?
4 tracks remaining catch-up game. I'm sure it is still in the realm of possibilities. They're not too far off. That's one thing good going to the side of Team Bahrain. They're not in 3rd place because they were just too far off from 1st and 2nd. So in this 4 tracks, they can. But at the same time, is Team Palestine and Team Jordan going to let them? That's a separate story altogether.
But you have to give it for Team Palestine. When we saw the Audi Super A players, 2 of the Palestine players already up there. It just shows how much firepower and how much accuracy coming up from this one particular team of Palestine. But we're jumping back into our track number 1 in the 2nd round. Will they have the same lead for Team Palestine, or will it be different this time? Because we do know the moment they jump out from this flight, this is where the race starts off, not before, not after, when they actually get into their own respective vehicle, because it's all down to how well you land yourself.
They are just going to nosedive their way down. That sort of landing could have been pretty fatal if it was real life, but thankfully this is esports. It's a virtual reality in which we like to live from. Off they go, all these teams. Jordan in yellow, Palestine in red.
We have to write that down now, don't we? But on the side of Bahrain, catching up to the side of Team Jordan this time, which is going to be just followed closely behind by Team Palestine. I'm loving this, but I'm nowhere near seeing Team Saudi Arabia just yet. But so far, Team Jordan is taking the lead, and they make a very flashy U-turn, but a bit too much U-turn from the side of Team Bahrain. That bought them too much time and been overtaken by Team Palestine.
That's exactly why Team Palestine is the phenom that they are, and alongside with Team Jordan themselves. It's because they really know these maps and how to get into these corners and exits the most optimal way possible, not losing too much time during the duration here. So Team Jordan will maintain this lead, actually negating this sharp curve and paving their roads of themselves. They will take the lead for the time being, but comes the challenge, that's where everyone will reconvene and they will play for another set of time itself.
Still taking the lead is going to be Team Palestine as per usual. They're going to get themselves in the first objective or first checkpoint. Hopefully nobody stumbled here. But so far everybody landing on their 4 wheels. But Jordan, in a fashion way, making a bit of a drift, taking the lead towards the front, reaching out to their first checkpoint. While followed closely behind is going to be as per usual Palestine. And next we do have Team Saudi Arabia. Team Bahrain feels like they're having some problems with the terrain.
Trailing from the far end. Luckily it's just checkpoint number 1 and they're not too far out. They still made it within the 120-second mark. But the place that they landed from, this entire building has already been occupied and looted by their opponents here in yellow. That would be Team Jordan. So while they were looting, this capitalistic advancement coming up from Team Bahrain is just perfect. Instead of opting to go into the building to loot, they immediately take away from Team Jordan the targets that were readily available.
But at the same time, well, we did mention about 120 seconds will be a bit of a downtime, but if you know exactly where the spawn of those targets, you definitely will take use of it. But right now, Palestine definitely in the lead with 44 points before even the opening of the first checkpoint. Now, while they try to find all their target, they have to snatch it away from all the other teams as well, making sure they will see it first. Even though you see it first, it doesn't mean you will shoot it down first.
Yeah, and right now they're even across the board. Look at that, 60 points, 56, 50 points, 40 points. Everyone's getting a piece of this pizza pie, and right now the 4-color target is active.
Yep, it will be randomly generated for the athletes, but at the same time, it's all about their placement. How do they place their players and the athletes? How do they place themselves for the position to make sure they can get maximum efficiency in these objectives right now? Not all 4 of them will be here. We do know for a fact the other 2 might probably try to find the other targets around the same compound, but so far, Palestine and Team coming up from Jordan, surprisingly, even though Team Palestine do have the lead, but Team Jordan, when it comes to the reflex in his first objective, they are leading off a chart.
Almost hitting the 300 mark, which is the goal for this game here. Team Jordan, they arrive first and is about to leave the first here, unless Team Saudi Arabia has got something to say about it, but less likely than some. Team Jordan and Team Saudi Arabia both will get the chance to exit at the same time. And now it goes down to a neck-and-neck race. What? I didn't know that interaction was possible, but that might have just messed them up a little bit in the crosshairs.
You know you were aiming for something, then you got bumped by a car. You happen to be flipping in mid-air and just your target run amok. Thanks to that for Team Jordan. But following closely behind, next leaving out the first objective is going to be Team Saudi Arabia closely behind. But for the other two teams, they are still in checkpoint 1, which is going to be Team Bahrain and Team Palestine. Surprisingly coming up very late this time, but not too far off either. But looking at our future gaming flagship, IQ11, this is going to be an amazing highlight. Thank you so much for IQ11. But so far coming up from Jordan, there will be Team Jordan reaching out the second checkpoint. But you know the terrain, sometimes you got stuck. Yeah. Unintentionally, of course.
That happens more often than not here in the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version here. Now, talking about Team Palestine, surprising as it may be, they have always been a slow-running team. If it wasn't for the checkpoint number 3, Team Palestine may not have gotten the same opportunity as they have currently. But it's just that Team Palestine, their ace in a hole is chapter 3, is checkpoint number 3 with the flying targets. They just know how to play it so well to be able to gap close on the events and go through the finish line.
I have a feeling a lot of teams managed to learn a lot coming out from East Asia region yesterday, how to place themselves when it comes to the last checkpoint here, because that's going to be make it or break it, and that's going to be the turning tide for them as well. But still, coming up from the side of Team Jordan, they do have the advantage to clear out those compounds, to find those hidden targets first, than the rest of all the other teams. Well, I do have Team Palestine coming out very late alongside with Team Bahrain. Surprisingly, Team Palestine coming up the last place this time. Well, when it comes to the final checkpoint, that's where everything just happened to be turned.
Everything has turned to turd. That is one way to go about it. I just had to. That was an opportunity I would regret not taking. But right now, talking about taking opportunities here, Team Jordan getting some pointers onto their way. They have gotten the first loot and they have gotten first sight onto all these targets that were available. They should make this advantage worth the while. They have to come in with enough lead points to potentially set them up with an early exit onto the next.
And aside from Team Palestine trying to find a target, it's not an easy feat here. If you're late into it, the usual spot that you know will spawn this target will be taken or snatched away by the team that's coming up first. And Team Jordan leading up the score again in the section 2 or the second objective. But 3 more seconds to go. Here comes our retracted targets coming out from those buildings. And these guys already taken their position.
Shooting across these windows. They got to get it first and fast before someone else does, or before it retracts upon them. Hence the theme of this game itself. So far within the score section, neck and neck with Team Saudi Arabia and Team Jordan. A very, very minuscule difference, only by 1 target apart, but it is Team Jordan who takes on the lead, and someone has gotten themselves the 40 pointers with the airdrop. I believe that was Team Palestine who got quite a bit of a bump there.
For the side of Team Palestine, still halfway to go to catch up to Team Jordan. Happened to be in last place for Team Palestine. But as per usual, this is not something surprising anymore, even though they always place themselves first in every single track in the last round. The first round it is. But for the second round, I assume it's going to be the same thing happen all over again. That's where the third checkpoint will be the game changer coming up from Team Palestine. But for Team Jordan, on the other hand, taking the lead will be the first one to leave the second objective or second checkpoint once more.
Now for Team Jordan, it is very paramount that they go out as early as possible and into the next checkpoint, because we've seen it now that Team Jordan, their competency within checkpoint 3 has increased tremendously, and beating the likes of Team Palestine, denying that sort of comeback that Team Palestine was formerly known for doing within the late stages of a track itself. And so with this, with Team Jordan hitting the 400 faster than the likes of Team Palestine might just set them up for yet again another first place finish.
Team Palestine is catching up as well, but quite left behind. Team Bahrain plays himself in the third place, while Team Jordan been pushed down as Team Saudi Arabia catching up as a tie, but taking the lead as we speak. 3 more points to go, and the first one to leave this vicinity is going to Team Saudi Arabia, knowing the fact they already scored themselves over 400. All they need to do is just hop onto those vehicles, but all teams happen to hop on the same time. We talk about 3 teams clearing out the second objective in the same time, while Team Palestine being left behind. They just hop onto their vehicle. It's just maybe in between them, the gap is just less than 10 seconds.
That was picture perfect for the likes of this round right here. All 3 teams getting it at the same moment immediately. Everyone makes an exit, but Team Jordan has gotten a little bit of a millisecond upper hand, and they will make their way onto the next checkpoint and hopefully start the time and capitalize on some of these targets and loots available before the rest of them make their way in. But trailing on behind, very close apart, and this might just be it to put them on a hold here. Team Jordan got stuck a little bit on their advancement, and instantaneously Team Saudi Arabia comes in and goes airborne to capitalize on that perfect movement, capitalizing on these ramps with the air, going airborne, and will take on that lead.
Team Jordan, due to they're stuck in those terrain just now, they couldn't take it to the ramp, and they have to make a bit of a longer rotation across the border, but they are back into the track here with them taking the lead once more. Now they do actually have a bit of a bump in the road, but this time they have it stable and steady and flying across mid-air, falling back. It's going to be Saudi Arabia, but coming out quite a distance, quite a gap in between Team Bahrain and Palestine. Will plays themselves third and fourth, but we're talking about a final objective here, and this is it, Teeth. This is where everything changed for the teams, but they bumped themselves in the wall.
Still recoverable. Thankfully, that one actually pretty much gave them some sort of air time, hang time here. So, and not the worst of scenarios. They will activate the 120 seconds counter immediately, have to make the exit, run into the vehicle, into the buildings, take as much resources, and make sure they shoot the targets that they find on site, because all the rest of the teams are coming in and they're going to take a piece of that pie and leaving nothing left for you.
But coming up for all the other teams, I assume that's all 4 teams coming in at the same time, just a couple of seconds in between there. So definitely not a disadvantage for teams placing themselves third and fourth. That's going to be Team Bahrain and Team Palestine for now. They're catching up to the numbers as well, as Team Saudi Arabia taking the lead with over 20 points for now before even the start of a final checkpoint. 126 seconds on the countdown right now. They need to use this time wisely. Try to find and be more proactive than they used to be, because this is the final round in the West Asia final region right now. If they're done with this final track of track 1, and that's it. There's no more repeat for track 1 after this.
Let's see how they play this one out. We've seen a couple of strategies. Again, this time mimicry off what was previously shown. Team Jordan taking a sandwich approach, one from the off-flank angle and one from the main podium itself, trying to shoot down some of these discs. This flying target, which has posed so many trouble to so many teams, and Team Saudi Arabia has been one of those teams who's unfortunate enough to always fallen short within these events.
It's kind of true, because we see the numbers climbing up here for the team that placing themselves third and fourth. Team Bahrain and Team Palestine catching up, where Team Saudi Arabia struggles to find all the discs flying across to shoot them down. They do have the lead still, but the gap is not too far either. Within reach for Team Bahrain. Now this is where Team Palestine from number 4 climb up to second. You have to give it to them. Feels like this is their forte. They even cut across number 1 now, taking the lead. But instead, Team Saudi Arabia pushed down to second place, and the gap starts to open up and stretch out as Team Palestine now overtaken again by Team Saudi Arabia. My oh my, this is a neck to neck till the end.
Just another walk in the park here for Team Palestine. We know that this is their event. They will always flunk in the first 2 checkpoints, but this is the one that matters, and this is the one that counts 192, immediately taking over that lead. But what's more impressive is the sheer resilience coming out from Team Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. For them to go neck and neck, in which they're known for not being able to close things off in this checkpoint number 3, is outstanding going their way. And we could potentially even see the first ever first place finish coming in from Saudi Arabia.
I would love to see that happen, but it's all sometimes up to a certain point, no matter how resilient you are, no matter how much tenacity you have, but when it comes to shooting down the target, like I mentioned before yesterday, if you miss, you miss. There's no way around it. It feels like they happen to be hitting a bit of a stagnant here from Team Saudi Arabia. A bit slow when it comes to climbing up those numbers up. But Team Palestine still trying to catch up. But coming up from Team Bahrain, on the other hand, if you're late shooting those down, it will be stolen away by different teams right across you.
And it's being done as we speak, and just so fortunately, that team is Team Saudi Arabia. 388 out of the 500, looking for 100 plus more. 120 could do it within the bag here. 398 and counting, nearly breaking the 400 mark here, increasing that gap between number 1 and number 2. It is all going down to a single moment of clarity, and they have to make this one count. Team Saudi Arabia, this is so close. This is the closest they've ever been to a number 1 finish.
Well, I mean, like, I just hope nothing actually happens in the way. Right now, in the 400s, it's going to be just 2 teams for now, while Team Jordan and Team Bahrain still have a lot of catching up to do. Almost hitting 450s. Team Saudi Arabia so close at the finish line as well. All they need to do is just finish off the third objective, which is going to be just less than 20 points away. And they need to just having a go, but catching up. Team Palestine overtaking the lead once more. All they need to find is just 2 more targets, and they can leave this one objective and just right into the sunset. And they will do just that. They hop onto the vehicle. Same goes the same time as Team Jordan as well and Team Saudi Arabia.
That was unfortunate. Team Jordan was the one who actually gets the leading start towards closing this track number 1. It was the best chance for Team Saudi Arabia, but they have to not waver here. They can still try and rush it for the second place, or maybe even overtake them within the journey. We've seen time and time again, mistakes do happen. And Team Palestine, there is still a chance that they might tip a car over, although slim.
Are you hoping them to do that?
Although slim.
The way you say it.
Because they historically they have tipped many vehicles before.
Oh, okay.
Because they're driving very, very fast.
The data don't lie. Yeah, the data don't lie, guys. But hopefully that's not the case here. This is going to be a sharp turn for these guys to make into the advancement and the finish line. And they didn't make a mistake, and they are in it for the win. As Team Palestine finish off first, even though they were having a tough time in 2 first objectives.
Unfortunately for Team Saudi Arabia, as great as their attempt was, they have to just bow out to the better team here in track number 1. That would be them getting second place for the first time, so it's still something to be proud of. If they can maintain this sheer consistency, they are setting themselves up for better positions should later tournament dates come about. Even though the day's not over just yet, 3 more tracks to go.
That's kind of true, but at the same time, this is yet one of the best time and best round for Team Saudi Arabia. I just hope the momentum keep on going up and not decreasing for the next few rounds. But Team Jordan plays himself as a third. A bit of a gap for the time here between these 3 teams. Over a minute, if you ask me, when compared to Team Palestine, but finally Bahrain. But I'm loving the fact it's not too big of a gap between these teams. But congratulations again, as Team Palestine. What a consistency they have shown to us for the entire day.
And this is what we're talking about, right? Like, when it comes to checkpoint 3, you have to just bow out to Team Palestine. They're just phenomenal in that round. I don't know how they do it or whatever the strategy that they have. They just seem to hit the mark, and they seem to pull in the numbers when it comes to that third event itself, which is remarkable. The only way I could see people winning against them in that regard is to always create enough lead time within the beginning in order to, maybe making the difference comes checkpoint 3.
I think it's all about the angle where you're shooting at when it comes to the final checkpoint. And we saw that yesterday. You know, it's so different if we compare. We cannot stop comparing, right?
Yeah.
Between West Asia and East Asia. And when you look at East Asia, that time, even on the last place, the fourth team, still have faster finishing compared to the West Asia. It's all because of how they place themselves in an angle that they do know this is going to be the maximum efficiency that we can get. But if we look at West Asia, feels like still trying to find themselves the footing, but so far it has been great for their growth and their progress. Coming up from first place again, Team Palestine never fails us.
Yeah, I think one of the contributing factor as well to consider in the results comparing the West Asian side with the East Asian side is the fact that East Asian side, they always manage to get 100 points before the event begins, which makes their completion much faster. But looking at the Audi Super A player right now, 2 from Bahrain across the board at 368, 363, all within the 300 range, which is great, but probably not enough, seeing as though that Sir Cloud has mentioned that the record was around the 600 mark. So if Audi's going to give something to anyone who is a Super A player, it's going to be that guy.
I agree. That's going to be a standard bar here. But congratulations as well for Team Palestine and Team KSA just now gotten themselves. I think the biggest growth coming out from all the teams in West Asia region right now is going to be Team Saudi Arabia, because before this, we saw it yesterday, always plays himself in the last few. The one that always kind of lagged behind. But today we saw a different team that have a different approach towards this tournament and this track progress. But we do have the second track later on. We do know the longest one is going to be the final track. There's a lot of obstacles in between. If you fail, you got stuck. We saw so many accidents happen yesterday, but nobody harmed. Don't worry about that. It's just a game. But speaking of the next track, do you think there's a chance for finally Team Saudi Arabia to catch up to Team Palestine and finally get themselves the first place in one track?
Do I think, is it possible? Yes. Plausible, hard chance, right? And that's just based on the data itself. All the games that have been played, 4 tracks before this track now, this one's an exception. All 4 tracks before that, they were always at the bottom. So, pop.
Now, before we head into our second track for our final round in the finals of West Asia in RDAG 2022, we're going to head the break for a bit just to have a bit of a discussion what's going to happen next. See you guys after this.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO11系列。标配 2K 144赫兹一流全感屏，流畅又清晰。有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO11系列，未来电竞悦享操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Welcome back, ladies and gents. You guys are tuning into the Road to Asian Games 2022 PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. And this is going to be your cousins for today. It's going to be Choo Choo and Keith. And just now we saw how Team Saudi Arabia almost got themselves the first place for the first time.
Yeah, it came in really close, but unfortunately, you kind of have to make way for the kings of checkpoint 3, that is Team Palestine. Time and time again, working from the bottom, they make themselves and find their way onto the top. And so, would this match be any different? That was the closest Team Saudi Arabia has ever gotten. Can they ride off that high and maybe seal the deal this time round?
That's kind of true. It's all down to the last 3 tracks for the finals of West Asia. If you guys are newbies who just tuned into our RDAG 2022, we still have a lot of regions to go after this. Next, we do have East Asia. That's going to be the toughest region when it comes to Road to Asian Games 2022 PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. Well, very long, yeah. But speaking of West Asia, they're down to 3 more tracks to go to know who will be the best in this region. Are you guys ready as we're heading to our final look in track 2 between these 4 teams representing West Asia?
West Asia it is, just 3 tracks away from actually concluding their run here, and there is waiting at the end an MVP award ceremony, one for the Super A player by Audi themselves, so look forward to that. But right now, this you could consider as a chance to finish in a better position within the overall, or for individuals to make sure they've accumulated enough points that Audi takes notice.
Everybody should try to place themselves in the best parking way possible to make sure they will go very smoothly the moment all the players jump in. And right now, taking the lead, it's going to be Team Saudi Arabia, followed by Team Bahrain. Last but not least, it's going to be Team Jordan, but Team Palestine will be on the third, but overtaken by the others. And now Team Saudi Arabia taking the lead, while Team Jordan trying to follow up and just cut them over. And they will overtake in the very last minute. It's a tricky terrain, and Team Saudi Arabia once more stuck in the corner, have to restart their engines there.
That one small mistake just costed them dearly and time. Team Jordan getting away with it. Goes in with the plunge midway through, taken airborne, and they will be unfazed for the time being, as now Team Bahrain, who got themselves stuck, will need to reset their vehicle, but they cannot seem to find a way to tip things over. Team Bahrain will be held in place for the time being. Another one, it is Team Saudi Arabia who seemingly gets skidded off. It seems like their marker within the minimap is going in a 360 spin much earlier on. And so this is go time and prime moment for Team Jordan to capitalize on such a huge lead.
And going to the ramp side, having it mid-air. Can they land on 4 wheels without being tipping over? Looks like they have a full control, almost tripping. But it's doing fine for the side of Team Jordan, taking a huge lead compared to all the other 3 teams here. But the athletes coming out from Jordan definitely have to be ready for their first checkpoint. They need to utilize the 122nd as much as they can. But for Team Bahrain, what an unfortunate moment here. Tripped over, split vehicle, and nowhere near to flip it back.
This is so unfortunate. Why did not Team Bahrain just utilize on the reset of the entire vehicle? They can do that, and the penalty would only be of 10 seconds. At this point, you contemplating and trying to flip the car back over by yourself is costing more than the mere 10 seconds penalty, and it's just not worth it at this rate.
It's going to be buying them so much, and we've seen this before. And it did not fare so well by the end of the stage. And Team Bahrain used to be one of the best teams before in the grouping stage. Happened to be falling off the crazy as the other teams start to climb up. I have to say, Team KSA, especially Team Saudi Arabia, taking the lead. It just shows how well they know the terrain when it comes to driving to the first and second objectives. It's just the final checkpoint. It's just having some difficulty for them to stay up there the longest.
But right now, I guess third place is seemingly very plausible for Team Saudi Arabia, with the unfortunate event that has struck the likes of Team Bahrain here. Still trying to flip things over while this event has already taken its course. They will be able to come in and get a little bit more pointers on top with all the rest of these teams. Team Palestine playing within this vicinity, looking like they might just make their way onto the next checkpoint.
Oh, but unfortunately for Team Bahrain, kind of stuck still just nearby the starting point. It's just like less than 100 meters from the starting point. They still have a long way to go. Already opened up the gap of more than probably 4 to 8 minutes there if they're late into the first checkpoint here. Coming up from Team Palestine, on the other hand, taking the lead even though they arrive a bit shortly behind from Team Saudi Arabia. But at the same time, Team Saudi Arabia showing such contention. Is it the right word?
Yeah, contention. That was correct.
I can't even bring words around. Back to the side of Team Saudi Arabia, taking the lead once more, holding over 100 points towards the side of Team Palestine, but Team Jordan will be followed closely behind.
Talking about getting close, that is Team Saudi Arabia with the finish points here, and they have done so with such a significant lead. It is time for them to book their way out of there. They were 300 while the likes of Team Palestine were only at 100 pointers. This is it. If we thought that previously was their best chance, now they have that opportunity extended upon them once again. And this time round, Team Bahrain seemingly not in a position to even contest this, which means more available targets for them to take for themselves.
That's kind of true. There's a huge lead coming up from Team Saudi Arabia as well, because there's going to be one lesser team to actually compete with them, and for the others as well. But coming up from Team Bahrain, feels like they're not leaving anytime soon just yet. Maybe just starting to move now. We're talking about 5-minute gaps here, Keith. That's a huge one for you to close up.
I guess they know in the overalls, they could still potentially make it in theory, right? It's only the first checkpoint. So the moment they arrive in that checkpoint, one thing's for sure, they don't have to wait for 120 seconds. They can just finish that, move on to the next, finish that, and then reconvene and make up for lost time comes in the third and final event.
At the same time, 120 seconds do give you so many time to actually find those hidden targets, and that's going to be detrimental to the side of Team Bahrain. But it's not over yet for, you mentioned how it's just still the first checkpoint, but all the other teams on the other end already start to move again, going towards the side of second checkpoint here. Well, that's kind of true. I mean, like, they are the only one in the first checkpoint now. Nobody trying to do something against them or trying to contest against them. So it's going to be a very lonely road on the side of Team Bahrain, but at least there's nobody snatching it away from them.
It's what we call the road with less resistance. Yes, so they're taking the easy way through, but also they are putting themselves up with so much pressure comes checkpoint 3, which means because you're playing late and from behind, you're expecting for a reconvene happening in checkpoint 3 itself, and that's where you have to ace it comparatively to the rest if you want to beat and end this entire track with a more acceptable score.
Hopefully they do have something in mind right now to figure out how for them to catch up the rest of the team who's still on the second checkpoint, not leaving just yet. But the moment they leave, that's where Team Bahrain just going to stab into second checkpoint here. And so far, Team Bahrain is still struggling on the first checkpoint. Hopefully all 4 of them going straight into the target and just going to go and try to take it as much as they can, as fast as they need. Back towards the second checkpoint on the other hand, all the other 3 teams trying to just find all the hidden target while waiting for the platform to open.
And one of the other teams, surprisingly, who always plays from behind, believe it or not, is Team Palestine. So this, I think, I'm honestly not wary about it, but right now Team Palestine seemingly falling off their momentum, especially with now Team Jordan coming up the performance. But someone will get, it is Team Jordan who takes off the airdrop himself, so that's an additional 40 points, and this retractable target has begun with 98, so for 100 onto the side of Team Saudi Arabia, so they seemingly are in position to take away the spotlight, and this should have came in much sooner than later.
Yeah, it feels like it's a very great start coming up from Team Saudi Arabia, and on the side of Team Jordan and Palestine on the other hand, still trying to contest towards the side of Team Saudi Arabia for the numbers. But coming up from Team Bahrain, they're still in the first checkpoint while the others are a bit busy on the second checkpoint here. They have to wrap things up quickly or they'll be left really a big gap in between. And so far when it comes to the team score, Profit, you have to give it to Lei with 50%. of contribution towards the team right now.
I like how within this scene, you hear guns fire blazing throughout the air, you know, it echoes the entire space, and then when they go onto Team Bahrain, it just sounds like...
Because that's a competition right now. But I mean, like, at least they don't have to compete over it for now. There's only 4 of them in that vicinity, but right now they're leaving for first checkpoint, jumping into the second as fast as they can drive. Hopefully nothing happened to them along the process of getting into the second checkpoint. If they caught themselves in another accident, they caught themselves in a stuck position, that's going to be way too hard for them to catch up to the final checkpoint here. While the rest of the team still going for second checkpoint, trying to rank up. But Team Jordan will be the second to leave, and Team Saudi Arabia taking the lead with a huge gap in between.
They have to make this one work. Now they have, oh no, Team Saudi Arabia made the wrong turn. Will have to find their way and recompose a little bit just to make sure that they drove in between beach flags for it to be verified here. Pathways, yeah, unfortunately, that's not one way you can cut things to shave off time. If anything, that kind of increases your time taken. But Team Palestine here and Team Jordan, again, Team Palestine fell into the same trap.
Same spot, exact spot there. 2 times in a row, and that will fall. That will pull down Team Palestine to actually fall towards the third place instead of second here. But Team Jordan, so far, they know the terrain like the back of their hand, not even having some trouble to getting into it. But on the side of Team Bahrain, they just reaching the second checkpoint. Now, can they make it on time to leave? But they do not have any contest when it comes to the retracting target on second checkpoint. Now, they might actually wrap things up way quicker than all the other 3 teams coming up from second checkpoint.
They will, exactly. That's why I mentioned that. Luckily, that's the reason why they didn't want to, I don't know, just end the game or something because their vehicle got stuck, because we've seen it being done before. Once you flip it over, no matter how behind you are, as long as checkpoint 3 has not commenced, with the wait time, there is means for you to finish all the checkpoints and still reconvene just in time for checkpoint number 3.
There's hope in there.
Yeah. No, we've seen it.
That's kind of true.
Yeah,
that's kind of true. But the gap was not this big.
No, team, during the earlier stage for the West Asia one, Team Saudi Arabia had their vehicle tipped, and that was a longer time than this. They finished at 23 minutes, sure.
Yeah, I remember I was with you that time. You were asking about whether they're still stuck there on the 7-minute mark, right?
And they still made it third place.
That's kind of true. That's kind of true. There's still a slight hope coming out from Team Bahrain. All they need to do is just believe in themselves and just keep their hyper focus onto as a target and make sure they can clean all their objectives as much and as fast as they can. But so far, Team Bahrain, I'm questioning what they're trying to do here, but they're waiting for the platform. Definitely already opened up, but it's going to be coming up from team the red team, which is going to be Team Saudi Arabia, waiting for the flying objects platform to open up. And this is the time. They position themselves so well. They know exactly how to position it on certain angle, and they will try to take the lead this time.
Now they have to make this one work. Usually this is a Team Palestine's map, and so this is usually where they come in as the formidable contender. But Team Saudi Arabia, they got in really close, and they seemingly are on fire this time around in track number 2. So I'd like to see this one happen as they try and clear the skies right now. Team Palestine hitting the 100 mark. I wonder what's going on with Team Saudi Arabia.
We're not looking at all the 3 teams score on top of the third checkpoint. I'm still looking at Team Bahrain kind of stuck on the second checkpoint, and now they leaving. Can they make it on time here? Because all the teams still have 100 over points. It's still within their reach for Team Bahrain to play a catch-up game. But for Team Jordan, they're already hitting the 200 points, 200 mark. But how much do Team Saudi Arabia now scores themselves?
I guess that's the mystery we will never find out here, as they will shot into the skies. And finally, up on the board immediately, Team Saudi Arabia, despite the lead. This is what I was talking about. They're a bit weak when it comes, a bit is an understatement, but when it comes to the third event, they struggle even since yesterday.
Yeah, but all they need to do is just work things out. When it comes to the first, second checkpoint, they're definitely having a huge lead back to back. When it comes to the final ones, the flying objects, they're just having a bit of a struggle to make sure they are staying themselves in the lead. But for the side of Jordan and Palestine, on the other hand, cutting across to number 1 and 2nd place here, while Team Palestine, well, having a bit of a problem to catch up to Team Jordan, who will close up the points within a short amount of time. And whilst on the side of Team Bahrain, they're just saying hello and welcome to the final checkpoint.
This is impressive coming out from Team Jordan. If there was an award for the team with the most improvement and growth, it would be them. Up until yesterday, they were neck and neck, but Team Palestine almost wins things 8 out of 10 times. Right now, it's seemingly Team Palestine is really struggling just to get by, going up against both Team Jordan and Team Saudi Arabia. And right now, they're looking to make the quickest of exits. Team Jordan on their way to another first place victory.
Well, Team Bahrain now, they start to getting up some scores. But Team Jordan almost done here, less than 40 points. 40 points to go and they're done. But Team Palestine is catching up behind with only 50 points in between here. Jordan, they're still trying to catch up and finish off all the 500 points. Only 2 more targets to go and they're done. They're almost done. They will leave now. Team Jordan taking the lead. Might hop onto the vehicle and try to go and race towards the finish line. While second is going to be Team Palestine. Team Saudi Arabia, on the other hand, they have the huge front line. They were first before and now falling off to 3rd place. All that is going to be the final checkpoint from stopping them from actually getting number 1.
Hence why the narrative was the previous track. That was the best chance at a number 1 finish. Because I've seen this time and time again. Team Saudi Arabia, no doubt, checkpoint 1 and 2, they conquer. They've always held lead there. But then comes the checkpoint number 3, they falter through.
Man, but congratulations. It seems like we have from hand to hand and then alternating between Team Jordan and Palestine. Now Jordan finished off first at 15 minutes and 16 seconds. But next it's going to be Team Palestine following up closely behind within just maybe around 20 seconds plus or minus there, finishing off a track 2. While Team Saudi Arabia, on the other hand, where are they? Can they finally just last minute overtake? Not really. There's a gap in between and finish off at plus 30 seconds. It's going to be 15 minutes and 46 seconds for Team Palestine.
That's impressive, to be honest, for these two teams at the top positions. I think by far this is their fastest track they've ever clocked in. Their average was 16, 17. 16 was more impressive. 17 was more the average. Them going into 15 is one step ahead in trying to close and shave things down to a maybe potentially 13-minute games as well.
The good side is at least Team Bahrain not lonely anymore because they do have Team Saudi Arabia to be their friend this time. But at the same time, Team Saudi Arabia, the closer you get to your target points, the harder for you to find the target. Look at this frantic target. He's trying so long. I could not shoot that ever, but finally getting those points that they needed, but it's not getting any easier. They have only less than 30 points to go, but it's just so hard for them to close things up. For the side of Team Bahrain, can they catch up for at least a 3rd place here?
You know, I would potentially sting even more imagine if Team Bahrain was the first to exit this checkpoint before Team Saudi Arabia.
And that's going to be a bummer for them, definitely. I mean, like, that's going to be incredibly strong if Team Bahrain can actually do that in the very last minute. But for the sort of team, Saudi Arabia finally leaving the vicinity, racing towards the finish line. Now, all that matters is going to be the time being taken on the left side. They need to make sure they can try to finish off the race as fast because it's going to be the accumulation of all the times needed for them to advance in the... not really advance, to win this one in the West Asia Finals. But coming up from Bahrain, they're still having a lot of targets to take down, but Team Saudi Arabia finally hitting the finish line with another additional of 2 minutes over.
And look at that, the moment Team Saudi Arabia finished, Team Bahrain already 400 pointers, so they pretty much kept up with the time needed, so they're not in worse positions. Let's be honest, 17 minutes is the average game time for the West Asian competition, or at least the standards it is. So 18 minutes, still better than the 21-23 that we've seen yesterday.
The most I saw yesterday was around 24.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is quite a strong still performance. From the side of Team Bahrain, 2 more targets to go and they can just leave. And this is the time they can leave. Hop onto those vehicles, just go and race in the finish line. And so far, this is going to be, their most unfortunate track because of how the accident happened. And early on, they got stuck in between. But at least they will finish off in a valiant way, that is. Coming up from the side of Team Bahrain, everybody hop onto those vehicles, but there's going to be one more target. They're trying to fight it down. 10 more points to go. The driver have to lead the vehicle once more just to finish that 10 point.
I mean, who could blame them? They were playing with one hand behind their back, essentially handicapped, but be it is their fault that they tipped their vehicle over. So they woke up and chose to play a game the hard way.
And because easy is just boring.
Yeah.
Easy is boring. And sometimes you want a bit of a private space here.
Yeah,
so
and
you don't
got
have
it.
Yeah, they got it. But the positive side is still going to go for the finish line. And there's going to be ended up around 20 minutes-ish on the side of Team Bahrain, placing themselves fourth, not even reaching 20 minutes. So 19 minutes and 30 seconds on the dot. And they made it through, but still congratulations for Team Jordan and Palestine, placing themselves at first and second place, while Team Saudi Arabia at third, and Bahrain finish off at 19 minutes, 30 seconds.
Yeah, not the worst of performance, to be honest. Given the situations, they still come out absolute winners. 19 minutes, that's still respectable. We've seen how, I believe it was Team Saudi Arabia in yesterday's round, where they got the car tipped over, and it was about 23 minutes plus. So this 19 minutes, still a blessing.
That's true. I'm surprised they still can finish below, not even before 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Not over 20 minutes. And I'm kind of curious, right? We never have any team to finish around 30 minutes. That's the cap for each of the tracks. What happened if you exceeded 30 minutes?
I think the game just ends. I think it is what it is. The game just ends. It doesn't register your winning, maybe.
But at least everybody have finished off their racetrack here with Jordan leading over 15 minutes and 16 seconds. 30 seconds behind Palestine. And Team Saudi Arabia catching up there with 17 minutes, 39 seconds. They were leading #1 since the start of almost every single track.
Get used to that, because they do that very often, believe it or not, despite the results on the screen here. And similarly with Team Palestine, they will always be in the bottom until checkpoint number 3. But let's take a look at the players who will not be in the bottom. In fact, regarded as one of the tops within the region, it's the Audi Super A player, which we have up on the screen. 2 from Bahrain, 1 from Team Jordan, and 1 from Team Saudi Arabia.
Yep, congratulations to Salman Hassan, Leif, and one more, which I didn't get the time to read it. But at the same time, I do want to see for once, for the ending of the day, right? We do have 2 more tracks to go, which are going to be more difficult tracks than the first and second. I want to see Team Saudi Arabia for once to take the #1 by the end of it, because it's always the first and second checkpoint, not the last checkpoint. But before we can see that happen, we're going to head the brakes for a bit. Don't go anywhere, stay tuned with us. This is the Road to Asian Games 2022. We'll be back after the break.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 e-tron，让真的感受从开始才开始。
爱酷11系列，标配2K 144赫兹一流全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。爱酷11系列，未来电竞越想操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Almost hitting the finish line, down with 2 more tracks to go for the West Asia Finals in the Road to Asian Games 2022. PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. I'm Chicha and this is going to be none other than the amazing Keith as per usual. Very charming indeed. He's a nice guy, I assure you.
Well, there's so many compliments in that one statement itself. I don't even know. Like, there's a threshold in compliments you can give until it turns into insincere, you know?
I hope you get the message. Speaking of which, that was a remarkable start again, coming up from Team Palestine. I mean, like, what can stop these guys? The only one that can stop them, it's gonna be their vehicle got stuck in something, right? But that almost never happened. It got once. They got stuck in the second, during their journey to a second checkpoint, but still catch up in the last minute.
Yeah, but I mean, again, I think the bigger of upset here is going to be, oh wait, hold up. The referee has got a notice for us to read here, and that is one of the members from Bahrain, Team Bahrain, Choto, intentionally blocked another team's shooting using a vehicle. Man, you got to make sure that the place where you park your car comes with a parking sign.
That's kind of true, but this is just for the best for everyone because we want to improve the standard and ensure the fairness of the esports competition when it comes to Road to Asian Games 2022. So make sure that everybody plays super fair in this very hard tournament. I have to say, as a player, like their opinions, they thought that this format is really hard, by the way. But also not just that, by using this system, we do have the competition and this system developed by the Tencent games, but not just Tencent Esports, but also by using this system, technical officials are able to utilize the features such as replay in the athlete first-person point of view, network monitoring, hardware and performance detection, and everything else. And as the basis for competition judgment, allowing the efficient handling of the sudden events during the competition. So it's all about the fair play. We do know, you're eager to be the best. That's why they are professional players. They are very competitive. But at the same time, we need to keep it fair and clean, guys.
That was a summary of what she just said. All in all, within that script. Well, I always appreciate you here alongside with me, Choo Choo. That's really? Why you do the things no one else would do, So, like, really.
I just take that as a compliment for now. I'm really glad that I can do everything else that nobody else can do, which I have no clue what's about.
Hang in there. Not what everybody else can't do. Everything else nobody wants to do.
Wow. I still take that as a compliment because we need to stay positive, especially when it comes to certain teams like Team Bahrain. That was really unfortunate. They got stuck. Barely get out from the starting point, and they got stuck there for the longest. Now, the next track, which is going to be track number 3, we remain with 2 more tracks to go, and we're done. This is already the West Asia Finals.
That is either the most informative thing or the biggest burn you just gave to them.
Biggie Bear. It's always discount for me. It's 2 in 1.
You were mentioning about how they had their vehicle stuck in place, then they had to play catch up, yada yada yada, and that was right after they got penalized from
yeah, that's
parking
kind of
their cars too. So,
but I really wish for once, like especially Team Saudi Arabia, really pushed themselves today. But it's just when it comes to the final checkpoint, that's where everything just crumbles down for them because they always take the lead. Like you mentioned, they need to have a super huge big lead. Now, if you are given time here, how much the lead should be done by the side of Team Saudi Arabia for them to make sure they can finish off first by the end of the day?
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
So they have to assume that all the other 3 teams kind of got their vehicles stuck in the first place then.
Yeah, because unfortunately the rate of them accumulating points within the last chapter, the last checkpoint, it's just not fast enough, right?
I love chapters so much. I think something's going on in his life.
Yeah, I'm on a new chapter in life. That's why I'm here. But all I'm saying is that whenever they reach into the checkpoint, even though they're the first, they find themselves in third because now they have to beat Jordan and now they have to also beat Team Palestine itself. So to be completely safe, you need the entire duration of the buffer in which you're accumulating points. So that's 120 seconds of people not stealing targets away from you.
That's going to be the bigger picture, yes. But at least one step at a time, putting one forward down and the other just follows closely behind, which I think that closest target right now, the short-term goal is going to be ending their track as first place for KSA or Team Saudi Arabia. Just try to finish off first because they almost got it every single time. But when it comes to the final checkpoint, That's where they stumbled down. And I just wish they find themselves a secret formula by the end of this track to realize, you know what, this is how we should be doing in the final checkpoint.
Yeah, at this rate, if Team Saudi Arabia makes it to first place once, I would say they won. They already won the battle. They've been last the past 5 games, I would say. Sure, the previous game they got 3rd place, but that's because Bahrain was in that sticky situation. Given a fair scenario, I can't say the same. So let's see if they could finally claw their way down from the out from the bottom and into the top with Team Saudi Arabia here in track number 3.
But will somebody taking Palestine from their podium spot? For now, we're going to have to wait and see. It's all starting off right here, right now. You guys still tuning with us with the finals of West Asia in the Road to Asian Games 2022 PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. But for this track, coming up from all the way from south up to north, ending on top of water treatment. That's a long journey, and some players happen to be dropping themselves right across another player's vehicle, but they try to just fetch grabbing all the other players to jump into the vehicles as fast as they can. Can they take the lead for Team Palestine right now, taking the front line once more? Now, we do know Team Palestine, when it comes to the first 2 checkpoints, they're definitely not the first few, but what happens if Team Palestine happen to be the first one out from first objective, even on the second? Now, nobody will stop them. And how much will the gap be if they're just taking the lead for all these checkpoints?
That's a good question, and that's what I've been pushing for the entire time. I told Sir Cloud this. They need to refine their checkpoint 1 and 2, because guess what? Almost always, checkpoint 1 and 2, they're always last or 3rd place and behind. They're never really up in there into the lead, except when it comes to checkpoint 3. So checkpoint 3, as they usually did, potentially they could finish a game in 13 minutes.
I just hope that will happen now. On the side of Team, I think it was Team Jordan having a bit of a longer turn just now that caught themselves a bit pulled back, placed themselves slowly behind. But coming out from Team Palestine as per usual, also taking the lead now. I do want to see that how short their time will be. Will they breaking their own record when it comes to West Asia grouping or in this region? Will we see the best version of Team Palestine if they manage to get all number 1? But we do have Team Jordan having some troubles to jump over this platform with their vehicles.
Yeah, I got stopped in track there. Team Jordan will not be in worse fate here than Team Bahrain, who's tumbling their vehicle once again. Hopefully it does not get stuck in place. But right now it doesn't seem like they're making a move on the mini-map. But it is Team Palestine who makes it first on the checkpoint 1. Let's see if they can make the first exit into the next one too.
Coming up, Team Bahrain. At least this time they do have a good start, but a bit lag behind compared to all the other 3 teams coming up from Team Jordan, taking number 1 lead as per usual. Now, it's like very contradicting between these 2 teams. Team Jordan always try to finish off first place when it comes to the first and second checkpoint. But when it comes to the final checkpoint, that's where they're having problem. For the side of Team Palestine on the other end, they always have problem first 2 checkpoints. But their forte is always the final checkpoint. If only these 2 teams
merge together.
Not really merge, but kind of discovered what their flaws are right now. That would be incredibly a big leap of improvement for their own performance.
Yeah, and I think they recognize these flaws. They're trying to fix it themselves. This morning during breakfast, which by the way, Chushu did not join us within the same table.
I'm too cool to join you guys.
Yeah, well, we talked to players from Team Palestine. And they said that they are up and running to gun for their record, that is Team China, with 10 minutes on the clock. So it may seem like a far stretch, one step at a time. They first have to get their way to the 13-minute finishers and then start thinking about the 10 minutes instead.
So far, their record has been like what? No lesser than 15 minutes yet. I think the least time they've been taken out, it's going to be like what? Not below 15 minutes.
No, 15 and up, yeah.
There's going to be still a lot of work to do. I do want to know, how did Team China pull it off within 10 minutes? Nobody knows. Nobody can figure that one out.
And just for perspective, 6 minutes is a burn time because you have to wait for the activities to show up. That's 120 seconds per checkpoint itself. Times 3, that's 6 minutes burn. You have 4 minutes to shoot and accumulate points and drive the entire map. Ridiculous.
Everybody is trying a vehicle. Nobody's using a jet or something. So, so I'm trying to figure out. It just shows that there's no room for error at all. 100% flawless run. Every second count for these guys to hit up to 10-minute record. Nobody has been reached there yet by far. That's going on for the official broadcast so far. Even yesterday, how much was Chinese Taipei getting?
13 minutes. 13,
that was the least, right? That was the least. We hardly reached 11 minutes.
12 was the fastest.
Oh man, I just goosebumps. Like,
and
how
that was like spectacular already.
Oh, somebody got stuck there again. It's going to be Team Saudi Arabia coming up from Team Palestine, even though
another one of them.
A lot of teams just happen to be stuck in the same place here. The moment they jump off that ramp, everybody just having some obstacles in between. But at least this time, Team Saudi Arabia once more taking the lead. Oh, this is not a surprise. Yeah. This is never a surprise.
It's the question becomes, can they maintain their lead, especially moving into checkpoint 3 chapter again. See, the whole narrative, Road to Asian Games, it's like a storybook, right? And in every book, they've got chapters, and this is theirs.
That's true. Another chapter of their life. Whether they can make it a very good chapter or not, it's up to them really. How they communicate between the teams, how they organize, and the IGL actually, the in-game leader, do play a big part to separate the roles of the players. Even the driver will have to play a big part by contributing the points. And so far we've seen, especially coming up for Team Palestine, every single person in that lineup contributes so much for each of the checkpoint. But I do want to know, who's the highest when it comes to on top of Team Palestine's performance, right? Who's actually garnered the most point in the final checkpoint in the lineup of Team Palestine? Because that person is going to be the winner for the team.
That I do not have the data of, because like you said, what you said is true. Every one of them pull their weight. So they're usually averaging out 23% per player itself, taking those points. And we just discussed that as well back there with Sir Cloud. If you notice the trend, it's the same type of player contribution with the Team Chinese Taipei.
That's kind of true.
So all the best teams equally have points across each player.
I mean, like, it's great that you're one of the best players for the team itself. Like, yo, I got the most number. I am breaking my back carrying the entire team. But it just shows as well that you're pulling too much weight while the others not doing so much. So we do need everybody to do everything that they need, being very proactive, trying to find those hidden targets while waiting for the downtime of that 120 seconds. Because that's where it's a difference if you compare it with the other regions, including East Asia. Because when you look at East Asia, every single second, their points keep on getting up, except when they are actually on the road while driving. But they never stop shooting, even the drones that kind of give them the booster for the driving.
This is insane. The things mentioning about how efficient you have to be. One of those benchmark is to have 100 points already in before activity begins, which is not what we see here in the West Asian region. That's more the East Asian route. But if they're looking to compete against eventually the East, then you kind of have to be a beast.
You're trying to wind it up,
Try? I did.
Nice try. Now you baby Yoda? Okay. Back to SR Scores Profit Zone plot. Now this is going to be the one that we have our eyes on. For Jordan, it's going to be Ragnarok taking 43%. But I do want to see who's Palestine player who are pulling off the most. It's going to be Timon from the side of Palestine. But is it the same person when it comes to the final checkpoint? Because that person is the one that making the entire team of Team Palestine to win. Even though they're having a bit of a delayed start when it comes to finishing the first and second checkpoint. But when it comes to the third checkpoint, that person brought up the win for the entirety of Team Palestine.
So a few members within Team Palestine has made it onto the Super A player, right? That is Timon and Sparta. So either one of these two, I'm not quite sure who's more consistent up there, but I feel like I have seen Sparta up there more often than not.
Yesterday, I do see a lot of Timon instead of Sparta, so we're going to have to wait and see because it's down to the last fight between the players and the athletes of Palestine. But coming up from the teams in the second checkpoint, they still struggle to find themselves a retracting target, but we're looking at the numbers just now. Feels like having a good lead for Jordan, Palestine, and the Saudi Arabian team, but Team Saudi Arabia once more, they're always taking the lead for the first and second checkpoint, but it's always the trouble here, the last checkpoint that is. Can they have a gap, and not just that, making sure they don't miss any target and make sure that they have almost 100-point score before the start of the final target platform opens up?
Yeah, that's the same old story of Team Saudi Arabia, right? It's like the worst thing you could give us is a photo. And to answer your question, less likely so, because right now Team Jordan is not far off either. So unless they get free reign across the entire compound, maybe, but this time they have to kind of share those targets with the likes of Team Jordan and so on and so forth, because the gap is just not substantial enough. They really just have to pull it in when the flying object begins.
That's kind of true. We're going to have to win and see. I really hope they do finally take the lead here for Team Saudi Arabia, because they are in the lead. All they need to do is just making sure they use their time wisely, proactively trying to find all those hidden targets while waiting for the downtime 120 seconds when they reach into the final platform or the final checkpoint here. While they are still in the lead so far, they do have a next contender, Jordan. Team Jordan is just next to them. They cannot be complacent. They have to make sure it is a flawless run and a flawless drive for them. No way for them to have in any sort of accidents here. No room for error, because it's just too close to be comfortable for now. But closely, it's going to be them reaching out to us in the last checkpoint, while the other two teams, which are going to be Palestine and Team Bahrain, follow pursue, which are going to be around maybe 20 seconds lag behind.
That one in from Team Jordan. Trying to keep things as comfortable to them. Coming from behind, it's just another walk in the park, and they would still walk away from this sort of situation potentially 16 to 17 minutes, which is great if you're trying to pretty much end up as the #1 team from West Asia. But it's something to worry about, because it's you're the winning team and you're still nowhere near the average time hit within the East.
Speaking of average time, yeah, we do have all the teams gathered up in the final platform. Everybody just tried to reposition themselves. Yesterday we saw most of the team from East Asia trying to get themselves on the right side of the platform. But for West Asia, they do have a different approach entirely, with Jordan leading off. Team Jordan taking the lead with 70 points. Team Bahrain at 10 points, while Team Palestine starting off at a 0 for this one.
KSA or Team Saudi Arabia, they were the first one in, but seemingly drifting apart here as Team Jordan now breaks into triple digits. Team Palestine not in position to get a single pointers in just yet, and just like that, like I mentioned before, if there was an award for a team that improved the most, it has to be Team Jordan. For them to still consistently tumble within the top 2 position and fight within the top 2 position with the top 2 teams and still be there, while meanwhile Palestine, Team Palestine struggles as the tournament goes into later stage. This shows absolute stamina coming up from Team Jordan.
Interesting position, way outside of the arena. It's a bit farther than the rest of them. They have to remember about the bullet drop, by the way. If they're a bit too far from the rest of the teams who's happen to be inside of the arena, they try to shoot whatever they can, whatever they move, they try to just take it down for the targets. But coming up from the side of those teams Jordan still leading off with 260, but followed closely behind is going to be Saudi Arabia once more. Team Palestine having a very late start here. I'm not sure if they still can catch up, but they always surprise us in the last minute.
They will try to do so. Triple digits already for them. Only about, well, I guess 50% behind the likes of Team Saudi Arabia. But Team Jordan now breaks into 300, and this is why I say Team Palestine cannot play this strategy for too long. They can't always get away with flunking the first 2 checkpoints and only coming back on the third, because people get better as things go. And right now, Team Jordan, they are unfazed and they are raking the points much faster than they did yesterday.
Well, it's either they breaking their own record for their start and their standard, or trying to break their 10-minute record. Still Timon taking over the most team score preferred by Team Palestine side. Sparta not so much this time. It's going to be on Batika on the second place when it comes to those contribution. But back to us, Team Palestine. They're slowly catching up on the third place. They are about on the side of Team Jordan. They all need just 50 more points to go. 5 more targets to shoot it down, and they're done. They finish off as first. Now, that's going to be a tight race if they accumulate all the times all around for all 8 tracks being fought today, because we still have one more, the 4th track, which is going to be the hardest one there is for the next one. If Jordan plays himself first here, Team Palestine cannot stay stagnant, because they might be overtaken by the hands of Team Jordan in the very last minute.
Team Jordan 10 points away from a victory here. I say that because there's not much really of a challenge moving on forward, and they have hit the quota. It's time to make a move as the red uniformed Team Jordan moves towards the extraction point. There it is, into the vehicle, into the checkered flag lines you go. They are looking to make another #1 finish in today's run.
And just going for the race in the finishing line. But will the other teams can catch up here? Hopefully it's going to be a smooth ride coming up from Team Jordan. They will finish off first if everything goes smoothly. Well, while we're waiting for Team Saudi Arabia to catch up to them, Team Palestine on the other still placing as third, and Bahrain on the other hand still struggling the final checkpoint here as well. None of the other teams happen to be leaving anytime soon, but this is going to be definitely Team Jordan taking away the first place. But they have to make sure this is going to be one of the shortest time accumulated as well. So cannot afford to make any mistake. Jumping over this platform, hopefully to land on 4 wheels. Oh, it's always a suspense for me.
Stuntman indeed. Team Jordan, they've played this map over and over again, and they just know how to put on a show as they approach the finish line here. Still 17 minutes, not too bad of a performance. Ideally they could make things a little bit faster here, but they're the fastest within this lobby, and sometimes that's all that matters in terms of they meeting those objectives. So congratulations Team Jordan, 17 minutes and 10 seconds.
But surprisingly, second one to leave is actually coming out from Team Palestine as per usual. Closely behind is going Team Saudi Arabia. Now, Team Saudi Arabia would love to overtake the side of Team Palestine, but at the same time, Team Palestine rarely make any mistakes when it comes to the finishing line. Just race it over the other end. It's all about jumping off the platform mid-air. Can they land without tripping over? That's the most important part and crucial one, and they made it happen anyway. So it feels like it might be a difficult time for Team Saudi Arabia to overtake them. But as always, Team Saudi Arabia always in the lead, but not in the last checkpoint.
You know what I'd like to see this game turned into? A more competitive driving experience. Why don't we create heights, slim down the roads, and now include drop as part and parcel of the entire component?
I mean, like we saw that in the finals track. When it comes to the last bridge there, if you have some missed timing with your booster, those vehicles, you definitely will drop down from this bridge.
Oh, I'm
we
talking
saw
about
that yesterday.
A more harsh version of a drop. If you drop down there, it's unrecoverable. You start back from a checkpoint.
Oh my god, that's so punishing. You're so evil.
Hey, that makes them even more interesting, no?
I would, you know what? If I'm that player, I definitely will not play it anymore. I got anger issues. Why? I cannot pass this one track. I'm glad they're not implementing that in this one. I'm glad that happened. But back to it, our last team here, which is going to be Bahrain, still inside the final checkpoint, still have 4 more targets to go. They want to finish off and have a wrap here, as we do have our third place of Team Saudi Arabia already touching up the finishing line. One side of Team Bahrain still struggle to find their one last target. Yep, there you go.
This is quite a surprise. Now, usually, I would have expected Team Saudi Arabia to be the ones who was left behind, but this time around, they even finished ahead of Team Bahrain. And so, you're looking at a team who was the top one seeded from West Asia region.
This is the question that we pointed out before we start off our second round. Like, this number one seeded back then during the grouping stage and qualifier stage, and they advanced to the final straight away because of how much they managed to push their time there and got themselves the shortest amount of time to get themselves number one. But the reason I had this discussion at the back end, maybe because Team Jordan and Team Palestine have had to fight and played so many tracks in this PUBG Mobile Asian Games version, they get used to, and it's sort of a habit for them of certain terrain and certain target and certain spawn. They do have better reflex by overall if you compare with Team Bahrain, who have lesser tracks to play.
Yeah, it's all in the muscle memory, right? Well, congratulations then. There was Team Jordan, who once again snagged themselves a number one finish here in the regional finals for West Asia. One game away to make the final conclusion for the likes of West Asia, and they know this. Look at their faces. Not one of them are looking pleased at their current position. They, especially Team Jordan and Team Palestine, they know that they are neck and neck, and with the current performance, there's an off chance that Team Jordan might even close in ahead of them.
That's kind of true. By the end of the day, I mean, like, we have no clue who will actually place himself in first place, because in the very last minute, Team Jordan climbing up and start to take away the number one or podium spot away from the hands of Palestine. And accumulator of overall, I have a feeling Team Jordan still have a shot to get that number one spot by the end of this final track, the last one.
Hands down. With the two number one finish, I think they're in good position for sure. I think the only number one finish that Team Palestine had was the one where Team Saudi Arabia was nearly beating them in that game.
It's never safe for Team Palestine now. They really have to push forward, all cylinders out when it comes to the final track here, because this might be the game that will cost them. The final track will cost them if they cannot place themselves first anymore. But so far we do have our Audi Super A players. Ishtaya Ayub or from Timon from Palestine. We do have two Jordan players, including a Clever and Gaga, or Saif Omar and Al Ayadi Gaith. We do have Muhammad Hassan, or coming up from Bahrain, Team Bahrain Hassan, with 300 over scores. Even though Timon do have more scores compared to all the others, I think he's the reason why they're winning a lot when it comes to final checkpoint here.
Probably so. I mean, just maybe he's the guy, he's the secret behind Checkpoint 3 and how he commands his entire team. I don't know. I'd like to think that Checkpoint 3 is just unplayable, you know, but somehow they figured it out, right? And it's working out for them. But for how long is the question. You may get away with it in West Asia because a lot of the teams struggle in Checkpoint 3. But in East Asia, not a single checkpoint is a challenge, and every leading challenges is crucial for you.
That's kind of true. Now, that one we have to wait during the Asian Games, not the road to Asian Games, because right now it's always about the journey. But before we heading into our next journey in track number 4, we're going to head the break for a bit. Don't go anywhere, because this one is going to be the final track for the finals in West Asia. See you guys after this.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 e-tron，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配 2K 144赫兹1.6全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，音像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞越想操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Hello everyone, my name is Khalid. In game Dami, my role is Fragger. I'm from Saudi Arabia team.
Hello everyone, my name is Mohammed Addasi. My ID game is Ragnarok. I'm player of the national team of Jordan.
Hello everyone, my name is Mohammed and I'm also known as Mambe. I play for Palestine national team and my game role is co-IGL and a free man.
Hello everyone, my name is Waqas. We are come from Oman. My ID in game is Artemis. I am supporter.
Hello, my name is Walid and my in-game role is IGL. I am from Bahrain and my in-game name is Walud.
The esports, it's everything for me. It's my day, my hour.
So at first my family didn't support me, but after I made achievements, they started supporting me and it feels good.
We are happy to take part in RDAG and I think my team can win this competition.
We start practice like before 2 months, and we practice like 8 hours every day, and inshallah we'll be top 1.
I think Saudi team because 2 of the players are my teammates. Players are my friends also.
It's Aidah because I think he's the best player in his team. So when I see him in the game, I will beat him.
Asian Games, PUBG Mobile, Asian Games version, and we're talking about the final track. Who will be the champions there? Will it be Palestine or will it be Team Jordan? Because they are too close right now.
Yeah, the competition is tough and Team Jordan has just rised up above the ranks here, exponentially come in the second match here of the West Asian region. So things are not as set in stone as I thought it would be. I gotta be honest, moving in, I thought it was going to be, okay, let's just cast 8 tracks with Palestine's going to end up the victor and then Jordan coming in second. But that's clearly not the case anymore.
That's kind of true because it happens to be the catching up game in the finals. It happens to be very, very heated up when it comes between these 2 teams. But in case you guys don't know us yet, I'm Chija and this is going to be Keith will be our commentators for the day, including there's going to be one more person, which is going to be Cloud here, still in the cloud, I guess, because it might be raining outside. But back towards our final track and track number 4. Can Team Palestine finally close up with a bang? And we're talking about them getting the shortest amount of time to ensure themselves they'll be in the podium spot.
Yeah, the podium finish is what you want. And talking about a podium ending to things, there's also going to be the award for the Super A player for West Asian region later on, brought to you by Audi themselves. So what could the prize be? I don't know. But
Everybody have Audi.
Yeah, I mean, if that was the case, then hey, sign me up. I know I'm just a driver in the end of the day, but I'll do my best. At the very least, I can tell myself that it is without the lack of trying, I did not get myself an Audi.
You know, if kids happen to be competing, you know, the car will not move. Even at the starting point. That's him. I know that for a fact. Might as well not compete that kid. That's why you're sitting here in the first place.
You're too kind. I was thinking the car moved backwards under my guidance. So.
Wow. That's a different type of car entirely. But congratulations still. You are starting off and end at the same time. You're the shortest amount of time required to end a race. Because
Work
you just
smart,
started
not hard, they say.
But speaking of the final track, this is going to be the toughest one because it's going to be the longest, not just that. You know, when you're done with the final objectives or the final checkpoint, there's still going to be some hurdles, some obstacles, or the bridge itself that we do know a lot of players kind of got stuck there.
Don't look at me. I know I got stuck once, but like, hey, I'm not players. It's expected. But yes, it's going to be one heck of a journey. A lot of the drive factor is in play. And if I'm not mistaken, after watching so many sets of these games, track 4 is pretty much a U-turn from the northern side. And so they will have to make sure that these laps are clean in the execution and a lot of gradient within the terrain, which is potential flip over and getting stuck, which I like to watch.
You know, the thing is, whenever Keith mentioned that happened, So I want to wish all the best for all the team and athletes actually competing in this round.
Like you getting stuck by a rock, by clipping it a little bit, so
Just
that
a
slow
tiny
you
bit of
down.
it.
Yeah, it's recoverable. So I'd say the worst impact in an accident, that one goes to Team Bahrain today, for at least that I've seen within West Asia. But the more frequent minor accidents goes to Team Palestine.
I thought you were going to say yesterday Team Saudi Arabia's accident is going to be the worst one. The one that got stuck quite longer than today.
Of course. I thought you meant today. So that was
today,
my context.
As an overall, I guess. Which team was it, again, remind me, that got stuck on top of the last track bridge? You remember that one, right? Where they're just having full ramp and all cylinders out, trying to drive over the last gap of that bridge, and they just happen to be stuck up there before they actually falls down.
The ones that mistimed it, right? That was in that East Asian region.
Oh.
Yeah, but they reset it, so that's fine. You get penalized with 10 seconds on the clock, but
it's still costing them quite a lot. Though. 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Every second is a dime for these guys. But I do want to know, if you compare with yesterday and today, Team Jordan, on the other hand, what a leap if you compare them with yesterday's performance. And not just that, will it be enough for them to secure that #1 place, or Team Palestine will still stay up there?
Actually, right now, I can't say for sure that Team Palestine might win it. Because if you look at yesterday's performance, although the points don't come across, right? It's a total separate thing. But yesterday, just to paint that story, out of 8 maps or 8 tracks, 2 of it was won by Team Jordan. So it was an 8 out of 10 going to the side of Team Palestine. But today itself, I think it's pretty even between Team Palestine and Team Jordan. In fact, I would say maybe Team Palestine would suffer a little bit because they did utilize the car reset twice in a single match, which means that's 20 seconds being added onto their timer as a penalty. And with the recent trend of Team Jordan just absolutely finishing above Team Palestine, maybe that makes the difference towards swaying into Team Jordan's corner.
Now, for me, both teams right now, if they really want to finish off as a champion for this tournament, they have to break their own record as the shortest amount of time needed to complete a track. And that's not an easy feat, because so far the average, we put it up, an average for both teams, Team Jordan and Team Palestine. The average, I feel like it's going to be 16 minutes for both teams. But if they can have lesser than that, if less than 15 minutes, they definitely might be the champions.
Which is very tough to do. Shaving a minute off of your entire routine is literally trying to identify things that you do not already know yet, right? Because it's your style. You play this a million times over, and you're averaging out at 16 minutes for a single track. So now the question you're asking yourself is, what can I do to shave down to my already optimized, in my understanding, method to kind of bring that time even lower? So that's where you kind of want the exposure from the different regions to pretty much see what they're doing better.
That's why the live is so important for the players as well, so they can have a review of what happened yesterday between the East Asia region, because they can get to know how they actually place themselves in that time. Because we saw a very different playstyle between 2 different regions, including when it comes to the final platform, which is very detrimental if you're not being very meticulous about it. Because we saw when it comes to East Asia, they place themselves in a very organized manner that they will not budge. There's a reason why they want to skew towards one side of a platform in the flying object, the last objective. But even on the different objectives, right, in the first and the second, you can see that how they put the roles of each other play in a certain angle. But before we get into final track here, we're just gonna say hi and bye for a bit, because we're heading into the break once more. See you guys just in a bit.
Asian Games 2022 will take place from June to July. Throughout this period, teams from the top-seeded teams will move straight to Stage 3. Stage 2 is the qualifying round, where teams will be arranged based on their seeding. Each team will play 2 matches, with each match featuring 4 different tracks. The team that completes the tracks in the shortest overall time will advance to Stage 3. Stage 3 is the regional finals. Similar to Stage 2, teams will play 2 matches, and the team that achieves the shortest overall time will be ranked at the top. The allocation of buy slots and the number of qualifying teams from Stage 2 for each region will be determined based on the total number of teams participating in said region. The West Asia region comprises 5 teams: Bahrain, Jordan, Oman, Palestine, and Saudi Arabia. These teams will showcase their skills and compete with honor to emerge victorious. The road to the Asian Games is about to begin. Who will rise to the top in this battle for dominance? Get ready for an exhilarating and thrilling ride.
Greetings from the 2022 RDAG Regionals in West Asia. The gateway to Asia, Africa, and Europe. Cultural societies have long since developed in Mesopotamia, Asia Minor, and the Arabian Peninsula, and the Eastern Plateau of West Asia. With esports newly established in West Asia, it is tremendous to see its rise and potential for growth. At the 2022 RDAG Regionals, Bahrain, Jordan, Oman, Palestine, and Saudi Arabia teams will compete in the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version event. Bahrain, the pearl of the Persian Gulf, is where oil's first discovery in the Middle East. Will Bahrain's players bring something slick and new to the game as well? Jordan, the home of Petra, the Rose City. Tourism is not the only thing booming. Esports also thrives in the country. As the oldest market in Arabia, the Mutra Souk in Oman has always been a hub for exchange among Omanis. Now the players from Oman are preparing for a new exchange in esports. In Palestine, the land of olives, people work together for a better life. The same spirit of cooperation is reflected in their esports athletes. In the middle of the Riyadh, you will find the iconic Kingdom Center, a vision of the future. Saudi Arabia may be yet on their way to building another kingdom of esports and gaming. We hope that the players from West Asia enjoy the 2022 RDAG Regionals, where unity and friendship are shared throughout esports.
They are now neck and neck, but this is where things get a bit dicey as they cast one through here. Saudi Arabia with the power-up speed boost is the first to reach the goal for Section 1, but right there, that hindrance would have paid him dearly. And with the speed power-ups, they go into the air and into the skies towards balloons as they find themselves inching closer. But it is the one from Jordan who makes it ahead. But look at that, Team Palestine, they barely even made their way across and into the compound during this period. They're going to miss out on so many flying hits. At that point, I'm not even sure if they're going to make it in time. If you're the first...
22 RDAG Regionals in West Asia. The gateway to Asia, Africa, and Europe, and the link that connects the Atlantic and Indian Oceans. Diverse cultural societies have long since developed in Mesopotamia, Asia Minor, and the Arabian Peninsula, and the Eastern Plateau of West Asia. With esports newly established in West Asia, it is tremendous to see its rise and potential for growth. At the 2022 RDAG Regionals, Bahrain, Jordan, Oman, Palestine, and Saudi Arabia teams will compete in the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version event. Bahrain, the pearl of the Persian Gulf, is where oil's first discovery in the Middle East. Will Bahrain's players bring something slick and new to the game as well? Jordan, the home of Petra, the Rose City. Tourism is not the only thing booming. Esports also thrives in the country. As the oldest market in Arabia, the Mutra Souk in Oman has always been a hub for exchange among Omanis. Now the players from Oman are preparing for a new exchange in esports. In Palestine, the land of olives, people work together for a better life. The same spirit of cooperation is reflected in their esports athletes. In the middle of the Riyadh, you will find the iconic Kingdom Center, a vision of the future. Saudi Arabia may be yet on their way to building another kingdom of esports and gaming. We hope that the players from West Asia enjoy the 2022 RDAG Regionals, where unity and friendship are shared throughout esports.
They are now neck and neck, but this is where things get a bit dicey as they cuts one through here. Saudi Arabia with the power-up speed boost is the first to reach the goal for Section 1, but right there, that hindrance would have paid him dearly. And with the speed power-ups, they go into the air and into the sky towards balloons as they find themselves inching closer. But it is the one from Jordan who makes it ahead. But look at that, Team Palestine, they barely even made their way across and into this compound during this period. They're going to miss out on so many flying hits. At that point, I'm not even sure if they're going to make it in time. If you're the first to drive out of there to hit that checkpoint number, you're golden. That means you have it. And whatever they're doing it again and again. And look at that, from the last place, now Team Palestine up in first. 200, the only team within the 200-point range, and they might just hit into 3.
I personally feel like the first 2 stations feels like a bit...
Oh, it is insane what these players can do here from Team Palestine. This is the biggest lead I have seen in checkpoint 3. They're 500. The closest competitors barely even breaks into 4.
Coming up, everybody try to get themselves some speed boost while they try to shoot down on drones to get themselves a bit of extra boost to push themselves forward faster than the rest of the team. As the Team Republic of Korea taking the lead, but this is very different compared to the last one because everybody happens to be clustered up together.
Yeah, Chinese Taipei just creeping behind them, almost overtaking them. But hey, another fumble. This second fumble could be crucial. And it's going to be official. Chinese Taipei, did they overtake? I think they did. Yes, they did.
The Road to Asian Games 2022 will take place from June to July. Throughout this period, teams from 5 major Asian regions will compete against each other to top the inaugural Asian Esports country and regional groupings. Let the first ever Asia-wide esports program commence. The PUBG Mobile Asian Games version will take place over 5 days, from June 22nd to 26th. Out of the 5 Asian regions, Central Asia and South Asia will merge to create a single major competition region, while the remaining regions will compete independently. Each region will organize its own regional competitions. Each region will feature 3 stages of the competition. Stage 1 is the seeding competition, where teams will be ranked based on the time it takes them to complete the same track without any interference. The teams with the shortest completion times will receive higher seeds. The top-seeded teams will move straight to Stage 3. Stage 2 is the qualifying round, where teams will be arranged based on their seeding. Each team will play 2 matches, with each match featuring 4 different tracks. The team that completes the tracks in the shortest overall time will advance to Stage 3. Stage 3 is the regional finals. Similar to Stage 2, teams will play 2 matches, and the team that achieves the shortest overall time will be ranked at the top. The allocation of buy slots and the number of qualifying teams from Stage 2 for each region will be determined based on the total number of teams participating in said region. The West Asia region comprises 5 teams: Bahrain, Jordan, Oman, Palestine, and Saudi Arabia. These teams will showcase their skills and compete with honor to emerge victorious. The road to the Asian Games is about to begin. Who will rise to the top in this battle for dominance? Get ready for an exhilarating and thrilling ride.
Greetings from the 2022 RDAG Regionals in West Asia. The gateway to Asia, Africa, and Europe, and the link that connects the Atlantic and Indian Oceans. Diverse cultural societies have long since developed in Mesopotamia, Asia Minor and the Arabian Peninsula, and the Eastern Plateau of West Asia. With esports newly established in West Asia, it is tremendous to see its rise and potential for growth. at the 2022 RDAG Regionals. Bahrain, Jordan, Oman, Palestine, and Saudi Arabia teams will compete in the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version event. Bahrain, the pearl of the Persian Gulf, is where oil's first discovery in the Middle East. Will Bahrain's players bring something slick and new to the game as well? Jordan, the home of Petra, the Rose City. Tourism is not the only thing booming. Esports also thrives in the country. As the oldest market in Arabia, the Mutra Souk in Oman has always been a hub for exchange among Omanis. Now the players from Oman are preparing for a new exchange in esports. In Palestine, the land of olives, people work together for a better life. The same spirit of cooperation is reflected in their esports athletes. In the middle of the Riyadh, you will find the iconic Kingdom Center, a vision of the future. Saudi Arabia may be on their way to building another kingdom of esports and gaming. We hope that the players from West Asia enjoy the 2022 RDAG Regionals, where unity and friendship are shared throughout esports.
They are now neck and neck, but this is where things get a bit dicey as they cuts one through here. Saudi Arabia with the power-up speed boost is the first to reach the goal for Section 1, but right there, that hindrance would have paid him dearly. And with the speed power-ups, they go into the air and into the skies towards balloons as they find themselves inching closer. But it is the one from Jordan who makes it ahead. But look at that, Team Palestine, they barely even made their way across and into the compound during this period. They're going to miss out on so many flying hits. At that point, I'm not even sure if they're going to make it in time. If you're the first to drive out of there to hit that checkpoint number, you're golden. That means you have it. And whatever they're doing it again and again. And look at that, from the last place, now Team Palestine up in first. 200, the only team within the 200-point range, and they might just hit into 3.
I personally feel like the first 2 stations feels like a bit...
Oh, it is insane what these players can do here from Team Palestine. This is the biggest lead I have seen in checkpoint 3. They're 500. The closest competitors barely even breaks in before.
Coming up, everybody try to get themselves some speed boost while they try to shoot down on drones to get themselves a bit of extra boost to push themselves forward faster than the rest of the team. As the team Republic of Korea taking the lead, but this is very different compared to the last one because everybody happens to be clustered up together.
Yeah, Chinese Taipei just creeping behind them, almost overtaking them. Another fumble. This second fumble could be crucial. And it's going to be official. Chinese Taipei, did they overtake? I think they did. Yes, they did.
The Road to Asian Games 2022 will take place from June to July. Throughout this period, teams from 5 major Asian regions will compete against each other to top the inaugural Asian Esports country and regional groupings. Let the first ever Asia-wide esports program commence. The PUBG Mobile Asian Games version will take place over 5 days, from June 22nd to 26th. Out of the 5 Asian regions, Central Asia and South Asia will merge to create a single major competition region, while the remaining regions will compete independently. Each region will organize its own regional competitions. Each region will feature 3 stages of the competition. Stage 1 is the seeding competition, where teams will be ranked based on the time it takes them to complete the same track without any interference. The teams with the shortest completion times will receive higher seeds. The top-seeded teams will move straight to Stage 3. Stage 2 is the qualifying round, where teams will be arranged based on their seeding. Each team will play 2 matches, with each match featuring 4 different tracks. The team that completes the tracks in the shortest overall time will advance to Stage 3. Stage 3 is the regional finals. Similar to Stage 2, teams will play 2 matches, and the team that achieves the shortest overall time will be ranked at the top. The allocation of buy slots and the number of qualifying teams from Stage 2 for each region will be determined based on the total number of teams participating in said region. The West Asia region comprises 5 teams: Bahrain, Jordan, Oman, Palestine, and Saudi Arabia. These teams will showcase their skills and compete with honor to emerge victorious. The road to the Asian Games is about to begin. Who will rise to the top in this battle for dominance? Get ready for an exhilarating and thrilling ride.
Greetings from the 2022 RDAG Regionals in West Asia. The gateway to Asia, Africa, and Europe, and the link that connects the Atlantic and Indian Oceans. Diverse cultural societies have long since developed in Mesopotamia, Asia Minor and the Arabian Peninsula, and the Eastern Plateau of West Asia. With esports newly established in West Asia, it is tremendous to see its rise and potential for growth. At the 2022 RDAG Regionals, Bahrain, Jordan, Oman, Palestine, and Saudi Arabia teams will compete in the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version event. Bahrain, the pearl of the Persian Gulf, is where oil's first discovery in the Middle East. Will Bahrain's players bring something slick and new to the game as well? Jordan, the home of Petra, the Rose City. Tourism is not the only thing booming. Esports also thrives in the country. As the oldest market in Arabia, the Mutra Souk in Oman has always been a hub for exchange among Omanis. Now the players from Oman are preparing for a new exchange in esports. In Palestine, the land of olives, people work together for a better life. The same spirit of cooperation is reflected in their esports athletes. In the middle of the Riyadh, you will find the iconic Kingdom Center, a vision of the future. Saudi Arabia may be on their way to building another kingdom of esports and gaming. We hope that the players from West Asia enjoy the 2022 RDAG Regionals, where unity and friendship are shared throughout esports.
They are now neck and neck, but this is where things get a bit dicey as they cuts one through here. Saudi Arabia with the power-up speed boost is the first to reach the goal for Section 1, but right there, that hindrance would have paid him dearly. And with the speed power-ups, they go into the air and into the sky towards balloons as they find themselves inching closer. But it is the one from Jordan who makes it ahead. But look at that, Team Palestine, they barely even made their way across and into the compound during this period. They're going to miss out on so many flying hits. At that point, I'm not even sure if they're going to make it in time. If you're the first to drive out of there to hit that checkpoint number, you're golden. That means you have it. And whatever they're doing it again and again. And look at that, from the last place, now Team Palestine up in first. 200, the only team within the 200-point range, and they might just hit into 3.
I personally feel like the first 2 stations feels like a bit...
Oh, it is insane what these players can do here from Team Palestine. This is the biggest lead I have seen in checkpoint 3. They're 500. The closest competitors barely even breaks into 4.
Coming up, everybody try to get themselves some speed boost while they try to shoot down on drones to get themselves a bit of extra boost to push themselves forward faster than the rest of the team. As the team Republic of Korea taking the lead, but this is very different compared to the last one because everybody has to be clustered up together.
That Chinese Taipei just creeping behind them, almost overtaking them. But hey, another fumble. This second fumble could be crucial. And it's going to be official. Chinese Taipei, did they overtake? I think they did. Yes, they did.
The road to Asian Games 2022 will take place from June to July. Throughout this period, teams from 5 major Asian regions will compete against each other to top the inaugural Asian esports country and regional groupings. Let the first ever Asia-wide esports program commence. The PUBG Mobile Asian Games version will take place over 5 days, from June 22nd to 26th. Out of the 5 Asian regions, Central Asia and South Asia will merge to create a single major competition region, while the remaining regions will compete independently. Each region will organize its own regional competitions. Each region will feature 3 stages of the competition. Stage 1 is the seeding competition, where teams will be ranked based on the time it takes them to complete the same track without any interference. The teams with the shortest completion times will receive higher seeds. The top-seeded teams will move straight to Stage 3. Stage 2 is the qualifying round, where teams will be arranged based on their seeding. Each team will play 2 matches, with each match featuring 4 different tracks. The team that completes the tracks in the shortest overall time will advance to Stage 3. Stage 3 is the regional finals. Similar to Stage 2, teams will play 2 matches, and the team that achieves the shortest overall time will be ranked at the top. The allocation of buy slots and the number of qualifying teams from Stage 2 for each region will be determined based on the total number of teams participating in said region. The West Asia region comprises 5 teams: Bahrain, Jordan, Oman, Palestine, and Saudi Arabia. These teams will showcase their skills and compete with honor to emerge victorious. The road to the Asian Games is about to begin. Who will rise to the top in this battle for dominance? Get ready for an exhilarating and thrilling ride.
We're finally back after that very extremely short break from the road to Asian Games 2022 PUBG Mobile Asian Games version. I'm Trisha. This is going to be Keith. Sir Keith, I want to say
Sir Keith. I like that title. And I've made my way to the Queens in England to get nulted by them.
And that would be great. I mean, I would be your friend that time. Right now, not so much. But speaking of which, we do have a lot of surprises. We talked about the final track, which is going to be the final round for the teams down there. But before that, we have more surprises. That's going to be another notice from the referees. Coming up from Team Saudi Arabia, Dami was warned once more for quitting early during the 3rd game of the match 2 of the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version West Asia Group final stage. Hey guys, come on. Keep it fair and clean, and quitters never win and winners never quit. Come on.
Oh, why did they quit?
Oh, we're
they
not
did
done
pretty
yet.
well. Oh, well.
Your turn.
Another one here. This is shout out and warning to Bahrain's team Choto for unauthorizingly leaving the game during the 3rd game of the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version West Asia final stage match 2. This is due to 2 warnings now under this guy's name, Choto, remember it, and so he was expulsed from the match. And Bahrain's 3rd game is now cancelled in the scores, giving them an unattendance value of 30 minutes instead.
Yep. We gave you warnings, and no, we're not done yet. In the 4th game of the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version West Asia Group Final Stage Match 2, which was the previous one, due to the athlete expulsion in the 3rd game, Team Bahrain will not be able to participate according to the fact that the number of athletes to be consistently lower than required. So Team Bahrain are not allowed to operate any action, and the score will be counted as incomplete with a finish time of 30 minutes. Now, it's not that one track that will cost them. It's gonna cost them for the entirety of the tournament, because you will want to add up all the other time from across all tracks you competed today, and everything just goes down the drain because of how they've been keep on making things. I don't want to say difficult. I don't want to say difficult, but it is what it is.
Yeah, kind of disappointing, for lack of a better word. I mean, Team Bahrain was the top 1 seeded for West Asia, right? So to hear this news, it breaks our heart too. But why are we doing this? Why are we reading out these notices?
It's because for the fair play between all the players, and also for the best of the outcome of the game itself, because we want to improve the standard and ensure the fairness of esports competition. RDAG has introduced an esports competition management system developed by Tencent Esports. So by using this system, technical officials are able to utilize features such as a replay in athlete first-person point of view, network monitoring, hardware performance, detection, everything else, as the basis for competition judgment, so we can allow for efficient handling of the sudden events during the competition. So we need to keep things clean and fair in the short term of it.
Oh, wow, that sounded like definitely natural. Like it definitely did not came from a script. But you know what? We cannot script down here. Is track number 4, in which Team Bahrain will stay unoperable in their starting point. So without further ado, the final track here for West Asia, track 4, match number 2. Let's go.
I agree. It's a shame we'll actually have to see Bahrain cannot even compete in the last final track, and not just that, it will affect the entirety of their performance for the entire tournament as well. But at the same time, this can be an example why is it so important for us to keep it fair play for all the players. They definitely learn this the hard way. But for the other teams on there, then it's not done yet, as the West Asia finals. Palestine, Jordan, and coming out from Team Saudi Arabia. We do know, especially Team Palestine and Jordan, is actually neck to neck when it comes to overall rankings there.
I thought you were nearly leading up the conversation to saying they're definitely not getting an Audi this time around.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow, that's way more painful than it's supposed to be.
I know, you missed out on the chance for an Audi.
Thanks for filling me up with that. I mean, but at the same time, yeah, I mean, like, they love the shot for the, I think it's a Audi A...
No, Audi Q4, e-tron.
The players are getting that.
Are
the players really getting that? I don't know.
No way. That's too much. And I'm saying, I'm putting a stop to it
though,
because I am jealous if they do. So let's not give them a
I
Q4.
feel like you might actually having a bit of a...
aggression issue? Yeah, a Q4 for what?
No, you're definitely going to sulk by the end of the day. I feel like that will be, that's going to happen. I have a feeling that will be.
Well, we'll see. The award is happening right after this match itself, after the interview. So stay tuned to that
Maybe
one.
they got the miniature of it. It's not too bad still.
Yeah,
but thank you so much for our future gaming flagship ICO 11 bringing us the perspective of the players, hand cam as well. We're back into our competition. We have 3 teams competing for this one, and because Bahrain will be penalized and expulsed during this last track. But back to Palestine. Team Saudi Arabia and Team Jordan, on the other hand, is kind of close with each other and feels like anybody can be number 1 for now.
Anyone can be number 1, that's for sure. But this is also a breath of fresh air for the likes of, well, Team Saudi Arabia, who was at the bottom for the longest of time. But because of this, maybe they will make their way into the top 3 position and maybe get themselves the consolation prize itself. Now, we've reached into the first checkpoint. That will be Team Jordan, who arrived first and has capitalized onto these compounds and buildings. They will get the first advantage in terms of resources and available targets to farm from. Hopefully, they can make that sort of lead onto their end, and having one team penalized could also mean less competitions in all the given resources.
But it's always not a surprise for us when it comes to getting the first one in the lead, when it comes to the first 2 checkpoints. KSA or Team Saudi Arabia always taking the lead, but it's always the problem when it comes to the final checkpoint here. I do hope they finally realize what's need to be done for them to actually finish off first. Because we never see Team Saudi Arabia getting first yet. This is their last shot here. I mean, like, finish it in a very... in a finesse, you know? Give it a bit of a poise, having a bit of a fashion ending, just to show that, you know, you can be number 1 too.
That's true. I mean, that's definitely the story they should be striving for. Heck, in fact, at least they know now they can calmly play the game that they will be at least in the top 3 position. So they should at least try and strive even higher, since, you know, you don't want to just take freebies and run away with it. At least make a statement on your way out and say, hey, I'm number 3, but it's not because of the freebies. I know we've got this in the bag. Now, moving on into the objectives right now. It's a 4-color target in which you have to shoot the color target that is of your color itself. I am going in tongue-tied in circles right
your
now.
color and the target and the color target. That's kind of a straightforward information for you guys who don't know what is happening right now, don't have a clue. Basically, there's going to be 4 targets, and it's going to be flipping and also kind of randomized for the colors as well. All you need to do is just shoot on based on the same colors as your team for this round, for this first checkpoint. And also this is the shortest course when it comes to all the tracks overall, right? So they need to make sure they will... no, this is the longest one. This is the final track. So it's definitely not an easy thing to do when you have so many obstacles. But we do have teams... Team Jordan and Team Palestine already left the vicinity within just a short amount of time spent on the first checkpoint. But at the same time, we do want to know between the gaps of these two teams right now. On the side of Team Saudi Arabia, I'm not sure how much they scored just now. It feels like a bit of a bug.
Yeah, it was bug. They actually hit it first, and they're ahead of the curve right now, driving ahead of these two giants. But we've seen this time and time again. We need this story to play out a different way. We need Team Saudi Arabia to come in with the first-hand finish.
Well, I just wish that can actually be true, because I do have the expectation from the side of first and second checkpoint coming out from Team Saudi Arabia. They can deliver, but it's just the final one. They're always there first. They got the upper hand. They got the advantage. They got the head start. But it's always the flying. They're not really good with flying objects. Then.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta first believe in existence of a UFO if you want to be good at it, right? Because then only when you believe, you study them. We're talking about the same things, right?
I think so. Speaking of flying objects, now, when it comes to flying objects, the ones that are moving, that's where they're having a bit of a problem, because the one that actually just floating around, which is going to be the speed booster, they don't have problems with it for the side of Team Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, but they have a problem with one thing. I just saw them crashing onto a tree, and that could have put a hindrance in their advancement. Look at that, already catching up. They have to build back the momentum in which they have lost here, but they will do so with the speed boost. So at least they maintain some sort of a gap and distance, but unfortunate because things would have been so much more on their favor here had they not crashed onto a tree.
That one tree to stop them all. But for all the other teams, on the other hand, it's going to be just a couple of seconds of a gap here. We definitely know when it comes to the 120 seconds of the downtime is all needed for the teams to actually starting off with the right foot. We're talking about them getting those hiding spot and target that's not actually easy to find them. And so for Team Saudi Arabia, even though they have a bit of a blunder during the tree and, happen to be bumped into it, but still having a good start still with 36 points coming up for the second checkpoint. We still have around 60 seconds to go for a second checkpoint to start to commence.
Which is plenty amount of time here, but I guess most of these teams also want to make sure that they've got the sufficient loot. Remember, playing for the late game is playing for checkpoint 3, and that is why Team Palestine has done so successfully time and time again. I mean, you've seen it. The players in blue, they were looking at targets and not even trying to make a shoot, not even trying shooting them and prioritizing accumulating these resources. But now the countdown has begun for retracting targets. They have to shoot them before the weasels disappear.
So, as long as you don't miss, that's where you get a lot of points. I love this POV right now. Coming up from Team Jordan, definitely not missing anything. Look at how the efficiency plays. By the same time, it might be a false information. Something you thought you finished off the target was actually the person next to you.
It's called a steal kill at that point. Oh my god. It's just, I mean, how can you tell? It's just raining on ammunition and hellfire towards the targets.
Yeah, the only thing that crossed my mind, I happened to be in that position before. You thought you had the target, you thought you had the point, and you feel like you can gloat, but then you look at the team's performance, the point's not moving at all. So that's going to be a very disappointing moment for you and your team, and thought that you had pulled off all the work, but it's actually been stolen away by the team next to you. So they have to make sure that they just put up all the bullets needed to finish off target in an instant. Right now, Team Saudi Arabia taking the lead with only 40 more points to go, but Team Jordan and Palestine on the other hand, as per usual, they're going to lead second and third in this one. But when it comes to the final checkpoint, they need the lead for Team Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, because we know that's their bane, to be honest. They are always performing so good, Team Saudi Arabia. Please close this one off, and this is me bagging you, and I'm a man with too much of an ego to even think of bagging. I'd like to see a different story play out here. at least before I head into my breaks. Oh, foreshadowing.
Yeah, I've never seen you back before. This is first time me seeing Keith to back. That's just how much he wants you to actually do it for Team Saudi Arabia. But some teams, you know, the moment you back, that's where they happen to be bumping into another terrain problem and just got stuck themselves in between. And
oh no!
Not again!
The hopes and dreams.
No!
Oh, wait a minute.
Wait! Never mind. Goodbye.
They're back in track. It seems that the universe is telling them to move on forward with Team Jordan getting into a sticky situation here. Team Palestine, again, just finding themselves in the back foot when it comes to these rotations. So it will still remain as per with Team Saudi Arabia potentially being the first to lay their eyes onto the next checkpoint. But Team Jordan, they're closing in and really fast.
How fast can they go? Because right now they're just pretty much in the same line. But the last minute boost coming from Saudi Arabia. But here comes another move coming from Jordan. But it's not close enough for them to close the gap. It's going to be just 2 seconds away from the Team Saudi Arabia. They're both heading towards the last checkpoint. All three teams moving at the same pace for their final checkpoint, the third one. And this will be the one that determines whether they can get the first place or not between Team Jordan and Team Palestine.
Oh, no.
But maybe the last chance for Team Saudi Arabia to triumph out. You know what? We get once for one track, number one.
Yeah, we just have to give the underdog at least something. You know, they need that motivation to come in the future, maybe even more hungry, as seeing that it is possible, after all, to pretty much pit up against some of these giants here in this game.
The same time for the Giants, they cannot be complacent at all. Not a second to waste. They know for a fact it will be detrimental for the entire team. The athletes have no way to hesitate on making a room for any error. They have to make sure everything is just as organized and flawless as it can be. But for now, Team Jordan leading off with 24 points, but Team Saudi Arabia catching up. Team Palestine, on the other hand, they're definitely not really, you know, want to focus on the 120 seconds downtime, because where they actually shine is where the flying objects do happen.
But that does raise questions. What would happen if they did focus on the easy targets down on the ground? Shouldn't that put themselves up for success if that was the case?
Maybe they're just like, you know, we want to be a master of one instead of, you know, jack of all trades. Maybe that's the case.
I can tell you, the winner is always named Jacked because he does everything.
I'm the winner now?
I guess so. Your name Jack? What else do I not know
Jack
about
Chu.
you?
Okay, Jackie Chu, yeah. Close enough, man. Close enough. But on the side of our last final section here comes Team Palestine. Can they finish off with a finesse? Or Team Jordan finally pushed them down in the last minute? They're really neck to neck, and so far the overall scores is just too close. And they cannot afford to have that 1 second of a difference between these two teams.
They're just built differently. The Team Jordan went in, capitalized as much as they can with the targets, build up to like 54 points. Team Palestine came in, immediately took the #1 spot, now only drifting down by a bit, but seemingly still possible and can potentially even again overtake the likes of Jordan. Unfortunately for the likes of Team Saudi Arabia, this has always been their weakest point.
At the same time, they're trying to approach every way possible up to those mountains if needed of wanting to shoot down all these flying objects. Just don't shoot the machine that dispensing all the objects, that is. But they took themselves in a whole different level of terrain to be up on the mountain to make sure it's going to be easier for them to shoot from upward down instead of, you know. But I personally feel like you have to put in account for the zero distancing between the bullets as well.
And also another account that because they're positioned up there on a hill, when they hit that 500 mark, now you have a bigger rotation to make.
True.
Like, how are you going to get people on that hill, into the podium, into the car, and then to the finish line?
Not just that, there's a high chance for the car to actually be flipped over from that angle as well.
Or lose petrol because now they've expanded the distance used.
It's a high risk, high reward here, coming out from the teams playing out from the high grounds. And not just that, they might be jeopardizing the entire positions for the entire team, coming out from Team Saudi Arabia, who want to be a bit unorthodox in this approach. But on the side of Team Palestine and Team Jordan, on the other hand, you know, they take the usual route. They are being as normal as they can be, but it happens to be right for them.
I don't know how Team Palestine does it, but they're always catching up. Right now, 390 already. They started with 0 out of 500, while Team Jordan started with 64 out of 500. That gap just closed in real quick, and already we're looking at them being the victors here at just 50 more points.
I assume they've seen and they believe the flying object.
They do now.
They do now.
They do now.
That's why Palestine is being so great. Team Palestine, they're just 20 points away. Can they finish off and try to make it as short of a time that being used as possible? Because this last track will affect them for the entirety of the West Asia final. Can they overtake Team Jordan in the very last minute when all the scores are being tabulated right now as we speak? They're leaving the scene, they're leaving the final checkpoint here. Saying good for Team Jordan, probably the next one, but Team Palestine already trying to raise it up to the final track and final finishing line, but they're taking the safer rotation instead.
Yeah, they've expunged all the boosters on the way uphill, so they've got nothing left in the tank to perhaps propel them in such a stylish position, but they will play it safe instead. It's an easy first place victory here for track number 4, and I think this could be very well what was needed to maybe secure themselves as the #1 team. Team Palestine clocks in at 16 minutes and 8 seconds.
Congratulations for Team Palestine, but will it be enough to secure themselves to be the champions in the West Asia finals? But next, we do have Team, last but not least, Team Saudi Arabia. Everybody just, you know what, we're not going to boost ourselves up. We're going to take this not so safe, I guess.
They're not taking chances here. That's the difference between the West Asian region and the East Asian region. Everyone from the East just seems to be flying up and down and, you know, left and right. And so that move right there by Team Saudi Arabia could have been very detrimental. They nearly tipped the car over. And if this is Team Saudi Arabia coming in at the 2nd place, which means Team Jordan now falls in further and further solidifying a Team Palestine as the victor.
That's kind of true. We haven't know who will get the championship because we need to tabulate the scores, but not so yet because we do have finally Team Saudi Arabia and Team Jordan joining in as the last finishing line, as Team Saudi Arabia do scores over 17 minutes, just barely over it with 17 minutes and 2 seconds. And finally our clock stopped where we do have Team Jordan finishing at 18 minutes. Surprisingly, Team Jordan, they lost the spot in the very last minute.
Very, very unfortunate. They were neck to neck for when it matters the most. Unfortunately, right now, immediately, just slipping things by a wee bit. So that would conclude track number 4 here, match number 2. Actually, the final match for Western Asian region here in the Road to Asian Games 2022. And no, we did not go back in time. This is to make up for the Asian Games that didn't happen last year.
I do want to play along with that, but I know, I feel like I'm being mean if I actually do that. And speaking of which, we do have for our finalists when it comes to the West Asia finals, but who will actually take the top spot here? We do know for a fact, you know, it's already punching enough for Bahrain to place last, like it or not, because the last track, they're being punished, and that's going to cost them extra 30 minutes across the board when you tabulate the entire score. But we do hear some chanting coming up from all the players and teams out there. The athletes definitely celebrating right now as they've done with the West Asia final.
Yeah, they're celebrating. I wish you could hear what we could hear, which isn't much. It's just a faint because we are wearing headphones after all. But they're cheering, that's for sure. And it sounded jolly. And I think Team Palestine, they've done the math on the back end. They know that it was enough to end up in #1. Here are the results. 23 speed ups, 16 minutes, and 8 seconds for Team Palestine. Second to that is a team with 32 speed-ups at 17 minutes and 8 seconds. So nearly an entire minute ahead.
For our Audi Super A player this time, we do have coming out from Jordan. It's going to be none other than Lay with 289 score. Team Palestine, Timon again with another Jordan player, which is going to be Clever with 240 points. While we do have coming up from Team Saudi Arabia, Damar with 355 points. Now, I feel like between Team Jordan and Team Palestine, it's a very close score.
It is very close, but that right there should be the determining factor, right? Because they're neck and neck. They're always the top two. This time around, they fell to top 3.
No, the thing is, you know, the others, yeah, maybe. But if they happen to be having a gap in between, how many seconds will be a difference for them when it comes to overall scores later? Because even though they might actually place themselves first and second, but the amount of time spent, who got it the shortest amount of time?
Yeah, then that's based on the time as well, right? Like, if you're the first one there, then you're definitely the fastest. And someone who's
say
in second...
that to Team Saudi Arabia, then.
What do you mean? No, as an overall, if you end up first in the overall, which means whoever team that is next to you in second place is almost always going to be later than you did. I don't see how you can argue that.
That's why I'm being quiet now. But at least I just want to know how much of a gap for the points. You know, the points will be comparing for the time that being finished off each track by each of the team of each region, and also based on that, whoever got the shortest amount of time will actually win. It will be the winner. Basically, the best. Okay, the best. And so far, the average so far we've seen is going to be around 16 to 17 because. By the end of the day, it feels like a bit dragged down for a bit because a lot of accidents happening here and there. Yeah. It's more frequent than yesterday.
I can tell you one thing, though. For the first half of this entire match here for the West Asian region, that one goes to the side of Team Palestine. I think they had 68, and I think Team Jordan had about 71 or something. So they're already starting off with a decent... With some leads in a minute.
Will they add that into factor, though? Will it be a clean slate when it comes to the finals?
No. There was another 4 set of tracks before the ones that we watched. So that one's tallied down.
Yeah, including that, yes.
Yeah.
That one, who was with the 71 just now?
Team Jordan, I think. Second place. So what I'm saying is that before the second half of the track, before you came in here in replacement of Sir Cloud, that Team Palestine already had some sort of a lead. So if they're going to tally that up with right now, which means I feel that they've won again.
We talked about this, right? That's the thing. Because Team Palestine do have it's kind of an equal round for both teams. But at the same time, even though they're being left behind or place themselves second in the second track and even the third track for Team Palestine, the gap was not significant.
A minute is significant. I think
maybe like the case of a certain round, like track number 2, it was like 30 seconds.
Oh yeah, sure, for sure.
But at the same time, if you compare with the first track and the fourth track especially, this will be detrimental for Team Jordan.
Exactly, that's my point. So that solidifies Team Palestine.
But you mentioned about them having the lead of around 3 minutes-ish.
Yeah. So because I figured because Team Jordan had more #1 finish in the second half. However, if they were maybe top 2 in this the track number 4, they could have still be in 50-50. I wouldn't have known. But they ended up 3rd place.
Yeah, if it was second. Because I'm surprised. Why did Jordan finish off 3rd? Because we saw that the numbers actually do go up in the very last minute. I personally thought Team Jordan will leave this 3rd checkpoint in the final track and a 4th track just now as second. But surprisingly, Team Saudi Arabia pushing in the last minute was less than a second apart between Team Palestine and Team Saudi Arabia. But Team Jordan took so long, but it was like 2 minutes in.
So, for perspective, Team Palestine had clocked in at 16 minutes and 8 seconds. For Team Jordan, it was 17 minutes plus.
No, it was 18 minutes.
18.
It actually did enter 18 minutes.
that just like confirms it at that
Not
point.
really, because if you compare with Team Palestine, they kind of left behind with also a minute when it comes to track 3. So, but you know what? We're going to have to tabulate the scores later because we're missing our Nar girl, which is going to be Dash Bunny, our host. Take it away.
Thank you very much. I'm joined with Mambe from Team Palestine, who's currently at the top. And he's smiling so big right now. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, so in the seedings, you guys were not in the top spot. What did your team do to change and improve your gameplay?
We actually worked hard for it. We stayed like overnight, late nights to practice more. And our target was to reach around 14 to 15 minutes for each stage.
Wow.
Oh, we did it.
Yeah, you guys did it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Very, very proud of you guys.
Thank
so
you.
it's been very competitive. You guys saw, the rankings kind of change. And now in the West Asia finals, how do you feel about being at the top after such an intense journey?
It feels incredible. We are so happy. We can't like even explain how happy we are right now. We've been so stressed before the last game, but right now we finally made it to beat champions here, and we're so happy.
I am very happy for you guys as well. For now, we are going to be going to another interview coming very soon. But I'm going to toss it back to Castles. Thank you so much for spending time with us.
Thank you.
So I think that kind of settles it, right? I mean, if they're happy, they're talking about celebrating, and we heard the
It's too soon.
in the back end.
It's too soon for that. But not just that, we're not having it attached once, we're having it twice. Hey. And also, speaking of that, I feel like the next interview might be Team Jordan. To keep the suspense going on.
Are you sure about
Because we didn't
that?
tabulate the scores yet. So maybe they're trying to give us both teams a bit of a hope. It might be both teams actually getting number 1. But at the same time, we don't know who. Because you mentioned about them, we didn't exactly tabulate the entirety of the scores because we might actually go to seconds. But don't forget about the milliseconds. It counts.
Okay, let's put it this way. Who's buying dinner based on this? Well, are you going to make that wager now,
I'm broke. I'm broke, but I can buy you a dinner
I
and purchase for us.
say the most obvious of outcomes is that Team Palestine won the champion, but
he's taking the upper hand
but
before I can actually say
go
it.
against it, and all you have to do if you fail in the prediction is get me dinner. That's all I'm asking.
What kind of dinner are we talking about?
Noodles, but not the instant one.
So you want my dinner? That's my dinner. Okay, you know what? I will give it to you. If that's the case.
Okay.
If that's the case,
Okay.
I'm going to give it to you. So I'm going to go for... He forced me to go for Jordan. So but at the same time, I don't have a say in this.
Wait.
You guys
hold
are
on.
the witness.
Hold on. I didn't force you. Are you saying that you're going to jump on my vote? Then we don't even need this voting thing.
You want my noodles so much, huh? I can tell. My noodles are pretty good. My dinner is great, okay? But yeah, because I saved my lunch, so maybe I can give you my dinner. But at the same time, we do want to know what's going to happen next. Who will actually, I think the one that actually getting the number 1 spot will advance to the Asian Games, right?
Should be. That has to be it, right? Like,
But we don't know the format for the
so
Asian Games just yet.
my theory, okay, this is not confirmed, this is not official. Because they are 4 different regions, so for comes the final over in the Asian Games, it should be 1 representative within each region to play things out. But then again, that might be too short. So, according to Sir Cloud, with the lack of information and again hearsay, he said everyone within this will still move on forward regardless anyway. So that means you're assuming 4 members in each region, and there's 4 regions. So you're looking at a group. So each group has a representative of 1 team from each region.
We're going to put up a disclaimer first. Nothing is confirmed. That's
Nothing
it.
confirmed.
Nothing.
Hearsay.
Don't take our word for it. Because right now because I'm looking at a different scenario entirely. Because if the same format will be implemented into the next stage, so you need all top 1 for all regions. There's going to be only 4 teams.
Then I was right from the get-go.
Maybe we
That
both
makes
right
sense.
from the get-go. I mean,
Yeah,
I want to take credit sometimes too, guys. But
Then that
but-
makes sense. I think the format was that way. But
Because I try to dig deeper into it. Nobody willing to give me any sort of information about the next stage, so we have to wait and see. Now, this is a good suspense sometimes, including at what we want to know about our scores here. We don't know who's the number 1 when it comes to the West Asia Finals.
yeah, we're about to, at the very least.
Speaking of which, right?
Palestine.
Next, we do have the East Asia Finals. Will they breaking a record there?
I think when that happens, we just call Team China down to go pick up the trophy because no one else can do
Wow.
10-minute rounds.
So what? We haven't seen anybody. anybody yet.
But 10-minute rounds, I hear that, I'm waving the white flag.
How did it even make it 10 minutes? The most we saw was 12 minutes.
Yeah.
Plus. That was a plus. Not even 11.
And that happened once in a 2-set competition, right? You play the same map twice. I mean, the same track twice. And that only happened on one track. So that 12 minutes itself, you could argue, was quite of a fluke.
Okay, but here comes the standing. Here goes my noodles. But Team Palestine taking number 1 as Team Jordan is just 1 minute difference in between.
Now imagine if they had first place
it's not
in
even
the
1
last
minute. And for the total time, it was 2
there we
minutes. Is it 2 minutes?
2 minutes is exactly the difference they got in the last
No,
split.
1 minute and 30 seconds because they didn't actually go for over 50 seconds.
Yeah, so my point was that difference right there is exactly them from getting first place in this last track. Like that last track could have solidified them as champions. That's all they needed.
If only they finish at around 16 minutes and 10 seconds, that would be great. But congratulations from Team Palestine winning the West Asia Finals as a top rank.
Definitely formidable faces. Time and time again, we're working from the back end. They just crush it at checkpoint number 3. I nearly said chapter again, but this is their chapter to make a winning one. It's a good ending for them. And then we have, I believe, another interview in line for that. So Tash, whenever you're ready, please take this one away.
Thank you very much to the casters and good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the award ceremony. I'm your host, Tash Bunny. And first of all, a big congratulations to Team Palestine on becoming the West Asia top-ranked team. Next, the Audi Super A Honor Ring will be awarded, which will belong to the player who had the most brilliant performance in the West Asia region. So before that, let's have a look at a video. And there we go. Congratulations to Timon! I would like to invite him on the stage with me, and with him, I would also like to invite Chief Operating Officer of Asian Electronic Sports Federation, Mr. Kim, to present the award. Please present the Audi Super A Honor Ring. All right, congratulations. And everyone, if you would like to take a photo, please come up online. I'll just take a photo of him first. But if you guys are ready, are we ready? Yes, all right. So come on. Thank you so much, Mr. Kim. And everyone else, please take your seats because now I would like to have an interview with you, Timon. And with us, we also have their coach here. Hello, how are you doing? All right, so my first question to you is, what does this award mean to you?
Yeah, it means a lot for him because hard work. He's really proud. He's happy.
I'm very, very happy to hear. It definitely showed in their gameplay today. So is there anything that you learned in your journey in the RDAG?
Yeah, بالضبط. بالتجربة.
I will training all time in my
yeah, he's saying he learned. The first one is repeat the question or
just please repeat that.
Yeah, I will repeat the question. He said he learned a lot of things through this journey. the one and the most important thing that is he has to improve himself, and this is not enough for him. He wants to work more. He wants to win more also.
Yeah, and I can definitely see it right now. He looks super excited and he wants to go all the way, which is exactly why he was presented with this award. And finally, is there anything you want to say to your family, your team members, or even your supporters?
actually لعائلتك للفانز تاعونا انتم معجبين لعائلتك للبلد انا بقدم اول شيء تحيه لعائلتي. He's saying hello to his family, his mom especially. Yeah. His father also. Yeah, Asad Shtaya. All right. And to Salim and to Palestine. Yeah. This one is for you guys. I hope we made you proud.
I think they
and we're not gonna stop. Yeah.
I think they are definitely proud. So thank you so much, and congratulations to Palestine for making it all the way here, especially you, Timon. And for now, let's take a quick break before we move on to the next part of this tournament. We'll see you guys in a little while.
Thank you, Tash. Thanks everyone.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配 2K 144赫兹1.6全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞越想操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You guys are tuning into the Road to Asian Games 2022. And I'm Juju. This is going to be Sekla will be your casters for today. But this is going to be an interesting matchup when it comes to this particular region.
Yeah, this is going to be huge. I mean, this bracket, this region, yesterday we saw some amazing moves. And today, of course, we're going to include the one that qualified directly onto the regional finals, and China is going to be playing today.
Now, Team China, who happens to be the one seeding first, advancing towards the finals here for the East Asia region. We do join in by Team Chinese Taipei, Team Republic of Korea, and Team Hong Kong China as well. And so far, I think the highest contender next to Team China is going to be Team Chinese Taipei.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, they were amazing yesterday as well. But before we get on to the match, let's reintroduce the rules and how this game is done.
So we do have 4 teams completing at a time within 16 athletes divided into Team A, B, Team C and D, where we do have all 4 tracks available for these guys. The cap or the capacity of a maximum time is going to be 30 minutes. They cannot exceed 30 minutes in a track. So a match will race up for all the tracks where they do have 3 different checkpoints to go. So each track consists of 4 sections, and all teams need to complete the goals of each section to finish a track. Starting point at section 1 towards the first checkpoint, while we do have section 2, which means the journey towards our retracting target area as second checkpoint. As section 3 will be moving towards the flying target area as the final checkpoint, and then the section 4 is going to be the journey towards the end of the finishing line. So each checkpoint or each section do have its own respective scores.
And here our group introduction again is divided into respective regions. As you can see here, West Asia, East Asia, Central Asia, and South Asia, and we have Southeast Asia. But for the group that will be competing next, we'll be giving focus onto East Asia group as introduced earlier on. So there will be the top 4 teams from the East Asia group for us to look through and to compete to see who will get the number 1 to number 4 spot.
Yep, unfortunately, Team Macau China has been already relegated because they didn't make it yesterday. But for the team that will be participating for this one in the final of the East Asia region, we give it a go for Chinese Taipei team, Team Republic of Korea, Team Hong Kong China, and Team China. All the names here definitely are the top players, especially Team China. We do know they are the record holder within 10 minutes of completion in one track.
Yeah, it will be amazing to see them finally play, because when they got their record, it was off stream. It wasn't broadcasted. So technically, we didn't know how they actually do it. So mathematically, it sounds like it's impossible, but hey, they somehow managed to do it. So we'll be interested to see how they execute it later on. So keep your eye on this team.
How will they break their own record?
Oh yeah.
There's no team managed to reach even 11 minutes. We did have the most time, or the least time amount, which is going to be 12 minutes yesterday within the team of Team Chinese Taipei, Team Hong Kong China. I think it was Team Chinese Taipei taking the lead in that one. When it comes to Team China now coming in, will they breaking their own record?
Yeah, will they set another bar for all the other teams, especially for the teams who will be playing tomorrow and the day after, to look upon to say that, okay, that is the number to beat now. And it's going to be really interesting to see how they do it, because from our rough mathematical calculation, it feels impossible. But hey, they somehow did it. But before we get into the game, of course, we're going to introduce track number 1. They're going to start off in Valedema and head on to the first section that is played inside Monte Nuevo, in which this will be the first challenge. They need to shoot down their own respective colors. And once they completed that, they move on to section number 2 inside of Picado, whereby they need to shoot targets through windows. And the section goal with 400 points. The first team to receive 400 points will move on to the final section. There's section number 3 inside of Los Leones. And this is going to be the toughest one. It's going to be the flying targets. I'll be really interested to see how they actually overcome this before going on to the finishing line in Puerto Prieto.
Not just that, the final checkpoint, you have to reach up to 500 points, which is the most points needed to get across towards the finish line. It's the hardest obstacle yet by far, but we do know when it comes to the East Asia region, they have their own different approach about how they want to play, because we saw it yesterday how they align themselves on top of those platforms in the final track or the final checkpoint itself in the third one, they just kind of move towards one angle instead of scattered over the platform.
Yeah, they seem to have like a formula that we don't know. They know something that we don't know, basically. So we're still, as casters, trying to crack the code of what makes them so synchronized and why do they do certain things and so on and so forth. But hopefully later on, if we get an opportunity to interview other teams, which I'm sure we will, hopefully Tash will be able to try to unravel the mystery. But that is also like giving away the secret sauce, in which, yeah, I can expect them to like kind of keep it to themselves for a bit.
I feel like the most they can actually give us is going to be something that's very surface level.
Yeah.
But I do hope from our observation for today, when it comes to the East Asia Finals, we get to see, by our personal opinion and personal view, even you guys watching at home can give a bit of your ideas to be to summarize how they actually do it. Because we are trying to crack the code, which we still fail to do so.
Yeah, do leave in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget to share out the stream as well, because let's be Sherlock Holmes, everyone, and contribute towards the knowledge of this format, which is very, very unique to all of us, even to the players as well. Even some of the players, the coaches, they are still discussing. Even they discuss among other countries as well, like, hey, what do you think? What do you think? And we try to combine, mix and match and everything. So everyone's still trying to find out how is the most efficient way to play this game. But hey, based on the current record, Team China seems to have cracked the code.
And not just that, we're waiting for, by the end of the day, who will be the most super Super A player for the day, because we did saw just now coming out from the previous region, which was the West Asia Finals, being awarded by the Audi Super A players, which was the Palestine players coming up from Timon. So who will be when it comes to this region itself? Will it be still Team China taking the lead, or will Team Chinese Taipei start to catch up now? Or Team Hong Kong China start to wake up? And we do know Team Republic of Korea always taking advantage whenever they can.
Yeah, so it's going to be a tricky situation, right? Like maybe they try to cancel each other somehow, right? By stealing away those points, because at some point they will be shooting like at the same target. They'll be aiming for the same objective. So what if there's a KS that happens at some point, right? Yeah, like they were aiming.
Be stolen away.
Yeah, one team is aiming that, it's like about to shoot, it's like, oh, another team just aims and shoots first. So
no, the worst part that you can feel as a player, right? You thought you shot it down. But it's actually not you, and you have no clue. That's worse.
Yeah.
Because the last bullet to hit the target gets it away.
Yeah, and of course, another valuable item inside of each stage is going to be the airdrop, because the airdrop gives 40 extra points to whoever gets it. So you can imagine that when the airdrop drops, it's like, oh, 40 points, 40 points, 40 points, 40 points. Everyone will be like, 40 points, 40 points, 40 points, 40 points.
Screaming 40 points.
Screaming for the 40 points to whoever who gets it.
But at the same time, whoever sees it first, because these guys don't miss. None of them actually miss. And I do want to, I cannot stop comparing between regions, you like it or not, right? Even the first of West Asia, we saw the number one compared to the last in East Asia. It's still a gap. Because the average in East Asia region, like what, around 14, right? Yeah. 14 is the most.
Yeah.
And the fastest we get from West Asia just now, the average was 16 minutes per track.
Yes.
That's a huge gap, Cloud.
Absolutely. I mean, for East Asia, well, it's like what, 12, 13? It's like kind of the average, or maybe even around the areas of 13. Yeah.
Average.
So we can see the gap there, but I don't know today's gap will it change or not. And of course, on the broadcast, it will be Team China's debut as well. And this is where I believe not only viewers, not only us casters, but all the other teams will be watching how they actually play it. And of course, they have the legendary player, Paraboy, together with them.
Yeah, but it's going to be coming up from Team China lineup. Flower Age, Paraboy, Kazi, Aguang, and Achan, who is happen to be his subs. But speaking of which, we do have the contenders who have played. Like, okay, we have to put an example coming from West Asia. Right. Even though Team Bahrain was seeded in advance. But will that be the case for a team that played way more tracks compared to Team China.
Oh, yeah, that is actually a really good point. So, one of the theories is that because Bahrain, they didn't play as much, right?
True.
So, they didn't have that many games to practice, so to speak. So, hence, the other teams who had more practice time, namely Palestine, that's why they overtake them. But then again, of course, we are talking about, like Parabol himself, multiple world MVPs we're talking. So, I'm sure he's able to adapt to the situation.
But at the same time, will they adapt fastly enough? But we do know they are holding the record holder right now for within 10 minutes. But at the same time, will they make a new average? Will 10 minutes be their normal average then for this bracket, for this region, for East Asia finals? We're talking about finals here, Cloud. Everything at stake.
Yes, everything. Okay, so what I noticed is for the Republic of Korea, they're making a substitution. So Fabian is playing this time. Glad to see him. We always see him at the world stage. Yeah, but he didn't play yesterday. So today is pretty much his broadcast debut, at least, for the Road to Asian Games PUBG Mobile edition. And will be interesting to see if that actually changes anything for the Korean side.
I feel like Fabian will be put in the roster if things get really, really critical or something that's really under the pressure. So this is where everything matters. They want all their best player to put foot up front when it comes to each of the teams, and definitely for the athletes, how they cope with the pressure. They cannot afford to make one single second of mistake because these teams are flawless. You have that down to 120 seconds. That 120 seconds, they can gain up to 200 points, Cloud.
Oh, yeah.
Just waiting.
Oh, yeah, like 200 points. That's like almost half of the objective. By at some point, depending on which objective we're talking about, right? But it's not only like the teams that we just mentioned, also for Hong Kong, China as well. They did really well yesterday. It was just that one unfortunate round that they misgauge the amount of fuel inside of their vehicle. Hence, at the end of one of those rounds, they had to run on foot towards the finish line. So, ladies and gentlemen, yes, it was not intentional. It was a miscalculation. But other than that, I think they were doing well as well.
Honestly speaking, East Asia region is just so hard for them to make mistakes. But what's making it a difference between them, honestly, from your opinion, between the teams? What make it like you feel like maybe this team can overtake, and what's the cause of them having that delay?
What's the cause of them having that delay? Well, I would say that it just happened, it just happened. I think it was maybe because they played so many games yesterday, right? They played like eight games, and that miscalculation happened like at the 7th game or something like that. So it was towards the end. So it could be because of fatigue as well.
Probably.
And they also had the risk of being eliminated from yesterday's game. So you don't want to be the last team. So there was a little bit more pressure as compared to like the qualifier stage, whereby the qualifier stage, the close qualifiers still would allow everyone to continue on playing. So maybe because of that little bit more extra, that's why that kind of happened.
Today is a double extra. If you think about this, going to be the finals as well, but you don't want to waste any more of your time. We're heading to our first track in the East Asia finals of our Road to Asian Games 2022.
Here we go, track number 1. As our athletes head on to the first track, this will be it, ladies and gentlemen. Who will have a good head start here in China? Or will we see a comeback throughout? Will we see miracle games happen? Let's go, Valdemar!
Speaking of the race itself, if you had a mistake when dropping your parachute, look at how fast this guy actually dropped themselves. But thank you so much, Audi. You see that flashing car, you know it's starting. But having a head start, we do have Team... I think that was Team Republic of Korea taking a head start just now, but Team China going forward. Team Hong Kong, China on the other hand, just next to each other. Oh man, that's not a second gap between these guys.
Oh yeah, look at how close they are right now. But we got Hong Kong, China speeding down with maximum top speed 163 kilometers per hour at some point. And even at the corner, they still maintain their lead. While Team China trailing behind, but Team China looking to cut across Hong Kong, China, and during this corner, they will do so.
Oh boy, but still they boosted up. Team China taking the lead and going on in a straight line. But Team Hong Kong China now chasing behind, following hot pursuit here. It's so close. All four teams happen to be in a cluster. None of them happen to be bumping into each other. I'm surprised how they just so focus on their driving skills.
And look at this, cutting corners. These are some of the so-called shortcuts that is being used and being deployed by the teams just to shave off those precious seconds away. And with that being said, we have a Team China now at the forefront.
Now they're still taking the jump and mid-air after the platform. It's all about landing on four wheels. They landed flawlessly and avoid themselves from running into rough terrain and get back on the road. Nearly enough to reach out their first checkpoint. And all four teams happens to be landing on the first checkpoint at the same time.
Yeah, not too far away from each other. Not much of a gap that we can see here. So far, everyone's really, really close. But if it comes to the speed up targets, Chinese Taipei has the most as of now with 21 targets shot down. And now we can see all the teams rushing out to get those extra bonus points before the main objective show itself.
Oh, how they just negate themselves and moving navigations towards parking their own vehicles and try to shoot down all these frantic targets. But these guys, they barely miss. They're making it so easy. If you compare with the previous ones, they make it so easy.
Absolutely. Check out the tracking. Whether it's with a red dot or whether it's with an iron sight, it all hits. And even from the distance with a micro Uzi, that is something else.
They didn't miss even one bullet just now, Cloud.
Not at all. They are already at 100-point mark. And that is even before the main objective shows itself. They are halfway there by now.
I'm not surprised. The moment the checkpoint just opened up the platform, they did actually score 300.
Oh, well, I mean, if you want to get 10 minutes, right, that could be a possibility.
That's how they scored the 10 minutes.
That's how they scored the 10 minutes.
Yeah, during the downtime, 120 seconds downtime. What is downtime? Because we already full scored before the platform rises, but here comes a four-colored target. So basically, each team have to shoot down the target with their own respective color. Example here, if you are Team Yellow, coming out from Team Republic of Korea, the randomize of the target, they have to wait until yellow. They only have a couple of seconds, only 1 second to shoot it down. If you missed it, you don't gain any points.
But if you shoot the wrong color, points will be deducted. So they need to be precise in shooting the right color and not miss it, of course. But right now, Team China will be the first team to achieve 300 plus points, and they will move on to the next round, and we're not even 4 minutes in the game.
That was like literally only 1 minute into the platform rising, and they're already leaving. And the most usual we have average on the first checkpoint was around 4 minutes-ish. That they didn't even reach out to 4 minutes. They might actually do another record here.
They are leaving all the teams you have. Kind of look at that. Like the other teams, they're probably not done yet though. And Team China, they don't depend 100% on speed up target hits. Like that speed up target is not all the way. It's still pretty much similar with even like the top team right now, Chinese Taipei.
And also they only shoot this speed booster only when it's needed. It's like one thing at a time, one speed booster at a time. They did not rush it too much because they know it will not be stable. And now they're reaching up to the second checkpoint here, which a huge gap between them and the rest of a team, like including team coming out from the side of Hong Kong, China, Team Republic of Korea, and even Team Chinese Taipei. That's a huge gap they created.
Oh yeah, they just maximize the boost again for the second time as shown. When they go on the ramp, that's where they use the boost. And while they're on air, they use the boost again to give them maximum. Just look at this. Okay, how far are they even going with this? This is like to the other side of the map. But okay, it's not flawless, but it's still good.
A bit of a drift with a bit of a stumble, but they managed to still land on all their four wheels, but still leading off. Already got themselves in the second checkpoint. Now, I want to see, can they score full marks, full points before the platform even commencing?
Well, that's a tall order there, not gonna lie. But, well, it is a challenge, and it is a challenge that the teams will need to take. Now, following up to them, it will be Team Republic of Korea coming in at second place so far, and we have Team Chinese Taipei coming in at third, followed by Team Hong Kong China coming in next.
Oh man, all of them. I want to see the scores now. 68, make it 100 within seconds. And we still have the countdown going on. I think it's going to be 100 seconds away still as Team China taking the lead with almost 100 points, while Team Republic of Korea sitting at second place, but half of what Team China already garnered themselves by taking those scores as the lead.
Oh yeah, they are touching the 100-point mark now. Of course, they have the advantage of being the first team to arrive at section number 2. But speaking about section number 2, this is also where the vehicles will be refueled and the drivers will need to make the refuel happen. So they have designated roles for them to play. Some of them focus on the looting, some of them focus on the refueling, and some of them focus on shooting the targets to gain those points.
5 seconds commencing, and now we open up our retracting target platform. We see all the players taking their own respective positions here. Each team trying to gain themselves as fast as they can, all the retracting target by just lining up on top of the platform. But Team China already leading off almost 300 points there. What a gap with the second place of Team Republic of Korea.
Yeah, we are talking about more than a double gap now, almost a triple gap with Team Republic of Korea. And for the rest of them, they're still trailing behind. Team Hong Kong China just about to reach that 100-point mark and only 40 more points. Team China, they're done. They're moving on to the next round.
What a swift ending there from the second objective or second checkpoint. Now they're leaving and everybody else already in the car. All they need to do is just take a couple of boosters while going at it and go full ramp out towards the last checkpoint, which is going to be a third checkpoint. So far, Gertie is actually taking the first place when it comes to the scores with 200 over, but Sporta is not that far off either. As Team Republic of Korea actually plays second when it comes to the most scores.
And now they're just dashing. It seems like it's never-ending boosting. You can't look at it. When does the boosting stop? It just goes all the way for Team China. And now they're way ahead. Whereas for the other teams, they're still stuck at the second checkpoint.
I do want to know how far and how fast can they go at this point. Momentum-wise, they are shocking us at how fast for their first track in this finals. And now coming in with a flawless landing, even halfway through towards their final checkpoint, while all the other three still struggling to leave the second checkpoint. Some of them barely still managed to close up all the gaps, but definitely coming out from Team Chinese Taipei falling out as second, and all the other teams happen to be leaving second checkpoint at the same time. But the gap coming up from Team China is just huge.
It is huge, it's huge. Just looking at the minimap, right? Like everyone else is like kind of close to each other, but for Team China, like they are way far ahead. Well, yeah, a little bit of a bump here, but
no.
They can afford it. They can afford it.
But they will definitely not happy about this. We do know how perfection, everything down to perfection for them. But for the side Team China, they definitely want to break their own record here, but they already reached themselves on the last final objective or the final checkpoint. Now, how much can they get before the final checkpoint finally commences?
Yeah, this is going to be the granddaddy of them all. And while they drive, while they shoot to collect points, and that's going to be their starting. Now, it's official that Team China has reached checkpoint number 3. And they're way ahead of the others at this point. They have a good lead now. They have a good start. And, well, for all you know, maybe they can even get like 300 points before the objective comes up.
Buying a bit more time for Team Hong Kong China. They're swerving themselves a bit in those terrains. It's going to be a rough terrain for them. But Team Republic of Korea being left behind, not taking the jumping platform even. Well, the second is going to be Team Chinese Taipei taking the lead. But I feel like the platform will commence. Look, they don't have enough time for the rest of the other 3 teams to catch up towards, you know, the 20 seconds downtime.
Okay. Right now, we have reached the 10-minute mark. So no new record so far for Team China. But then again, they are still at the forefront. So that's what matters, especially for this region. And as that's being said, they managed to break that 100-point mark now, while the others, Team Republic of Korea, just started.
This is what I told you. There's no way for them to actually have enough time to find a hidden target because of just how fast and how early Team China was there in the first place. So it already started off the 120 seconds countdown. And not just that, they don't have time to find a hidden target. And this gives such a huge advantage for Team China to have another head start and might even finish in less than 3 minutes from now.
Yeah, that is a good point. They would have cleared all the ground targets before even other teams come. And they don't have any extra bonus points, so they need to focus straight on the main objective, in which Team China is prepared there. And even if we look at the stats, for all the athletes inside Team China, the percentages are not too far away. That means everyone contributed equally towards the points.
Side of Team China, already placed himself on top of platform. They're halfway there. It was less than a minute, the platform just commencing. For the side of Chinese Taipei, they're the next in line, but it's just too big of a gap. While Team Hong Kong China left behind at 4th place. Team Republic of Korea really want to jump up all those numbers, but it's not an easy target as it moves frantically and at a very high, fast-paced speed.
Oh, here we go. Every track is done very, very well now by Team Hong Kong China, because they know they need to play the catch-up game, so they need to shoot with perfection. They cannot let anything go at this point. They shoot, they retract. They shoot, they retract. They need to reserve their ammo at the same time, because if they're out of ammo, they need to spend time to loot.
They are so conserving for their resources, very mindful and being very efficient as well, but only 50 more points, make it 40 now, and they will leave within like 5 seconds. They're done. For the side of Team China in the final checkpoint, yeah, they're leaving for their final run at the finishing line.
Well, as you complete your sentence, they're done. And now they're on to the finishing line. So Team China definitely will take the #1 spot at this point. It's just a matter of how fast can they do it. Can they do it below the 13-minute mark? That will be the question, because at the end of the day, it's all about the total time collected.
So far, we do see 2 bumps coming up from their driving early on. But that definitely will not repeat it by the end of this final touch towards the end line. So coming up from Team China, they are boosting themselves all the way to try to make it as short as possible when it comes to the time span. But on the other hand, we still have 3 teams going in checkpoint 3, and they are nowhere near catching up to Team China. And that's going to be it. 13 minutes, maybe 12 seconds possibly as the ending, maybe even less than that at 13 minutes and exactly 13 seconds.
Well, there you go. They're done with this round. Now we'll be looking for the next team that will join us, that will join them in the finishing line. And it does look like Chinese Taipei is on their way there, and followed by Team Republic of Korea. So Team Hong Kong China will need to play catch-up in the next round.
Oh boy, this is not going to be an easy feat coming from Team Hong Kong China, because they have to beat the time. Not just about completing first, you have to also put into consideration about the amount of time calculated as overall. But they've hit it for the Team Chinese Taipei with a plus of 36 seconds behind.
Yeah, difference of 36 seconds. And let's see here. What will be the timing for Republic of Korea next? Probably about a minute or so. But we get an official confirmation now. And it's going to be 53 seconds difference from Team China.
Start to having a bit of a gap here while we're waiting for... Oh, they even got stuck in the very last minute for the side of Team Hong Kong China. That's going to add up to it for their time as well. It's so detrimental. But they are finally hitting towards the finishing line here. Close enough. All they need to do is just pushing those pedals. Keep gassing it up till the very end.
Oh, okay. That would have costed them some good few seconds there. But then again, this is the best they could do. But now it's just about putting in, not letting go of any more precious seconds. We are still at track #1, so we have plenty more tracks to go. We have 7 more tracks to go. Nevertheless, it is a good try. But comeback is real, they say, and they can probably do it better again next round.
Wow, I'm looking at the time. So far, Team China got 2 bumps in the row. So that bought them like what, extra 3 seconds for each of those bumps. So it's going to be around 6 to 10 seconds. So they can actually make it last around 10 more seconds. But at the same time, the average, that what scares me. Between Team China, Team Chinese Taipei, Team Republic of Korea, and Team Hong Kong China. The average, you can put it up, is going to be around 13 minutes and 30 seconds. That's the normal. Every single one of them, the gap is just 30 seconds-ish, not even a minute in between.
Not even a minute. So it's really, really tight here. So it could change in the next round, like who will get the number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, and so on and so forth. But here's our highlights from Aiku. Thank you to Haiku for being together with us. And if we look at the highlights here, the flawless execution, like from one window to another, like they know the exact position of the ground targets to make their movement as efficient as possible. Like from one window, jump out, you know there's 2 targets in front of you. So that's the advantage that they take. Nevertheless, the gap is not that far. It's about 36 seconds between Team China as well as Team Chinese Taipei.
Yeah, the gap is just too small in between here. I have to say, can Team Chinese Taipei pushing it up towards Team China give him a bit of a contest, but it's just so fast how they were doing things. But we do have our Audi Super A players.
What I noticed is that for the speed boost, that's one of the highest that I've seen, 71 speed boost for Team China. So that's probably the number to beat if you want to be the best of the best. And now, congratulations to Sporta for being the one that brings home the most points for his team, worth about 441 points.
Not just that, coming up from Sporta, 2 of them from Team Republic of Korea to actually score both in the Super A, Audi Super A players, which is including TZ there, while Team Republic of Korea do scores 1, and one more, I think if I'm not mistaken, is going to be Team China or Team Hong Kong China. But back towards our next track. Now we do know for a fact the track is getting longer, the obstacles getting harder. If we do the same checkpoint, pretty much almost the same mission they do have to have, but the journey towards those checkpoints is going to be more difficult than the previous track. But can they have a shorter time on that?
Yeah, can they beat their own record? Because right now, obviously, being the number 1 team, they are the record holders. 13 minutes, we've heard about the 10 minutes. So I'm still waiting for that. We have seen a 12 minute from other teams. So I'm pretty sure they can still break their own record. But they did fumble a little bit during their driving, right? So I guess if they were to be able to like get a perfect ride, maybe it's like 12 minutes each from the previous round.
And I have a feeling the one that they're actually holding the record for 10 minutes is actually on track 2. Because if you analyze about all the 4 tracks here, the track 2 is actually having the most shortest time for all the other regions to complete. So if you look at the previous region, it's actually lasted 2 minutes around there somewhere. So if you actually calculate it, if Team China didn't fumble just now, they might actually ended up less than 30 minutes. And it's around 2 minutes of a difference between track 1 and track 2. Is this the track that actually do get the 10 minutes?
So track 2 will be the one that we want to keep an eye on, whether that record can maintain or even maybe better. But we'll reintroduce the teams to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see here on screen, these will be the teams that will be competing for this region in the finals. And of course, also, who will be the MVP? That will be something that we'll need to keep an eye on.
Yep, the Audi Super A player, the most precious player and most valuable one. But for the next introduction of the track 2, starting off from Ruiz, we'll be heading into El Pozo for our first objective as the target, the colored targets as the first checkpoint. Then we're heading over towards the second section or second checkpoint around St. Martin. You have the retracting target. While we're heading towards, on the way towards Hacienda de Petron and ended up right on top of Cruz de Vel, we have our final section or final checkpoint of the flying objects. Then it's all about finishing the track on top of around the Campo Militar or Torre Ahumada area.
Yeah, so here we go. Track number 2, the one that Choo Choo says is where the track they got the best record. But can they maintain? Can they get the same? Can they do even better from the previous close qualifiers record? We'll need to wait and see as our teams prepare themselves to get into it. So from your observation, what is the differentiator that Team China brought as compared to all the other teams that you have seen so far?
Definitely, they have been cutting a lot of corners that's not necessary and shaving off a lot of seconds and even a couple of minutes if you sum up everything, every single corner there is. And not just that, the moment they land themselves, they know exactly where to drop them and find exactly where the target spawn. When there's a 120-second downtime, they try to maximize the use of those time to actually have at least half the point needed to complete that certain checkpoint scores.
Yeah, and I noticed that as well. It's like the corners that they cut is like efficient. It's like it's even more, how should I put it, more efficient than the teams that we've seen before. Like with some of the corners, I can't really explain because you gotta really watch the game, but there are some corners it's like it's never taken by other teams.
True.
Yeah.
And also, if you actually over-exceeded the speed in certain corners, you will be dragged and pushed towards a wall where you needed more time to reposition the vehicle to have another push, and that requires a lot of gas and a lot of boosts being wasted in that certain amount of time. Not just that, the way they use the speed boost, it was so efficient. We're talking about not overusing it, but they use it only when it's needed.
Yeah, and yeah, so because you know that at some point, if you use it when it's not the right timing, you crash into like trees or some of the barricades and so on. So you need to have that right timing on when to use it exactly. And what I noticed is that for every ramp, they would use the speed boost at every ramp, and when they're airborne, they will continue to use it, and that gives them maximum trajectory to reach onto as far as possible. But hey, nevertheless, we're still going to continue to observe this group, this region. Let's head on to track number 2.
This is we want to see if they manage to get another new record. This is my assumption, not 100% that I have to say or keep my word for it, but this is my assumption. This might be the track they actually have the record holder for Team China at 10 minutes, because so far this is the track that all teams having the least amount of time to complete it, and so far everybody just doing whatever they can and try to loot up as fast. And the thing is, Cloud, we're looking at them moving at very fast pace, but none of the team happen to be bumping into each other quite early.
Yeah, everyone's like flawlessly moving, like synchronizingly moving. Well, so will be interesting to see if there's any bumps, especially at those tight corners. Now, speaking about tight corners, we just passed by one tight corner, but Team China still at the forefront. Even if we can see on screen here, no other team is behind them. Now going to the first jump, again using the same strategy, boosting themselves at the ramp, and when they're on the high ground, that's it. When they're on airport, they still continue to boost. But this time around, not a perfect landing for them. A little bit of a stumble there, but because of their lead, they're still all right.
At the same time, the last to be left behind is going to be coming up Team Republic of Korea as the yellow team. But they can catch up. It's still going to be too early for them to just give it away, because we do know they haven't reached their first checkpoint yet. While Team China closely behind is going to be Team Chinese Taipei, followed by Team Hong Kong China. And a bit fallen behind, just a bit lag behind, is going to be Team Republic of Korea. But the rest of them now moving in the same direction. Happen to be all of them landing in the first checkpoint at the very same time.
Oh, looks like a lot of speed up targets here for Team China. 15 already, almost doubling the other teams behind them. And right now, they are still at the forefront, still looking for any other team who's able to catch up to them. Team China at the #1 spot for now. They are most likely to be the first team to reach the first checkpoint. Now speeding onto the corner, again cutting corners as efficient as possible for them to take the least route to reach their next destination.
Oh, Team Chinese Taipei, I'm not sure what happened to them. Definitely they are being left behind along the process of getting into the first checkpoint. That will be detrimental, even it looked like a minor mistake. But this is where nobody makes mistake, Cloud. You barely can make any mistake.
Oh no, the one mistake that you make could be costly, because we are putting the best of the best teams against each other from the same region now. Look at how the teams execute. Okay, this is a very interesting angle executed by Team China. And with this angle, it will be minimum movement for them. And if you can see, for them to track down the targets, it's going to be a lot easier.
Not just that, they can see multiple targets in this angle as well, and they place themselves in a very different places and compounds there. Come out from the side of Team Republic of Korea, they want to catch up, but they definitely have to catch up a lot of it, because Team China now breaking another triple digit before the platform even rises again.
Yeah, that's almost half their objective, basically. Well, we still got a couple more seconds, so probably they can meet that half, because it's only about 40 points more. And we can see that Team China here, oh, what an angle. Okay, this is another really smart angle. Before this, I saw it, one of the teams executed it like from afar. But for them, in this round, they executed just in front of them. There's no way they're going to miss that kind of target.
I mean, like, it's in a straight line. regardless of how he tried to move left and right, but it's going to be a straight line deck kind of angle. But here comes our 4-colored target. So everybody taking place. They're going to place 2 players on top of this target for the Team China. The rest of them are scattered trying to find all the other hidden target and on-ground targets as well. But they are leading off with 190 points. But on the side of Team Chinese Taipei, they are catching up at the same time.
Oh, probably thanks to the airdrop that gave them 40 extra points. The airdrop is valuable. But for Team China, they're focusing on to the main target. And that's all they need. They've done. They got enough. They got the 300 mark points. And they're already moving on in less than 4 minutes. About the same record as before.
And moving at the same time, but it's slightly delayed if you compare for the previous round. Maybe because of track is just slightly longer, because last time we saw them when they leave the first checkpoint was less than 4 minutes. This time it's a bit over 4 minutes. But at the same time, they're moving in a very fast manner straight into the second checkpoint, followed behind by the side of Team Chinese Taipei. Just following pursuit, but thank you again for IQ11. This is going to be a future gaming flagship, giving our players hand cam. But they look so stable, they look so calm for the players.
Oh, that's where confidence is the key for stability. And to be confident, you need to be confident enough to execute it. But okay, it doesn't look like they executed the way they wanted on that ramp. But hey, maybe that's something that we don't know. That they think that, hey, you think that we're going to take the ramp, we're going to take the usual route. But no, actually this route that they're taking is even more efficient. We don't know. But anyway, we're going to play this track twice. So we'll keep an observation whether that is a trend for them or not.
Yep, I'm kind of having a bit of a puzzling moment just now. I'm baffled at this point, like how these guys know the map so well, up to the point they know how to cut the corners. And back to the side of Team China, they have to be extra careful with those landings, because that's where some of the time they've been stumbling down. But they're already halfway through, almost reaching towards, and finally reaching, already the first one to reach their second checkpoint, and while the other team still trying to drive themselves into on top of the second checkpoint. We do have the other two teams a bit lag behind, coming up from the side of Team Hong Kong China and Team Republic of Korea, but they definitely have enough time with the countdown going on for the second objective or the second checkpoint to rise for the retracting target to commence.
Yeah, Team Chinese Taipei will be the second team to arrive on section number 2. Followed by Team Republic of Korea, and last but not least, Team Hong Kong China onto section number 2. But by the time they arrive, well, like the theory, like what we mentioned, Team China had the advantage of being there. They would take down as many targets as possible, as many ground targets as possible, not leaving enough ground targets for the other teams to actually take, and hence they have that huge advantage at this point.
Maybe even having a start of 200 points, we have no clue, but definitely almost had almost every single checkpoint, hundreds over point before the start of the checkpoint, Cloud. We're talking about every single checkpoint here.
Every single checkpoint, and this is even before the main objective. Okay, we got like what, 3, 2, 1, and they locked themselves at 172 points even before the main objective. That is almost half the objective for this section.
Oh man, they're starting off already almost half to the starting point. They're already halfway through and now hitting 200 points efficiently. Not even wasting any second. The moment the retracting target appears right across them, they did not miss. They did not whiff, and they don't waste any bullets.
Well, blink and you miss it. They're already almost at 400 points now, leaving everyone behind. And everyone is just like not even halfway. At this point, Chinese Taipei became the first team to reach that 200 mark, 50%. But by that time, Team China is done.
Oh man, can they hit the 10-minute target? That's the bigger question here, because I'm not surprised if they do. Team China now going towards the side of the third objective, the final one. It will require them 2 minutes and 30 seconds, including the downtime as well. So will they actually get the 10-minute? I think it's going to be tough for this round, but not impossible for them to finish before the 11th minute.
Well, if to take into consideration in section number 3, there is like 120 seconds before the main objective comes up. So if we add the 120 seconds plus the travel distance, I don't think they'll be able to break that 10-minute mark yet, but definitely will still be an impressive number at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think it's going to, that's why I mentioned it's going to be before, maybe the closest one they can get before 11th minute. That's the most they can get for now, but definitely a record if they compare with all the other teams competing for the entire day yesterday and today.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, right now, The best record is like what you said before, it's about 12 minutes. So if they were even able to break that record, I think that's an amazing number.
And going straight into the final objective, they're going to be hitting the third checkpoint with 8 minutes 35 seconds into the countdown, 120 seconds downtime. While Team Chinese Taipei follow pursuit, but it's a bit of a gap here, like almost a minute of a gap between them and Team China, who happens to be already starting off trying to shoot all their ground target the moment they land in the final checkpoint.
Okay, here we go. So they will be the first team to arrive for sure, but a little bit of a tumble here for Team Hong Kong China. So that kind of wasted a little bit of time for them. But if we look at the speed up targets, it's right now Team China, they are at the forefront. Team Hong Kong China still way behind with only 17. But sometimes it's not about a number. Sometimes it's about if you're able to get the most efficient route, that can be overcome.
At the same time, talking about overcome, team coming up from Hong Kong, China, overcome the side of Team Republic of Korea, and they place themselves at third. And we're talking about Team Republic of Korea is not that far off either, but Team China on the other hand, can they hit 250 points before the start of the final checkpoint, which is going to be flying objects? Oh, but a bit of an accident. Oh man, speaking of timing.
Oh, needs to boost themselves. Hong Kong, China is going neck to neck now with Team Republic of Korea, who will be the first team to reach between the both of them. But it doesn't matter at that point. What's most important is that there are two teams that's already in there and they're already starting the main objective of Section 3.
Speaking of consistency and also consistency, they're hitting almost another 170 just now. Like we mentioned at track 1, Cloud, before the start of the final flying object checkpoint. Almost the same score they're starting off in the last track, number 1.
And looking over at the stats here for each individual, for Team Chinese Taipei, very close to each other. As for Team Hong Kong China, looks like Rabbit will need to catch up. They need to balance it out. So far, the best practice is to balance it out between all 4 athletes and you will get the best result. But right now, as a whole, as a collective effort, Team China is at 320.
Now going into the 11th minute, it feels like they are trying to find their targets. 144 points to go with time ticking and it's clocking down to 11th minute. I have a feeling the most they can actually go is going to be 12 minutes here, or maybe less than 11 minutes, 30 seconds possibly, and perhaps. Back to the side of Team China performance of 400 points. All they need to do is hit another 9 of those flying objects and they're done. But Team Chinese Taipei catching out at 232 points right now. But Team Republic of Korea on the side of Team Hong Kong China, Republic of Korea and Team Hong Kong China happen to be in the same spot and in the same boat.
Wow, Team Chinese Taipei getting closer and closer to overtake Team China. But then again, we are talking about 100 point mark here. But we have 30 more points. Make that 10 more points for Team China to be done. So it looks like no catching out opportunity for Team Chinese Taipei. And Team China will definitely be done in about now. Here we go, on to the finishing line.
It requires them around 20 to 30 seconds based on their driver's capability to close up the numbers even shorter. And hopefully they don't have any more kind of a bump for the side of Team China as they're ending, because they want to not exceed more than 12 minutes. Maybe the most is going to be 12 minutes to the seconds. We're going to have to wait and see what will be the record in track 2 for now for Team China. But the rest of all the other teams, though, Team Chinese Taipei, Team Republic of Korea and Team Hong Kong China, is still in the last checkpoint.
Yeah, Team Chinese Taipei managed to finish up their checkpoint number 3 in about plus 21 seconds. But nevertheless, it's still going to be Team China taking home that number 1 spot in track number 2, followed by Team Chinese Taipei.
Man, 12 minutes and 22 seconds is yet by far the fastest we have in the official broadcast for the second track this time. But Team Chinese Taipei closing up with extra 60 seconds at that, at 12 minutes and 39 seconds. They are chasing tail to tail, but next we do have Team Hong Kong China alongside with Team Republic of Korea.
I wonder how far the gap is. Looks like the Team Republic of Korea is still at Section 3, or maybe they're about just done. But that also means that they will be the last team to arrive onto the finishing line. 30 to arrive is now officially Team Hong Kong China, coming in at 13 minutes and 9 seconds.
Speaking of the last team here, finally it's gonna be Team Republic of Korea wrapping things up. Not that far off, but it's just a tiny bit. The small mistake will be a huge impact for every single time. It will drag through the entirety of the track race.
All right, so here we go. So far, so good for Team China. Number one twice in a row. This will be the other question. Besides trying to break their own record, is that whether they can continue to be the number one from first game to the last game. Because so far, we have yet to see any team actually maintain a perfect record throughout the whole series.
You know what? What's interesting for me is how persistent Team Chinese Taipei can actually follow up and sort of in the same momentum as Team China, because almost 2 tracks back to back, the gap between Team China and Team Chinese Taipei is almost 30 seconds apart every single time.
And this is an iCrew highlight, ladies and gentlemen, from the previous round. And just look at how efficient they are in positioning themselves. Not only one target, but from this angle, you get to see like 2, 3, 4 targets at one time without even moving yourself. And like what you pointed out, if you were in this kind of position, it doesn't matter whether your target moves or not, it's still a straight line for you.
Back about Team China, how they open up their entry when it comes to starting off the objective, when the mission actually commencing. They're already halfway there. That's a big part of it. With 12 minutes, 22 seconds, that's going to be the number to beat for now, because that's the fastest time in any track that we witness in official broadcast yet by far.
Oh, breaking records already, and we are only in track number 2. And they still have the highest speed up earn of 44. Not as many as before, 71, but it doesn't matter. It's a totally different track. Nevertheless, the FAW Audi Super A player goes to TZ in this round, 454 score.
And not just that, it also come out from Team Hong Kong China, Ting Xiao, or Sung Wai Ting is a real name. We do have also coming out from Team China, which is going to be Flower H. And nonetheless, Team Chinese Taipei with 772 score coming out from Wash 1. So each team do have their Audi Super A player respectively this time. So it feels like every single team pretty much on the same par.
Yeah, these are some of the best teams around. Not gonna lie. Even as compared to, so far we have seen like 2 different regions and all of them are amazing here. Let me see. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we're not done being amazed with all these players, but we gotta hold on to our enthusiasm. We gotta take a short break. So we'll be seeing you after this.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配 2K 144赫兹一流全感屏，流畅又清晰。有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞悦享操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
There's only pure skills, but no luck when it comes to the the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version this time. And you guys are tuning into the Road to Asian Games 2022 with me, Choo Choo, and Sergla for your commentating for right now and today.
Yeah, so I mean, records are starting to be shattered. As we can see, the 12-minute plus record is now the new benchmark for at least track number 2. But of course, we are divided by 4 different tracks, right? So each track has their own challenges. Hence, we cannot put the same number for every track. But we can, of course, break it down to each particular track. What are the amount of time for the teams to actually do well? But we'll be heading on to a new track after this. It's going to be track number 3 that, well, I have absolutely no idea how any faster that the Team China can actually do.
Yeah, but speaking of which, we are heading into the finals of East Asia right now, where this is going to be our top 4 contenders: Team Chinese Taipei, Team Republic of Korea, Team Hong Kong China, and Team China seems to be too dominating, especially Team China right now. Comparing to all the others, they are definitely looking lackluster compared to Team China, who happens to be flawlessly fishing and breaking all the records we witnessed by far.
Yeah, from the first 2 rounds that we see, it feels like the competition is actually quite a gap, but nevertheless, we still have a lot of games more. So maybe after this break, the other teams will rediscuss to see like, oh, Team China does this. Okay, so maybe we can try to implement it in the next round and they might do better coming forth. So it's going to be track number 3, ladies and gentlemen. And again, it's going to be the same map. It is in Miramar, but we're going to start off in Los Higos this time, moving up to the first section inside of Minnesota Valley, in which the teams will need to shoot their respective colors inside of Chumacera. And after that, collecting the 300 points, they will move on to El Pozo. This will be the second challenge. The targets will pop up on the windows and they'll need to shoot down the targets. As long as they manage to reach 400 points, they will be cleared to move on to the next stage, which is in La Cobera. And in La Cobera, it's going to be the granddaddy. It's going to be the flying targets that they need to shoot down before they're cleared to move into the finishing line at water treatment.
Speaking of the points, remember the numbers 300, 400 and 500, and the numbers getting even bigger and the terrain even tougher, and the challenge and their missions will get even rougher. But when it comes to the players, nothing is stopping them. They are professional athletes representing their own respective region, and not just that, so much at stake here. A lot of teams are trying to analyze what can be fixed, what can be improvised, and what can be done. As we do have KH joining now from Hong Kong, China, I do want to see, will this be any different compared to the last few tracks?
Yeah, based on the record yesterday, whenever KH plays, Hong Kong, China actually does better. So this could be a tactical change to like, okay, we need to boost it up, and this could probably bring a different result for Hong Kong, China. So it'll be interesting to see. So far, Hong Kong, China's record is track number 1, 4th place, track number 2, 3rd place. So they need to boost it up. And with the inclusion of KH this time around, let's see if anything changes.
Well, we do want to see if they can actually do something out of ordinary for all the teams to overtake the number 1 spot, holding steadily strong in the podium, which is going to be Team China by far. But Team Chinese Taipei, the one really following closely behind. I've talked about this before. 30 seconds of a gap. Can they close it up?
30 seconds. That's a lot if considering the type of competition that we are facing right now. And these are really, really tough competitions, not gonna lie. But speaking about competition, we'll jump into one right now. It's gonna be track number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go track number 3. And we will see if the record will continue to be broken.
Back into Miramar, but coming up around Los Higos, all the way south, up to the north, and just having a bit of a U-turn. Can they play it smart? Can they play it flawless? Can the driver be calm and composed without any misfortune befalling onto them?
Okay, here we go. So it looks like the first team to touch the ground is currently in effect. And the moment they jump, they reach, they go onto the rooftop, they loot from top to bottom. It seems to be one of the efficient tactics being deployed by one of the teams now. And now on the road, it's pretty much all of them but we have one team left behind, but we are still at the early stages.
Still Team Chinese Taipei. I'm not surprised if they can actually catch up again, but they are very witty indeed and very efficient and moving as a unit as we speak. But all four teams, as per usual, starting line is just the same as ever. It's just going to be a couple of seconds in between, but Team China know how to use their speed boost as efficient as possible. Crossing around the bridge, now going towards the other side, nearby towards the first objective. There is Team Hong Kong China following at second, and while Team Chinese Taipei at the last is going to Team Republic of Korea at third so far.
And this bridge is somewhat like a choke point, and in this track they would need to go through 2 bridges, but so far we have not seen any accidents yet in any of the rounds. And again, it's still going to be a flawless move here for all these teams getting across the bridge. And at the forefront, again, is still going to be Team China. Looks like they're starting to create the gap, even though the first checkpoint is not there yet. But okay, let's see how they utilize this ramp, and they utilize it to the maximum with using the speed up targets just at the ramp and using the speed up targets when they're airborne as well.
Not just that, following pursuit, all the other teams using the same ramp, but a bit shaky on the side of Team Republic of Korea. And that Team Chinese Taipei happened to be catching up at the same time. And speaking of which, this is a huge advantage again, because Team China were clear of all the ground target before the other teams even arrived.
And Team Hong Kong China happened to bump into the building as they were making their way down the ramp. They chose the road less traveled by other teams. But speaking about the road less traveled, well, there's the road most traveled, obviously, which is the road that everyone has to go by. It's going to be section number 1. And Team China is the first team to arrive. And now the rest of them as well joining in on with Team China.
As per usual, trying to find as much point as a start here. I'm not surprised if they're hitting 100 point as always. Team China is starting off every single mission on every single checkpoint with triple digit as a start. No lesser than that. And this is one more time they want to do it all over again. But Team Chinese Taipei in Team Republic of Korea and Team Hong Kong China happen to be following their footsteps now.
And they seem to be on the verge of maintaining their record of starting with 100-ish point mark even before the main objective is up. And now they're 112, 114 and counting. And this is even before the main objective is up. But it's about time that the main objective will come out so we can see all these teams gathering towards the main objective, taking their own corners and waiting for it to pop up.
A lot of teams trying to find if there's any airdrop, but here comes the platform, the multicolored platform and target for these guys to shoot based on their own respective team color. And on the side of Team China, already halfway through that when it even starts to pop out. Now that's a huge start with 200 over points. Last time we saw the time that they actually utilized to leave the first checkpoint was the record was 3 minutes and 55 seconds or 3 minutes 50 seconds. Can they make a lesser time on that?
Well, as when you finish your sentence, Team China is done. They are already at the 300 point mark, so they're moving right now. But, okay, a little bit of a sticky situation here for Team China. But now they managed to get away, so now they're still on the move on to the next checkpoint. What I noticed is that when they are already at the 200-ish point mark, the other teams are still below 100.
But that kerfuffle just now just cost them another extra 10 seconds and a catching up to do coming up from the side of Team Hong Kong China at the same time. If not, the gap will be 20 seconds, but it's going to be the average 4 minutes on the side of Team China to leave their first checkpoint. But Team Chinese Taipei also leaving the same place as we speak. Team Republic of Korea just left their first checkpoint as well.
Oh, looks like another flawless move there for Team China. And your gaming can be flawless if you use an iQOO 11, the future of gaming flagship. Thank you, iQOO 11, for being together with us.
Back towards our next challenge and next hurdles. It's going to be going towards the second checkpoints. There's going to be a lot of rough terrain, hiking up, making sure they will not land in any tricky corners and have to not get caught while they're trying to land on 4 wheels at the same time. And using wisely their timing of their speed booster. There's a lot of obstacles in between. It seems like they are doing it flawlessly, making just at the margins as well as Team China still taking the lead with a heads up of around 20 seconds.
Well, with that lead normally they will be the first team to reach the second section. And here they are. The other teams not too far away though, so they gotta make good work of whatever opportunity they have, being the first team inside the second section. And now they have just arrived. This will be interesting to see where will they park themselves. Will they park themselves at the edge or will they park themselves closer to the main objective? But so far, our visual is giving focus onto the Republic of Korea, tracing the other teams from behind.
They seem to be in the last place, but not too far off either. Still willing to catch up and can do so. But Team China, as per usual, already starting off shooting down all those ground targets. While we still have Team Republic of Korea barely make it in. And now joining in the rest of the team coming out from East Asia in this finals to just go on for their second checkpoint. But Team China on the other end, how much they already garnered by now?
Well, need to wait for the numbers to pop up, and I think it's not going to be a surprise that they already have a good lead at this point. So right now, all the other teams have arrived at Section 2. But look at the lead. Everyone else is still 0, but Team China is already 122.
Different beats entirely. These athletes are reckless. They just relentless and so proactive. Accuracy, everything on up to the highest level of there is for any gameplay at this point. Coming up from Team China, how much is their starting point here as we wait for the second objective or second checkpoint to commence in less than 4 seconds away? It's going to be the retracting target.
The fact that they have time to wait and everyone else is waiting, it does feel like Team China has cleared out all the ground objectives, and that's why they got that amount of starting point. And not only that, the moment the airdrop shows itself, Team China secures that extra 40 points for themselves, giving them a huge lead now with 222 points.
And now they're close to half of it. Now all they need is another 150 points once more. With such a huge gap between Team Chinese Taipei and Team Hong Kong China, well, Team Republic of Korea still have a lot of catching up to do. You have to give credit to Flower H and Paraboy for making so much work for the entire team, but it kind of evenly distributed.
Yeah, for Team Chinese Taipei, looks like Cheng Fu will be the carrier at this point. As for the other teams, they have their own heavyweights as well. But normally the stats will even up as we head on to section number 3. So expect that to happen as well, with the drivers also contributing towards the points collected. But now, for section number 2, Team China is at the forefront, and they are 100 points ahead of Team Hong Kong China.
And they are living now as they completed their second section, all the second checkpoint objectives, going straight into the final checkpoint, the hardest, the fastest, the roughest. Now Team China leaving at maybe the checkpoint 2 is going to be 8 minutes 21 seconds. Remember those numbers. We don't see anybody else, any other team, even Team Chinese Taipei is still in the second objective. This is just giving such a huge gap between the first and second place, but you have to give it for all the team, the scores coming up. So for all the teams distributing, I think every single team do have their ace players.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And their ace player, well, for Team China, seems to be everyone. Look at the spear targets hits right now, 47. Even their closest competitor, that is Chinese Taipei, only matching at 28 at this point. It's almost a double amount of speed up hit target hits they managed to collect against their closest rivals.
Such efficiency, not even a flaw shown here. And they took it like not even breaking any sweat, easily passing through one checkpoint to the other. Now, dropping himself very halfway through towards the final checkpoint, which is going to be a bit of a problem. They trip over, they got stuck, but they are back up on 4 wheels.
So they don't need to use the reset that will cost them 10 extra seconds. They're still back on 4 wheels, and they're still at the forefront. Now with 53 speed up target is still the team to beat at this point. Nevertheless, Team China will be the next team to arrive onto checkpoint number 3. But this time around, it's not too far of a gap. Before this, we see a huge gap. But this time, at least it's a lot more closer. So Team China will face up with a challenge from the other teams.
And back to our final checkpoint here. Only going to be 100 meters apart. All they need to do is just keep pushing those gas, and they will arrive. Making a bit of a cut there towards the corners, and they will arrive with following up another 2 teams. But sadly, coming up from the side of Team Republic of Korea, once more, they are a bit delayed at the back.
Oh, okay. Oh, there's another team way behind. Yeah, so looks like it's going to be a big catch-up here as Team China, we've seen it before, right? If they're the first team to reach a checkpoint, they will clear all the ground targets, leaving none for anyone else. And that is also part of their strategy to also deny the points from the other teams.
Well, it will not obliterate it entirely for this target. It will respawn back, but it will take such a long time for the target, the ground target, to respawn again. And Team China once more leading with almost 100 points. And I'm not surprised the numbers getting even higher this time. Might even reach up to almost 200 as per usual. The 170, that was the number when they starting off the previous track in their third checkpoint here. Will it be the same number or even more than that this time?
Ooh, we gotta keep our eye on that, but their minimum benchmark of getting 100 points and above is still there for Team China. And since it's the final checkpoint as well, this will be the time that we will observe the stats for Team China for each individual will start to even up, especially for the driver.
This time a bit lower for the scores there because it is starting off with the previous track with 170, this time starting off with 130. But the times on clock is 11 minutes and 42 seconds and we are commencing our final checkpoint, the flying target. How fast can they shoot and how fast will they not miss?
Oh, here we go. This is it. Whereby Team China normally pulls away. And look at the numbers. It does not lie. 240 points at this point. Doubling other teams. More than double, in fact, other teams. I mean, this is where Section 3, we've seen like Team Palestine, they mastered it. I don't know what to call Team China.
Team China now close to having the finishing line at this checkpoint. It's going to be 10 more seconds for them to count to 12 minutes 30 seconds there. They're hitting a 300, having to be a bit of a plateau for now. But now the numbers going up again. But Team Hong Kong China catching up to 272. For Team Chinese Taipei in still the hundreds. Team Republic of Korea on the other hand arrive a bit later. Trying to find the target, but the target being shot down by Team China first, so they cannot score it just yet. Now Team China do have to shoot another 2 more flying objects, and they're done and living towards the finishing line.
Well, Team Hong Kong China is the next team to provide that competition towards Team China themselves. But they are so close right now to hitting the final point mark. Only 10 points left, and they're on the go. For the other teams, there's still a 100-point mark behind them. So that means Team China definitely will be the first team to reach the finishing line again.
And this is not surprising. We are baffled. We are in awe. How they have been so organized, so disciplined, working as a unit like a well-oiled machine. Barely making mistake. They are not flawless, but we can see that almost completely to perfection when it comes to their deliverance from Team China. But back to all the other teams, seems like they're being held back for a bit. All the other teams still in their final checkpoint here, while coming up from Team China, they are racing towards the finish line.
Oh yeah, unchallenged, undeniable of their #1 placement in track number 3. Team China now with still the most speed up targets hit, 58 at this point, and that number is still going to go up. And with that being said, they will be maintaining their spot as the #1 team in this region for now.
That goes all about the clocks. Well, at what time will they clock out? And this is it. It's going to be 30 minutes, 30 seconds from Team China and the Chinese Taipei. As per usual, this time it's getting lesser, not even 30 seconds. Make it around 28 seconds in between. So they did improvise and they did get better for the side of Team Chinese Taipei. So can they catch up when they come to the finish line as well? As Team China finished at 14 minutes, 25 seconds.
Yeah, the gap between the other teams is not that far away. And we can see as well, the next team to possibly arrive is going to be Team Chinese Taipei. It's just a matter of how many seconds difference will be the question to be answered really, really soon. And this is official, ladies and gentlemen, a 22-second gap between Team Chinese Taipei and Team China.
Now, the gap is getting smaller every single track we progress for the entire day. Team Chinese Taipei now start to learn the nook and cranny and how they actually try to play around the tricks of how Team China actually played. But for sort of Team Hong Kong China, they finish off at 15 minutes 01 second. But now last to Team Republic of Korea. And finally we finish off. It's a wrap for track 3.
It's a wrap for track 3, and it is still a perfect record for Team China. Number 1, 3 times in a row. And if they can get the next one, that means all the tracks they would have mastered. But then again, we're still looking for the one team, the first team to achieve flawless victory across all 8 tracks. We have yet to get the record. The best record so far is 7 out of 8.
Thank you, Audi, for this highlight, and also Aiku. But nonetheless, when we compare, it's all about the progress. Team China, I mean, like, they definitely have their standards when it comes to each of the checkpoints. They know for fact, okay, we have to get out from these certain checkpoints. Example here, when it comes to the first checkpoint, they already set a target. We need to get out before the 4th minute. That's it. Every single time they deliver, and before they even start off their checkpoint mission, they know for fact, like you mentioned, their minimal part is going to be having this triple digit before the mission starts.
Yeah, and the fastest team to arrive, definitely Team China with the most speed ups earned 58, way ahead of the others. The closest competition is going to be from Team Chinese Taipei with 37 speed ups earned. That is like what, 21 difference? My oh my, that is almost worth like one whole team's race in a single track.
This time for our Audi Super A player, we do have 4 players up there with all their names flashed out. But the one with the most score this time is going to be Sporta from Team Republic of Korea. But followed closely behind is going to be Flower H from Team China with 375. Also from Team Hong Kong China, Ting Xiao. Also coming up from Team Republic of Korea, it's going to be TZ. Multiple times TZ has been popping up here, same goes for Sporta. So watch out for these guys, because when it comes to shooting, they never miss. But problem is, it's always about reaching to their checkpoint as fast as they can.
And it is also about teamwork, so everyone has to pull their weight. So far, if any team were to get that number 1 finish, it's always about like everyone has about the same percentage, maybe a difference of like 1 or 2% each, but it's not too far away. So everyone has to really contribute towards the points in order to get the most efficient result to move on to the next checkpoint.
Now speaking of, I have a feeling Team Chinese Taipei really try to follow as fast as they can, because the gap in between Team China and Team Chinese Taipei now getting even smaller. Previously it was 30-ish, and then 30, and now even in the 20s, Cloud.
Yeah, I guess this is where, like I always say, right? It's gamer thing. Like you always take the first few rounds as warm up. You know, it's the first few rounds you're starting to flex your fingers and all that. And when you reach that warm up point, it's like, okay, bam, we're ready. That's why I can see the gap starting to shrink. So who knows, in the next round, maybe Team Chinese Taipei might be the first one to overtake Team China as the number 1 team in a single track.
Also, don't leave out, coming up from Team Hong Kong China and Team Republic of Korea, they have been consistently in the gap between the 3rd and 4th team within 10 seconds. That's always the same case here for almost every single round and single track. But the problem with it's going to be Team Hong Kong China and Team Republic of Korea to catch up to Team Chinese Taipei and Team China. So far, it's all about the road and the journey towards their checkpoint that is a bit problematic.
Yeah, but as far as we can see as well for Team China, right? Like there were also times where they kind of like flipped the car. So it's not like flawless all the way. There's still like some here and there. So maybe at some point it's like other teams will start to exploit that and say that, hey, you know what, if they keep doing mistakes, like other teams can like, ooh, they know how to not do that same mistake, and they can overtake Team China.
But we're down to the final track in the first round, which is going to be the longest track that is coming up from Torre Ahumada down to Cruz de Vel, where they're going to head into St. Martin for their first objective of checkpoint there. Now, we do know it's going to be a tough time for some teams to go down from Torre Ahumada. Next, after going across Minas Generales, we head into Impala for our next retracting target as their next mission. We're going back up north into our final checkpoint in Al-Azhar, one of the biggest cities in Miramar even. And that's going to be the toughest challenge of flying object. Now going back across Terra Bronca, and we might have our finish line on top of Campo Militar.
Yes, this is going to be track number 4, ladies and gentlemen. And we'll be completing our first series before we head on to the second series. We'll be playing a total of 8 tracks. So don't go anywhere. Make sure you still stick with us even after this round. So all these teams, well, it's going to be their first meeting as these 4 teams inside of track number 4 as well. So what do you expect? Do you think that Team China will continue on to make this a perfect run for all the tracks?
So far, the trend shows yes. I feel like there's no way for them to actually. They do stumble, but their stumble is not dragging so much because they're having such a too big of a head start. That's why. But if it was too close against Team Chinese Taipei, then that would be detrimental. But so far, the lead was way too big. But I do want to see, can Team Chinese Taipei just closing up the gap even further, like maybe within 10 seconds next?
Or maybe even give us like this drama of okay, we have yet to see this drama, right? Like the final stretch towards the finish line. Like 2 cars head to head.
Oh, we never had that.
We haven't got that yet. So I want to see that kind of challenge being put up for these teams.
Oh man, that's going to be a lot of headache. Definitely we're going to have to tabulate so long for that score to finally come out, trust me. But it will be a very flashy ending if that happens. And this is one of the regions that high chance that can happen.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the competition is tight enough, despite, however, that we see that some teams like, okay, ahead, but the ahead, like what you pointed out, is not too far. It's near, it's close, and they're getting closer and closer. So who knows, this next round is going to be the first time that we receive that sort of drama.
Fabian is definitely trying to think about how we want to try to overrun this guy, how to overtake this. It's always about the driving skills, and we can see how crucial driving in this region right now. It's so crucial up to the point it will cost the entire team in jeopardy if they make one single mistake or even try to get out the car from this objective, from checkpoint. He got stuck a bit, just tiny bit, but it cost them almost 20 seconds, 10 to 20 seconds.
Yeah, they need to avoid making those kind of mistakes, because so far, for the record for Team Republic of Korea, the first track, number 3, second track, number 4, third track, number 4 again. So it's kind of like a downward trend for them, and they are kind of like at the bottom right now. So if they were to catch up to like at least number 2 or maybe a number 1, they have to do really, really well. And the tracks are running out, so they got to do it right now in this track.
I agree. Most of the small mistakes we mentioned before, it's not really a mistake. It's just they're taking a bit of a long turn instead of cutting it short. And that's what makes it a bit different. But for round 1, we're heading to our final track. Track number 4 in our finals of East Asia Road to Asian Games PUBG Mobile Asian Games version.
Wow, we are speeding down the tracks now, ladies and gentlemen. So track number 4 before we head on to a break. And, well, we'll be keeping an eye on whether Team China can maintain their number 1 spot. We're going to start it up at Tori Ajawada all the way up north. We're going to make a somewhat of a U-turn back up onto Camel Meta as the finishing line. And now, our athletes will start off the game.
Now, as per usual, everybody try to loot up, and that's going to be a flashy audio for you to have your eyes fixed on, because we are walking straight into our final track in the first round. We do have another half of the day, but coming up, as per usual, Team China taking the lead.
Oh yeah, and when you talk about the lead, right, it's like not a small lead. It's like a big lead. And we're just like at the first corner of this map. And as the game goes, as the map goes, as the drive goes, and the first drive is going to be the longest of all, they continue to create that gap against other teams. So look at how far they are against the other teams right now. And it just looks like they're cruising. They're autopilot right now.
Yeah, that's kind of true. It's all about their muscle memory at its best work and exercise. On the side of Team China, taking the lead as per usual, closing the gap and just moving straight into the distance on the first checkpoint, while the other just crossing the small compound just now. Team China is like on supersonic light speed, going straight for the first checkpoint. I don't know what's the difference, but maybe because the timing of the speed boosters are being used efficiently well as well.
Well, on top of that, they have the most speed up targets hits. So that's also another factor as well, besides being efficient. So combination of being efficient plus the amount that they managed to collect as of now, I mean, all the math just adds up that they should be in the front.
And not just that, when you pull yourself away from all the other cluster of teams, it gives you so much space not to bump into any car. You can actually pick the rotation and the road that you want to go towards your first objective, which you don't have any competitors that you might bump or even caught yourself in an accident.
Yeah, it's basically an empty road all for them. So it's like, oh, are we playing like solo player now? You know, but yeah, I guess that is a good point as well. As compared to the other teams, like when you reach certain choke points, there is a possibility of them bumping into each other and accidents might happen and so on and so forth. We have seen that before in previous rounds. Now, moving on to section number 1. It's still a record for Team China. Every time they arrive before the main objective comes up, irregardless of section, they would have gotten themselves at least 100 points and above.
No, definitely Team Chinese Taipei is actually catching up as well. They are following their footsteps closely as they try to get as much as they can. And Team Chinese Taipei are catching up at 20 points and for different make it 30 now. Because Team China still as per usual breaking the 100 points as the start in their first checkpoint. But Team Republic of Korea having a bit of a delay start here as they have a lot of catching up to do.
Well, this is basically a walk in the park for Team China. Now that they've broken the 100 point mark, their lowest benchmark is like, okay, 3 digits and nothing lower than that, and they hit the KPI. Now they can be prepared for the main objective to show itself, and it is now, ladies and gentlemen, the 4-color target. Every other team will take their own corner.
It takes less than a minute for this other Team China to complete the 300 scores because they always live around 4-minute mark here. So can they do it again when it comes to the final track? I feel like they do because they are hitting 240 and maybe even 50 and make it even lesser than that because this time, will this be the fastest time they leave their first checkpoint? Their record in the first checkpoint that they left was around 3 minutes and 55 seconds. Will it be the same number this time?
Well, looks like it's 3 minutes and 45. They left checkpoint number 1 and now they're on their way to checkpoint number 2. So it's going to be quite a drive to checkpoint number 2. And by driving, I mean they're really efficient when it comes to driving. There's also another opportunity for them to open up an even bigger gap with the other teams.
As per usual, they're taking the lead, but nobody else leaving the first checkpoint just yet. Nobody following the footsteps, but I assume it's going to be Team Chinese Taipei as per usual. Usually, that's the case. But Team Hong Kong China put up a good fight this time, catching up to them. A lot of obstacles in between, but Team China so far, no bumping into any objects yet. Not getting themselves in any sort of scuffle just now. And thank you so much for IQ11. We're looking at the players' hand cam. Look at how they're precisely controlled and composed with their aggro control.
Yeah, and with, of course, to do that, you got to have an amazing device. And here we go. So for Team China, still looking very good in terms of their travel. We don't see any bumps just yet. Previously, we have seen it before, so it's not like they are 100% flawless. But because they have such a good gap between themselves and the other teams, they can afford like 1 or 2 bumps here and there, and they'll still be fine.
That's kind of true. But the thing is, the only thing they want to beat right now is themselves. They want to beat their own record, and they need to get as fast as they can. 5 minutes on the clock. They still have around 10 seconds to reach to their final destination in the second checkpoint here. They go through the trees, the forest with no problems. But there's going to be a bit of a mid-air moment here. Hopefully they can land on all their 4 wheels. It's going to be okay. They're reaching safely. But who will follow pursuit behind? Still quite a gap between all the other teams.
I mean, at this point, you can't even see like the other teams being in the same screen as Team China. That has been the case for majority of the rounds that we have seen, except for the checkpoints. But when they're on the road...
Oh,
no! Wait, what just happened there? What happened to Team Republic of Korea? Okay, something happened.
Oh, they made a bit of a turn there, which is quite perplexing for me. I'm not sure what is the real plan coming from Team Republic of Korea. Definitely they have themselves a bit of elevations, taking a bit of a... Maybe trying to find a moving target on ground first while waiting for the downturn of 120 seconds. But as per usual, Team China taking the lead with a huge gap in between.
Oh yeah, as usual, it's going to be the 100-point mark. That's going to be the bare minimum for Team China as they secure more points before the main objective shows itself. But thank you so much to our observers as well. This is a very cinematic view. They've been working hard behind the scenes as well. So shout out to you guys there. But here we go. The team score for each individual for Team China, not too far. But I've noticed a rotation. Paraboy is now probably taking the driver's role.
It feels like they are rotating for their roles to maximize their efficiency, and not just that. They gave everybody a bit of experience how it feel like, maybe because a lot of a stumble, and due to this, Paraboy feels like a better driver than Reva's one, but will it kind of costing them when it comes to the firepower.
Or maybe they have a track specialist. This could be something for us to keep an eye on, whether it will be a trend or not. Maybe Paraboy is track number 4, and Flower H is another track, and so on and so forth. And all they need to do is like, okay, you just need to memorize this track. Like, don't think about anything else. Everyone else just focus on the shooting.
That's
and
kind
then
of
the other
true.
person, so on and so forth.
It feels like the real game, like we saw that every single person specialized certain maps, right? They are using the same tactics here, and I love it. And it, at the same time, putting everyone to have a bit of a feeling and experience how it feels like to be the driver sometimes, under the pressure as always, constantly under the pressure. But I think Team China is wrapping up the second section here in less than 8 minutes, going for the next objective or their final checkpoint. Now, put in mind, every single checkpoint, their average is around 4 minutes, Cloud.
Well, they're already on the road now, so I don't know what sort of average will they get next, because they seem to be beating their records again and again and again and again. But you're right, about 4 minutes. That's why an estimate about 12 minutes per track, and that's about there. I mean, I'm still waiting to see that 10-minute, not gonna lie. That's like super impressive.
So high for our expectation, but we want to see which track they actually scored 10 minutes.
Absolutely.
But at the same time, for average 4 minutes in every single checkpoint, that's so fast. If you compare with all the others, that's nowhere near there.
Nowhere near at all. I mean, last time we'll talk about the 10 minutes, right? For the other teams, how are they going to catch up to this sort of lead? Even if you look at the minimap, like there is that amount of lead that is like, there's no way for the other teams to catch up. They just need to wait for them or meet them and try to challenge them in the third checkpoint.
You know, the only song that running through my mind right now is coming out from the Queens, which are going to be Can't Stop Me Now. And exactly how Team China is right now. Can't Stop Me Now. I'm in supersonic speed. There's no way anybody can catch up to them.
I know, that's the lyrics, right? I get the reference. Yeah. Well, yeah, absolutely. Supersonic speed, can't stop them. At this point, I'm really thinking, right? What is Team China's weakness? What does it take to stop them? Can't stop them now.
That's it.
But how to stop them later? That will be the bigger question.
Maybe Team Chinese Taipei have the answer for that, because they are, trying to catch up. But right now, it feels like there's a gap. If you compare how they progress in the first track till the last track, track 4th, I feel like Team Chinese Taipei having a bit of a problem to catch up to Team China how they did the last track.
Oh yeah, so we can start to see like the gap, that the momentum is starting to slow down for Team Chinese Taipei. Team China, of course, the regular benchmark for them when they reach a section is going to be 100 points at least before the main objective comes up. And from then onwards, the main objective comes up, that is where they just go all the way and becomes always the first team to complete the task.
100 over mark started off with a final checkpoint here, but Team Hong Kong China and Team Republic of Korea, this is a different team. They're fighting for another different reason. We talk about 3rd and 4th place, also very similar in the same boat, and they've been alternating between these two. But Team China and Team Chinese Taipei is so close. Always the 1st and 2nd. Is it going to be the entire day the same trend here, Cloud?
Well, looks like to be the case, unless Team Republic of Korea can actually overtake Team Hong Kong China, because their points are close enough. But nevertheless, the #1 team is still unchallenged. The undisputed Team China at the forefront, doubling the points of Team Chinese Taipei.
230 points now. We talked about average of 4 minutes. Now they should leave this vicinity around 12 minutes, and they will based on their current score. But sometimes things get a bit tiny harder in the very last minute for those couple of points to go up. So far they're heading towards 300 points, but Team Chinese Taipei, I have a feeling they always catch up during the final checkpoint here, because look at the numbers, not too far off either.
Yeah, they seem to be like the Section 3 specialists, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just like how Team Palestine, they focus on the Section 3, and that's how they just go all the way, they maintain that level of consistency. But for Team Chinese Taipei, I mean, the thing about this grouping is that for Team China, they're specialists in all sections. So you cannot give them that one single room even if focus on the one section, it's not going to be good enough.
Yeah, I mean, like, Chinese Taipei is master of one. You cannot call it Team China jack of all trades, because they are master of all. Because there's no slacking at all. But this time, it's a bit more because we talked about the average. It's going to be 4 minutes leaving at this checkpoint. But they do require a longer time in this last checkpoint because the score's even higher, the object's even harder to target. And not just that, but still they're living around the same amount of 4 minutes in one checkpoint average.
And I realized they parked their vehicle just right below the platform. So once they're done, they straight jump down to the platform and the vehicle is facing outwards. So they don't need to do reverse, come back out and all that. It's fine. They just need to step on the pedal and straight away go. And you would expect Team China to execute this flawlessly, right?
And so far they have no problem around this platform. It feels like they're not even breaking in and sweating easily, but they have problems before this with landing all those 4 wheels on ground. But this time, I think maybe because it's powered by driving, it feels like maybe he's more calm and composed. But they definitely finish off less than 13 minutes at 12 minutes and 56 seconds.
Followed by another team that is coming in, and that's going to be Team Chinese Taipei. So it's very likely for them to get that second place spot. Again, another second place finish for Team Chinese Taipei as well. It's their 4th second place finish.
Ooh.
And okay.
No! They stopped. They fallen. This is gonna cause them an extra 10 seconds.
There you go. But nevertheless, still a challenge for the second place, but it's just about the final numbers. But okay, this could be a head-to-head here between Team Hong Kong China. Both teams!
No!
What happened?
Both hitting the same edge.
At the same time! What is this? Oh my, all right, come on guys. So now they're back on their 4 wheels and Team Hong Kong China is behind Team Republic of Korea.
And everybody finish off their touchline. And it's a touchdown from Team Hong Kong China. But this time, Team Republic of Korea overtaking Team Hong Kong China and place themselves third. But that was a very comical moment. You know, I was expecting Team Hong Kong China and Team Republic of Korea might bump into each other at the edge against each other. But it happens to be both in the same boat, heading the same age.
I was kind of hoping that, you know, we talk about like, okay, that final stretch, like 2 cars, like to the end, right? Like neck to neck. But that didn't happen because of that bridge gap thing. But if only that the 2 teams were like, okay, both nice, flawless, jump across, and then they both like towards the end, the same. That's finally we get the drama, but okay, this is a different drama altogether. I'll still take it though. That's a lie.
That was fun to watch. I mean, it was a flawless run, but coming up from Team Chinese Taipei, they almost had a flawless jump by the last bridge. But, you know, they flew so high when it comes to the first jump towards the last bridge there, the first one, and then they start to slow down momentum. But the third one, the timing of the booster is just tiny bit off. Because they barely almost flipped entirely, but lucky enough, they didn't get stuck.
Okay, we gotta see this again, alright? Thank you so much to our replay operator for bringing us this highlight, but that just had to happen. But nevertheless, here are our results, ladies and gentlemen. And Team China still at number 1, and as well, taking home the most speed outs earned, 60. And look at the gap difference. It's 20 difference than Team Chinese Taipei.
Man, the one that's running through my mind right now. Wait, we're gonna have to put it a pause first. It's all these Super 8 players coming up. It's gonna be this time Team China taking the lead with 360 scores. But each of these players are one of the best players for our Audi Super 8 player. But we do have Team Chinese Taipei joining in as Hong, and then Ting Shao coming up from Team Hong Kong China, and one more time Flower Age appearing so many times there, coming from Team China with 337. But you know what? Speaking of the accident just now, imagine how the players who's sitting at the passenger seat looking at next to each other. Hey, how is it doing, bro? You're having a tough time? Yeah, we're having accidents together now, you know?
Yeah, we're at number 3, number 4. It's like only 2 teams playing. Yeah, imagine like if like you have a FPP view, right?
Yeah, it's like, yo, like, bro, what's up, bro?
What's up, bro? We same. Same. There you go, till the end. But nevertheless, that was one of the more entertaining rounds so far. But speaking about entertainment came fast this time.
Yeah.
Like all the rounds seems to just push by. Look at numbers. Okay, none of them exceeded 60 total time.
I mean, like, this is already outstanding performance, high caliber athletes competing in this region, which gonna be East Asia Finals. But the gap, it's just 2 minutes in between. But the one that's really close is going to be Team Republic of Korea and Team Hong Kong China. It's just less than a minute difference.
Hey, bro.
Hey, bro.
Yeah, they have the hey, bro moment. Like, hey, bro.
Oh man, imagine. I do wish we got the POV of the players though.
I want to hear the player comms for that. Yeah. It's like, hey, bro. Hey, bro moment. But that would have been hilarious if that would be good content, not gonna lie. So that's a content idea, you know, just putting it out there. If you get good engagement, you know, don't forget where it came from.
Though. The memes out of it, that would be crazy good. But if only Tash get to interview them, please Tash, as one of the teams, like Team Chinese, Team Hong Kong China, and also Team Republic of Korea. What do they say against each other if they can actually talk in that scenario?
Well, I personally want to know, like, for Team China being flawless,
true.
Like, how did they train? What's their secret sauce? I know we don't expect them to leak everything, but if they can tell a little bit here and there, something that can mind blow us, why not, right?
At least we know for a fact they're changing their players for driving.
Oh yeah, that's one that we noticed.
Is it every single track? We haven't got a clue, because you mentioned when it comes to the final track. So maybe after there's a second half of it, we get to see who's driving next.
Yeah, so we need to keep an eye on that, because not many teams actually do that. Most teams, I noticed that they have a designated driver, but for Team China, maybe they change according to what's needed. But you know what we need? It's going to be Tash's love. Tash, on to you. Take it away.
Thank you very much to the casters, and I'm joined here by Team Chinese Taipei Chen Fu, who just currently finished his game. How are you feeling right now?
我们刚结束了上半场的比赛，那你目前的感受如何？
就是保留我们现在最好的状态，然后去面对后面几场比赛。
We are going to make sure we are playing as well as before, and we're ready for the game next 4 tracks in later in round 2.
All right, so let's talk about your team's mindset. So obviously today is the grand finals. What's your team mindset like, and did it change from yesterday and today?
进入到今天决赛部分，你们的想法上跟战略上有什么样的不同吗？
就是更密切的去沟通，然后去比昨天的我们还要好一点。对。
We communicate more in today's game, and we try to do better than yesterday.
I definitely can see that in your games for sure. Now, even though there's just 4 tracks left for you guys, what do you guys think your team can improve on quickly in order to make it to the top?
因为接下来剩下4张赛道需要去比赛，那你们认为你们队伍在接下来的比赛中有什么是可以快速做調整的部分？
还是维持我们最好的状态吧，就是照原本打法，然后去做得更好。
Same as first question, we will just do our best and play as same as before.
All right, so we're going to be seeing more of that later. For now, we're going to be taking a quick break. After this, more RDAG coming right at you. See you after a while.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 e-tron，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO11系列，标配 2K 144赫兹一流全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污，抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO11系列，未来电竞越想操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
And just like that, we are back here for more action here in the Road to Asian Games 2022. This time round, I'm giving Chuchu a little break here. My name is Keith, joining into the panel alongside with my good friend Sir Cloud. And as he has told me, even before this broadcast began, that it is absolute bloodbath here in the East Asian region. Insane gameplays. We're putting the best of the best in a single barrel and they're killing each other.
Yeah, it is an absolute speed run. So do hang tight, ladies and gentlemen. Buckle up because I'm worried that even you guys at home watching this will feel the momentum of it.
Yeah, it was insane. I think this is by far the most upbeat, the fastest paced, and the most intense series that we've had. And that's not saying much because it's only been 2 days since we've gotten our hands to cast on this entire program. But still, the difference is very noticeable. And in case you forget who is playing within the East Asian region here, we have Chinese Taipei, Republic of Korea, Hong Kong, China, and the last but not least, of course, it is China itself.
Yeah, so far we can see that, like from the previous years, like there will always be like that one team that's left out. And I think we did talk about the theory of like, is it because they're left out because all the other targets finish off by the teams? That's why they don't have enough targets to really close up the gap. But from what we see, when you pit the best of the best with each other from this region, the gap is not that far at the end of the day. Yes, you have Team China eventually being the number one for 4 rounds in a row, but still, the teams behind them are not that far.
I agree. I mean, let's be honest. We've seen how the other teams performed yesterday itself. We know that they're not half bad, that's for sure. But I have to also be honest that when Team China comes in, it's a total different ball game. New movements around the map.
Oh yeah.
I've seen shortcuts I've never seen implemented before. Seeing it in front of my eyes here just to shave a bunch of time off the clock, and they've been doing so swellingly. But so far, the bad news is we haven't seen a 10-minute finish just yet.
Yeah, I still wonder how that 10-minute is achievable, not gonna lie. And not too sure about which track it is because each track has their own different geography. But that 10-minute, I'm still looking forward to that. Come on, Team China, show us that 10 minutes, show your stuff.
I told you, man, it's mathematically impossible for that sort of thing to happen. But hey, I'm with you. I like to be proven wrong. I want to hear a story of a unicorn and finally seeing one in front of my own eyes.
Oh, well, you could be up for a feast here as we head on to our first game. I mean, first game of the second half, that is. That 10-minute. Honestly, as flawless as Team China has executed all their moves at every single checkpoint, and not only on the road, I still don't see the 10-minute though. I wonder how. Like, okay, let's think logic, right?
Yeah.
Like, how else can you shave out time to make 10 minutes? Like, where?
I think people have to just jump into the lobby and try just driving across the map. That kind of gives you a general estimation on how much time is taken to just travel the distance.
Right.
Right? And then you add that one up with the standard 6-minute timer, which you will have to burn within the courses. And then see if that doesn't total to 10 minutes or not. Because if it bursts the number, then it's physically impossible. I can tell you that. But we'll see if records are made or even broken here tonight with the second half. It's match 2 here in the regional finals, East Asia.
Here we go. Yeah, we're keeping an eye on that as well. But one thing to take note is so far, at least what we kind of noticed towards the end of the last few games from the first set, is that Team China seems to have different designated drivers for different tracks.
Oh.
Yeah, so I don't know, is that just that one-off, or is it a trend that they have that sort of strategy?
I guess now that you've put my intention on it, I will try and find out. But right now, it is a go here in the East Asia region lobby. We have, of course, Team China taking the immediate stride here in the color blue.
Oh yeah, way ahead now. Just look at the current speed. Of course, they are top speed to be able to achieve that. But it is still the first stretch. So teams are close by each other. Oh, an overtake there that we saw. An advantage taken by one of the teams. But nevertheless, that will still not shake Team China.
Team China, they just know all the stops, every nooks and crannies and curves you can ever throw at them. Flawless in the execution, they're just zooming through. It's as if the logic of scarce resources doesn't apply to them. Immediately making the cut from a far end. Now, I've seen teams only towards the last minute try and cut through forward, but they did it better. They know that they have to keep their distance or the trajectory as straight as possible in order to not lose any speed during a curve.
Yeah, and speaking about not losing any speed, this is where they will maximize their speed. Look at how flawless they execute this. They even jump across the fence and straight onto the road. So they maximize their momentum during the airborne with the speed up targets.
Right now, 1 minute and 45 seconds. That's the travel from the first starting point all the way down to the first checkpoint. Maybe if we keep in mind on the time spent in that travel, we can finally get that answer on the math.
That could be, but we need a lot more samples, to be honest. But anyway, now we're going to see how they do it. Okay, this is what I noticed. For Team China, they always use, even in the first round, they always use this. And how they track is, well, that's really down to mechanical skills.
Yeah, oh my god, look at that.
Look at that.
Flawless, dude. Flawless. But that ain't the fastest thing we've seen. We've seen one that dashes fun through. I saw a cool mechanic earlier where they shoot them from the sides and actually just get a 100% hit rate.
So they know to choose that target that has technically the slowest movement. It's like, that's mine. That's why being the advantage of the first team in the checkpoint, you can kind of book that spot.
And they have claimed that so beautifully. Look at the points already. It is moments long before that checkpoint is activated, and yet they are already nearly halfway through in accruing those points required. It's going to be a walk in the park for them in closing this one off and moving on to the next checkpoint. There we go, just shy of 150, 130 is the sweet spot. The 4-color target will now be deployed, and let's see how fast can Team China hit that 300 mark.
For the record, for Team China, for every start on a checkpoint before the objective rises, they have never gotten less than 100 points. They always have more than 100 points when the objective goes up. And that gives them a big head start. And with the head start, you blink and you miss it. They're already almost at 300 points.
They are taking those points so fast into the corner. I don't think we even had the chance to blink, and already they're at 300. So they're moving at the speed of light here. Going on forward, that is done, and already each member is in position to maybe make a rotation into the next checkpoint. And even trying to claim speed ups from the back end, which most people just usually disregard being too far forward.
Oh, yeah. And just look at this. Okay. Also because when they speed first, when they go first, meaning that they have the advantage of taking the speed up targets first. And that speed up target needs time to respawn. So you can't think about it. By the time the other teams pass by, the target might not have been up yet. So they don't have much to shoot. And that's why we can see some of the other teams are having a hard time trying to get the speed up targets.
In one word, they are capitalistic and they are ruthless about it. They just take everything for themselves, and they should. This is a tournament after all, and you want to end up on top right now, undisputable. However, they cannot look down on the rest of the team. We've seen how Team Chinese Taipei can actually come in close. I remember a match previously when it was you and Choo Choo. They were not really that far apart.
They were not. They were not. At some rounds, they were really, really close. Like maybe like 12 seconds difference or so, and that is one of the closest ones. But close also means that they have not been able to overtake Team China.
Yeah, a reflection of the failure, you would say.
Oh.
Nobody remembers second place.
Oh!
Keep going
That's savage
forward.
from Keith.
Yeah, breeze it forward. Team China right now has got company upon their tails. It's Republic of Korea finally trying to make the attempt to contest them head-to-head, mano-to-mano here in this next checkpoint. Immediately, Team China books this shelter and starts raking up those points. But it is, in the end of the day, Team Chinese Taipei who is still far behind.
Ooh, okay. So anyway, it's still going to be Team China reaching the checkpoint first. But this time around, looks like a little bit of a plot twist. Okay, at some point, that Team Republic of Korea had more points than Team China, but Team China immediately, quickly retakes back their throne, and now being the team that has the most points, and their benchmark is always 100 points above.
Can they do that again? I mean, there's no question to that. Look at it. Team China, already 80 points so far. If they can close the gap again against the like of the rest of these teams here, then that could be pretty lethal. How are these players tracing such a fast target? Well, that we have to ask the Republic of Korea to find out.
Oh, okay. So, hang on. There's still 15 more seconds, meaning that for Team China, they can still maintain the record of 100 points and above. But looks like they're leaving this. So, if that's the case, meaning that this is the first time that we see Team China. Okay, they still managed. Okay, dude. All right. I'm done with this. All right. I thought I was proven. I thought I was proven right for some point, but they proved me wrong.
No, they proved you right. You did say 100 points on average.
Okay, yeah, there you go. I almost got that mixed up, but yeah, never failed.
And right now, they are even proving a lot of people wrong here. Actually, right. We all know that Team China is going to come in as a powerhouse, but I didn't think it was going to be this dominant. However, Republic of Korea doing pretty well, trying to fare up to the rate of which they are accumulating those points. Still neck to neck for the two. Anyone could take over that spot here unless one man slips.
Ooh, yes, this is a significant improvement for Republic of Korea. You can't think about it, because their previous records like number 3, number 4, but now it's possible for them to overcome Team China.
Could it be the first? Could we actually see it happen? Could giants fall? Could gods bleed? It is happening right now here. Do they finally have a kryptonite? Nah, China, they've got it in the bag. 400 pointers, and just as fast as they came here, they will disappear.
But of course, not too far behind. It's going to be Team Republic of Korea. But the speedster, Team China now, is leaving the vicinity. No sign of Team Republic of Korea yet.
They've barely even left the spot there. Finally, they have gotten it. Now left the checkpoint itself. The gap has been drawn a little far apart here, but not just impossible just yet. However, I don't think Team China is going to, pretty much mess up the lead that they have. They haven't done so just yet, although a couple of fumbles in the drive, still recoverable.
Yeah, and okay, I'm looking at the minimap right now. It seems that the front two teams has quite a significant gap with the back two teams. But this is also a good improvement from Team Republic of Korea after making the substitution with Fabian going out and Beanie coming in. That could be their key and secret sauce.
A secret sauce indeed. I know what the secret is. Mala chili.
Man, you're making me hungry now, dude.
It's always the chili with them, isn't there? Good stuff, though. I like chili oil, but I like even better is a Cinderella story, and maybe Team Hong Kong China could come in from the back end here. As you can see, they're not doing very well on top of the scoreboard. Down in the last position, but if they can close in that gap and perhaps come in strong in checkpoint number 3, they could just paint that story.
Oh yeah, I've been looking forward to see which team will be the first team to overtake Team China, of course, at the finishing line. That's where it all matters. But honestly, even if a team that's able to overtake Team China at one of the checkpoints, that's a record by itself.
Yeah, and when that happens, you have a bigger problem in hand. How long can you keep that lead?
Oh, yes, absolutely. It's all about the time. It's all about who finishes first. But for Team China, they'll be starting to rack up the points, already a double digit. As for Team Republic of Korea, still at a single digit. The rest of them, yet to arrive.
They will try here. Okay, it is Chinese Taipei, the team in yellow, who has also finally just arrived onto checkpoint. How long do they have before the activity is finally online? Not much, it seems, and Team China has already got the 75th pointers in just about a bit here. So the late comers, Team Hong Kong China, and Team Chinese Taipei would have to really perform out of their minds if they're trying to gap close.
Oh yeah, we can see the gap starting to widen. Now for Team China, well, normally the lowest percentage would be the driver. We can assume so, right? Because he has other tasks to do. And again, it's a swap of a driver for them. The previous one was Paraboy. This time it's someone else. So again, are we talking about like a track specialist between the athletes?
To be fair, here's one thing that's going to crumble our entire vision. We never really knew who the driver was. We just assumed that the lowest percentage was the guy driving.
Yeah.
So what if the entire time the ones in blue was the driver? We wouldn't know.
True enough. True enough. You're absolutely right. So I'm just making assumptions, right?
Yeah.
And unless maybe, I don't know.
But it's back logically, right?
Yeah, it's
surely
logic,
if you're
right.
not participating in the gunfire, you're going to be in the smaller. Yeah.
But anyway, look at this. Okay, Team Republic of Korea is actually above Team China for that one moment. Again.
You know what they say, it's not yours, it's only your time, and that time was short. Team China now 335 on the dot here, not just yet, one more hit at the very least before they inching closer towards 500, still within contention range, and just like that, that leaps and bounds has extended itself closer towards the 500, and Republic of Korea still within 300 range. How did they get such a boost in their scoreboards?
Oh, maybe it's the substitution. Something tactical changed for them. But nevertheless, it's still Team China still finishing first, still flawless in terms of finishes. And definitely with this kind of start, Team China is definitely going to be #1 again for 5 times in a row. Now, this is the record that has yet to be beaten inside RDAG. That one team gets #1 for all 8 rounds. The best record so far is Team Palestine with 7 out of 8.
Ooh. 7 out of 8. And that was impressive as it is. Yeah, but I don't want to be that wet blanket in this conversation, but even if you take Team Palestine's best performing map, there's nowhere near any one of these out here. This is a different ball game, my friend. This is not the same game.
Someone got to give Keith his mala chili right now because he's being savage. But I'm not going to lie. I mean, the numbers don't lie, they say.
Yeah, if anything, we're saying it in a positive note. Like, look, this is the league you have to play on. Team China, #1 yet again, and looking like in a good position to break that record of a full top 1 finish.
Oh, yeah. But, okay, now that the Team Republic of Korea is leaving checkpoint #3, meaning that it's a significant improvement for them. Because before this, it's either #4 or #3 for them. But this time around, because they have left, so it's #2 guaranteed for Team Republic of Korea.
One step in the right directions towards recovery at the very least here. But how long can they get there? As we all know, if you take Team China out of the equation, it is still Team Chinese Taipei that is the force to be reckoned with. So, I mean, back-to-back, even yesterday that we've watched those games, it has always been Team Chinese Taipei and Republic of Korea. Either one of these always interchangeable between each other.
Yeah, but it's just that during the first half, it was a totally different result. It was Team Korea way behind.
Wow.
Yeah, way behind. But now with this substitution, I guess the gap is now smaller. But nevertheless, Team Chinese Taipei, I think it's quite a surprise. It's the first time actually they got a 4th place finish. Before this, they were like #2 all the way. So something has changed with Team Chinese Taipei.
Something's changed, and I don't like change. I like to keep things in a status quo, but for this time round, I want to get surprised because one of those change that is not going anywhere is Team China at #1. We all knew that coming in today when we sat on these chairs by the desk, and we are just getting proven time and time again.
Yeah, again and again and again. Okay, thanks to the highlights from iCrew as well. We'll get to relive the moments from before. And look at the tracking. They made it like a child's play.
That was, yeah, that you can look at that red dot, not even wavering too far from it. It's a consistent track towards the hitbox. And Team Team China just absolutely
Whoa,
a beast.
what?
82 speed ups earned. This should be a record.
Dude, this is the highest. Before this, the highest was 71.
Oh.
They've broken their own record, at least on the broadcast. 82. This is crazy numbers we're talking about.
82 speed ups earned and still not 10 minutes. I wonder if that Legends was true.
Oh man, I'm still baffled by that number, right? But okay, we gotta give it to the FAW Audi Super A player, and this time give it towards Ting Xiao from Hong Kong, China, 482. But we have Flower H as well coming in at second place, 393. Hong 337 and Shark 334. So 2 representatives from Chinese Taipei up as the Super A player.
2 members from one team. Well, at least if one of them gets it, they could probably share them around or keep it within their gaming house here, as we've seen the prize coming in from Audi, and you might want to stick around for that one as well as we find out who the best Super A player is for the East Asia region. That's happening towards the end, but before we get there, we still have one more track. But first, let's talk about the track that we've had earlier. Did you think this is by far the smoothest track that Team China has got to display so far, comparatively to the first set?
Arguably it is, because no car flips. I mean, everything was executed well. Even like in some of the tracks previously, there was some moments where Team China flipped their car. So it's not like they're invincible, right?
Yep.
It's still because of these small mistakes, other teams could take advantage of it. It is just that when that happened, when the mistakes happen for Team China, the gap is just too far away. So they can afford those kind of mistakes. They can afford maybe 4, 5, 6 mistakes in the same track. So yeah, basically they did themselves a favor.
Yeah,
And
so here's the funny thing, right?
Yeah.
Because I want to know that, because it does feel more fluid, less mistakes in between.
Yeah.
They had more speed ups earned.
Yep.
But the time in which they complete the game isn't that far difference. In fact, I think maybe they were faster in the first set, because based on what Choo Choo said right here, she's got notes by the way, 13 minutes and 13 seconds.
Right.
I remember them clocking out at 13:40-ish. So how did the time got added on onto a better performance here?
So I think the differentiator would be during the checkpoints, like how fast they finish the challenge itself. And that is also contradicted by the fact that some of the teams are doing better. For example, like Team Republic of Korea. And when teams start to do better or as good as you, because you're aiming for the same targets, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so other teams would steal away the targets, they'll cancel you out basically, and that's how time was bought for the other team to close the gap with Team China.
That makes sense. I'm glad you've got a solution to that, because I was about to throw a question out there to the audience and hope someone has the answer. Hope someone's a pro analyst down in the comment section, because we know we've got abundance of those within the community. So good stuff coming out from them. Now, I guess since the way this entire regional final is painted out to be, Team China is going to be fighting against, I mean, not really fighting, competing against Team China themselves. So it's all about them breaking their past record. Now, moving into the next round, that record is a hard one.
Okay.
12 minutes, 22 seconds.
Oh, and because we know that they have a 10-minute game.
Yeah.
But we don't know that 10 minutes is with which track. But so far, based on trends, this seems to be the track where it needs the least amount of time to complete. So who knows? Maybe the 10-minute is with this track. And if they can pull out a 10-minute after this, wow. I'm done for the day, man.
I like how you said, we know that they've got a 10-minute game, we just don't know which track. At this rate, I'm convinced that it's either hearsay or just absolute legends.
Okay, I can find that out, okay? I can find it out, but I can only tell you after the show.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because that sounds like a mythological legend or something. You imagine this, right? Legend of Paraboy bringing 10 minutes games in. Like, I would eat that up. Of course, that sounds cool, but have I ever seen it? Probably not yet. But I do want to see it, you know?
Okay.
Let's hope that pans out the way it is.
All right, Team China, please prove it to keep. I've seen it on paper at least. I just don't remember the exact details. But prove it to keep. All right, prove it to keep. Prove it to keep.
So he finally slipped. He's got information somewhere. Why don't you back that one up?
I mean, it's not with me now.
Yeah,
okay. Just saying it's not with me now. But I have seen it. I've seen the papers. So prove it to keep. Don't look at the past. Let's not talk about the past. Right? Let's talk about the future.
I would like to warn you
All right.
that in one day you've broken so many NDAs.
True enough.
That's true. Yeah. So now we know that we potentially know how the format is gonna be in the Asian Games. It's hearsay. Nothing's confirmed.
Yeah, it's all hearsay.
But there's probably gonna be a groupings going on. Yeah.
No, it's all hearsay. I never see any papers or what. But you know what I've seen? It's going to be track number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Ruins is going to be the starting point. And as they start from Ruins, they will move on to the first section, that is El Pozo. This is where the 4 colored corners will show up randomly, and teams will need to shoot out the colors according to their own colors. If they shoot the wrong color, points will be deducted. And once they're done, they move on to section 2, whereby it's played inside of St. Martin. This is where the windows will pop up and random targets will show up through the windows. They'll need to shoot it according to the random target. Truesdale Valley will be their final section, and this is going to be the granddaddy, whereby the flying targets will begin. Arguably the toughest one. Complete that, 500 points, and they will move on to the finish line.
And they have to do all of that was mentioned. It was already a mouthful to go through. Now imagine them having to squeeze all those tasks within 10 minutes. That is the challenge for the likes of Team China. They are totally in their own zone, playing a different ball game. The only demons they see is themselves within the mirror this morning when they woke up. How do I know that? I don't know. Don't ask. Don't ask.
Yeah. Maybe we'll leave the asking for Tash later on. Things like that. The host can do it, right? But anyway, what we're going to ask is that I have a lot of questions, right? Like, I can start from the whole list. Will Team China be the first team to get a clean run, number 1 all the way? The best record now is Team Palestine with 7 out of 8. So right now, Team China, they are still in the running to do that, all right? Secondly, is that this could be the map whereby they can get that 10-minute thingy. Okay. So this is where, come on, prove it to Keith, please. Keith needs it. If I can't sleep tonight.
I believe seeing is believing. Oh,
fair enough. You believe seeing is believing.
I know,
right.
it's sort of weird. I am. Oh, okay. You know what? I'm gonna let that slide. I'll say seeing is believing. Yes,
okay.
And it is, after all, broadcasted. So why don't have all the thousands of viewers to see it and believe it themselves?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, so it's not only Keith now, right?
No, I'm pretty sure they're doubters. They think we fluff things up, man.
Okay, yeah, like storyline. Casters creating the storylines, right?
We're just hyping them up.
Yeah, we're just hyping them up and all that. But so far, they are proving us, to a certain extent, right? With their flawless victories. But nevertheless, it is a totally new track that we're talking about in the second half. And we're going to jump into track number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Without further ado, let's head on to it.
This is it. The only chance, the last chance. It's the one track that they can use to hit that 10-minute mark, the shortest among the circuit. And they have to get this one right. And I swear if they do, I will shut the hell up for the rest of the evening.
Okay, this is broadcasted, by the way. Means it's recorded. Okay, I want to see that happen, right? But then again, I'll be ending up casting alone, so I'm not too sure about that now.
Wow, you did not see that deal coming. It benefits me more than it does you.
Well, nevertheless, looks like it's going to be, as usual, the teams drop, they loot whatever they think they need, and they start to make the move. Now, I'm waiting for a clear visual on which team is at the forefront. Well, surprise, surprise, it's Team China at the number 1 spot now, followed by Hong Kong, China, and okay, I kind of stopped there because I thought that there's an accident, but actually there's not.
No accidents here. Team China does not make no mistakes. Actually, this entire lobby probably doesn't, but when it does happen, it's once in a blue moon, and we have to highlight the heck out of it. Make it seem like it's the worst thing they've done.
You're making it seem like every small mistake is like a punishment now.
It is in this lobby. You lose like 2 seconds and suddenly you're in 3rd place.
True. Yeah, I mean, because the competition is that tight, right?
Yeah, they're just outperforming the rest here. And once again, it is Team China here taking flight, aerial view across the entire valley. They're enjoying this as we speak. Nowhere near is the rest of these members. Look at that. Even with this aerial view perspective, Team China seems to blip out of the sight.
There was a lot of moments, honestly. So from observation, there were a lot of moments where Team China, at certain points, they're basically playing one player. Like there are no other players like on screen at some point. Okay, maybe not the first stretch, but normally it starts like at the second stretch onwards, after the first checkpoint.
What? How much lead do you have to secure to be able to play that sort of game?
Yeah, like there's no other team anywhere near after every checkpoint. That is how much of a lead. That is how good they are in all the checkpoints.
And still we did not hit 10 minutes. Oh my
Still
god.
we have not hit 10 minutes. I know, right?
What would it take for them to be within the number?
Well, that is for them to know and for us to find out.
We're about to find out right here, right now. 60, 70 points already onto Team China. 70 out of the 30. All they need is the 100 plus. If they can get more, even better. That was a collision. This is a buggy, or what is this? Are we playing go-kart or buggy?
We're playing bumper car now.
That was the word I was looking for.
Oh yeah, bumper car, yeah.
Clearly I didn't have a childhood. I didn't know what it was called.
Guys, it's okay as long as you have an adulthood right now. Maybe with a real car instead.
Well, we've got 100 now, and just in time too, as the 4-color targets finally comes online and active to be shot down. How fast can it do so immediately? That spray sounds like a million needles shooting at you at the same time. 155 already, more than halfway through. They just need to get in the second half and call it a day, and that's happening sooner than we think.
Okay, I'm still trying to see, like, right, how do these teams actually position themselves? So it does seem like two players at one corner, and right up across them another 2 players, and they don't bother about covering all corners, if you know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
It's like just one straight line.
Yeah.
So that's the tactic that they actually deploy. Very interesting indeed. And I guess it's just a matter of like who becomes the first one to shoot that target, just take it.
Yeah, I mean, one guy can cover 2 of those pallets as it is, right? So efficiency, yes.
I have a big brain moment.
What is it?
Okay, so you got 2, and you can see 2 colors, right?
That's correct.
And on the other side, you got 2, you can see the other 2 colors. You just need to have that one guy just aiming at one, let's say the right target, and the other guy aiming at the left target. Whoever gets the color of their team, just shoot. Like they don't even need to move. Like,
that's exactly what happened. Like one guy guards 2, right?
Yeah.
Efficient play.
Man.
Dang, this is Team China as we speak, though. So they will move on forward here. Now there was something within my train of thoughts,
right?
But I think I lost it in awe looking at Team China.
Well, they are following a sort of like a different route. Like, okay, normally in this ramp, you will see teams that, okay, we just take the ramp, we go up, speed boost, textbook play, basically. But for them, they just ignore the ramp and they follow the hill down. So that's something, again, that they know that we don't.
Gotta pick their brains sometimes, man. Well, once again, they found their way into this next checkpoint. A great lead for them. And with this much of a gap, it looks like Team China can look to accumulate, but that team in red, I believe that was Team Hong Kong China, fumbled a little bit on the drive here. Will get punished by a few seconds, but nothing too detrimental just yet.
Yeah, but nevertheless, it still allowed the other team to overtake them. So now they will be the last team to arrive. But is it a significant difference? Not really, though. But it is for Team China as they'll be the first team to arrive onto Section 2. And as usual, the benchmark is going to be 100 starting points above for each section.
If they can procure that, then they're one step through the door here. But with 6 minutes already commenced, it seems less than likely for them to be able to walk away in under 10 minutes or at least under 11 minutes. Give them a little bit of the leeway here. The seconds don't matter.
Oh, at this point, Team China, as usual, just doing what Team China does. 100 points and above, and now they're already at 124, meaning that it's pretty much a signal for them to, okay guys, we hit our KPI. Now, our next move is just to gather at the main objective. And here we go. Main objective of Section 2 will be the random targets that spawn through this window.
It's the retracting targets, and here they are just shooting things down. They also, oh, actually it's Hong Kong, China potentially claim for themselves that airdrop at 200 already, halfway there. Spraying down these windows. No chance for these windows to react and retract. It just seems like free food at this point. Hit the weasel, they say.
Hit the weasel, they say. That reminds me of childhood. So you do have a childhood.
Oh, whacking weasels? Yeah, maybe.
Almost there, almost there, almost there. But what else is almost there? It's going to be Team China, almost hitting 400 mark. But looking over at some of the stats, so we have Shark with 18%. Again, we are assuming that he's the driver. That's why he's down there. But based on the stats as well, even like we put up like Team China, towards the end, it still balances out. There's no like that one player that just carries the team. Everyone has almost an equal amount of weightage when it comes to collecting the points.
Talking about collecting points, Team China shy of 10 points away, actually 9 to be more specific. If they walk away right now, it will be 8 minutes, and they have to wait 120 at their next checkpoint. So I think we might want to chuck that dream goodbye. It's not happening, not this time around. But Team China will look to maybe potentially break records at the 11th minute. That is still very possible.
Oh, well, it is still possible, but still looking to break your personal expectation of whether they can get that 10-minute mark again. I don't think it's possible now because we're already at 8:30, but 11 maybe.
Maybe. If a miracle happens, eh? A miracle happens and somehow they just had no competitions during that time, they could probably do it.
They are so, again, flawless, unchallenged, the only team, the first team actually leave the checkpoint again. Even like, okay, like mini objectives of either you're the first team to arrive at the checkpoint or you're the first team to leave a checkpoint. Nobody has overtaken Team China yet.
But you know what I think? I think because during the seed stage, they weren't playing with players in the lobby, right? It's a time thing. You lock in your best time. So obviously they can get the 10 minutes. There was no competition. There was no one else within that lobby shooting the same target.
Oh,
I think people could somehow get a 10 minutes in this lobby. This is clearly impossible. But that being said, for them to get 11 or 12 minutes, that's so good. Given the circumstances, you're up against 4 different teams stealing the same target.
True, true. And that's how, if you want to shave any more time, it's not basically your opponent don't hit their targets. Yeah. Basically, they fumble. And that's how you like kind of take advantage of that.
Yeah, you did all you could. It's just the nature of the game. There's just not enough targets to go around.
True.
And so they have to do that, right?
You got it. You got it. You finally.
Now we can go to rest. We can put it to peace.
Okay, we're done. Okay, the show's over, guys. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow.
Show's not over. Okay, Team China right now, 136 on the damage. Not really the damage, the score. Has got to grind their way up to the 500. Immediately makes the rotation onto podium finish, in which they will find some other members already around here in position. 156 is their starting point. Look at number 2. It's Team Chinese Taipei, only 45 to start on with.
Basically 3 times the number 2 team. But you gotta give it to Team Chinese Taipei as well. They are starting to rise up again because in the previous round, it wasn't their round. They got a 4th place finish, which is unusual for them, an outlier for them. But this time around, they're coming back. They are, I wouldn't say trailing behind, but at least they are at number 2 for now.
That's insane. Just the moments ago that this activity got kicked off, 300 already. They are 3 out of the 5 way through, and now they are accumulating more. Take a look at that score preparations down below here. Paraboy, the star player coming out from Team China, 34% already, next to him Flower H, who is also one of the notable names within the scene.
Absolutely. I mean, these are all absolute legendary players. But, and I guess that's the competition that they put out here to, well, bring the best to beat the rest, they say. That's for the numbers right now. Team China, they're almost done. And they should be done by maybe the 12-minute mark. They are good. So to finish up the track, which is the smallest route of all, it's probably it'll probably take them less than 13 minutes.
Well, they have to do it fast, right? They have to hit the 500 because 12:22 was their record previously. And if they're going to be battling their own demons, they might want to speedrun this even faster than they did before. However, you only have but a mere 6 seconds left before that record will not be broken. And I think we just have to kiss that one goodbye, as now we've reached into the 25th second mark.
Yeah, nevertheless, it is still going to be a #1 finish for Team China for sure. But yeah, I guess now they've already set the bars. Like, okay, who else can catch up to them? It's only themselves who can break their own record. And to really impress, I think, the audience is that to shatter their own records around
really well. They drive well. Somehow, they're always up ahead despite having an even start from the get-go. There's just something they know that we don't and have practiced it through and through. And now, if I'm one of the participants watching at home, looking at this performance, I'm going to start cracking my head and figuring out how this is even humanly possible.
Yeah, at least you cracked the code for something that was at first humanly impossible, right? So we got the logical answer there. Okay, but something that kind of surprised me in this round is that at some point, it was a Chinese Taipei getting that second place in terms of points, right? But for the finishing line, when we got the visual again, it was Team Hong Kong China getting the second place instead of Team Chinese Taipei.
Oh!
So something must have happened at the final sprint, at least during the checkpoint, that allowed Team Hong Kong China to overtake Team Chinese Taipei.
Team Hong Kong China, you snuck under the radar. I'm so sorry we missed you. It's hard not to do so when Team China's taken all the spotlight ever possible here. So I think that you could say in the most nicest way, they were overshadowed by greatness.
Oh, yeah, that is a good way to put it. Finally, Keith is not savage. But nevertheless, congratulations again to all the teams. And so far, Team China is still in the running for a flawless run. Only 2 more tracks to go, and they'll be creating records here.
That record has been created, I guess, with that 12-minute 22. Surely we've already decided that, the 10 minutes was just not logical in this circumstances. And so that means we have to use their most recent numbers as benchmarks. 12:22 is the game. Now let's see who may be the next people or person or team who could actually beat them.
Ooh, but it's also very track dependent. So we gotta put a disclaimer there, right? So
True.
Yeah, it's track dependent. But nevertheless, 12:22, track number 2.
Track 2.
Track 2. Okay, that should be easy to remember that for Team China. So here are the official results as Team China, 12:47 this time. But look at the speed ups earned, still the most among all. And there was never once that Team China had lesser speed ups earned than anyone else.
Not even once.
Not even once. They're always on top.
That's
even
how
with
they
the gap.
know. That's how you know they're shooting right. They
Right.
get all these speed ups for themselves. No one else has it.
It is one thing to shoot while you're standing. It's another thing to shoot while you're being driven.
I mean, they came out with that meta. The aggressive gameplay. Get everyone under your back and then go on out there, right? So this is them, and well, here they are, the potential Audi Super A player right here and now from Team China. One and only, it is Paraboy with 458. And second place is Ting Xiao at 378. And the list goes on and on, all waiting to potentially be mentioned at the end here during the Audi Super A Player Awards.
Okay, I want to point out as well, like whenever we see a team win, normally that team doesn't have that one player up there, right? A Team China does. Are we talking about another new record here?
A different phenom, it
I
seems.
mean, I'm trying to pull up everything I can think of. But anyway, I need the time to pull up more things to think of and more things to share. So I need a little bit of a break here, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Circular, together with Keith. We'll see you guys after this one.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 e-tron，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配2K 144赫兹E6全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞越想操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Yes, as the hour clock counts down, we get ourselves into midway point here in match number 2 in the East Asian region, nearly reaching the conclusion on who might be number 1. I say that so sparingly because, let's be honest, we probably already know the answer right now. Joining with me here, it is Sir Cloud. My name is Keith, and we're here in these chairs waiting for Team China just to claim their victory. But the real question becomes who comes in at number 2.
Yeah, but also another question is that can Team China have a flawless victory?
Oh.
Yeah, number 1 order. 2 more games to go, We heard the war cries behind the scenes, right? We heard the war cries behind the scene. I guess they still have the objective. We know we're first, all right?
Yeah.
There's no doubt
Hands
about
down.
that. Hands down. But we want to continue to make people remember us.
Oh.
Yeah, they want to make a statement, basically.
Well, I've been told that I'm a very forgettable person, so despite me being loud as to overcompensate for it. But I like that idea. I like that thought, and I like the narrative, okay? Screw the champions. We're not going to look out for that. Can they keep the streak? That's a tougher deal to do. Not really for them, but I would like to see them happen and see that happen for once.
Yeah, can you imagine like the teams that's going to play tomorrow? The Southeast Asian teams and South Asia teams and so on and so forth. They'll be looking at this as a reference. They have some sort of a quote-unquote advantage to actually watch some of the best teams playing and try to pull it off themselves. So I think tomorrow's games are going to be pretty interesting as well.
Yeah, it's definitely one that it holds a lot of stake, at least for us. You know, I mean, we're from the Southeast Asian region, and we'd like to see some of the teams that maybe we familiar of try and play things out and have our fingers crossed, pray to God that maybe they can reach 13-minute games much like this one, just to kind of give us the assurance that they are competition ready. So that's exactly what I'm looking out for.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, when we reach that Asian game stage, these teams are going to cross path, right? It's going to be region against region at some point.
Yeah.
Now we're like segmented to only the regions. But nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, 2 more tracks to go. And here we are, track number 4 of the second half of our East Asia region. Without further ado, let's head on to it.
I am ready to receive this blessing right here. A game that is entertaining more so than none. Being fallen onto our laps, we are blessed here. Thanks to Audi, Esports, and the rest of the sponsor, which I will mention again towards the end of the day. But here they are, down and about, and away we go.
Yeah, for all our viewers out there, we heard some conversations behind the scenes as well that Tash will be interviewing somebody very interesting. So I believe it's going to be an interview that you guys don't want to miss. So do stick around once the rounds are over for that interview to hear what that special person has to say. Now, for this round, looks like it's still going to be not really a close one as a start, as how we normally see in most of the rounds.
Yeah, and so this has begun here with obviously comes to no surprise. Actually, this is a surprise.
Wait a second.
Team China crashed out onto the bridge here, and its players disappeared, having to go on and reset. Actually, everyone is just on a halt now. When I asked for a show,
all right,
this is exactly what I was hoping for. Something out of the ordinary.
Yeah, looks like you got something out of the ordinary. And ladies and gentlemen, looks like we will restart that round again. And yeah, I guess that's something that is the first time for all of us.
Yeah, for a second there, I thought Team China made a mistake.
Right.
Then, well, reality snaps in, and now they never do mistakes anyways. So that could be it. I knew it right there. We were either dreaming or something was wrong on a technical level.
But nevertheless, of course, ladies and gentlemen, do be patient because we'll be back in the game really, really soon. While we wait, of course, do enjoy the live views of our players right here, of our athletes. Yeah, because we need to term them athletes at this point because they are representing the countries at a prestigious tournament.
Is there another word to describe a representative? We can't use an ambassador.
Right.
That's for sure.
Athlete.
Athlete is one of them.
Okay.
We really have not much words.
Yeah, I know, right?
The English dictionary is thinner than we thought it was.
Yeah, absolutely. You're still trying to think. Yeah, still trying. Just like how our marshals are trying to solve it for the players. All the players, athletes, they're pretty much the same. But of course, you gotta give them the. I just want to give them the stature of calling the athlete. I know we're so used to calling the players, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's the majority of the tournaments out there.
And it's I think the action, right? They're a person who's playing the game.
Right.
Hence players.
Yeah. True.
So.
Yeah.
Oh man. Anyways, we have our cams fixated onto these teams. I guess the viewers were a little bit happier. They had a close up against Paraboy. I've heard he's the pretty ones. Coming out from Team China here. And so that was a little bit of an eye candy for you guys, for you girls actually.
Oh well.
Back home.
I mean, whatever, man. But yeah, okay. So here it is, right? So based on the fact that athlete encountered unexpected bug, the organizing committee processed standard rehost for the PUBG Mobile Asian Games version East Asia Group Final Stage Game 3 of Match 2. So which was the previous game, basically. They're going to restart the game.
Just be patient with us, because the games go off too soon anyway. So you might as well just be patient with it. This is probably longer than the game itself.
But you know what? That is a beautiful piece. And that is just the replica of it. Can you imagine the actual car? Yeah, thank you so much, of course, to Audi Q4 for actually being part of this tournament and also supporting this tournament as well. Without support from Audi, for example, this tournament ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, and they have nothing to play with if it's not for the all-new iCool 11. We checked that one out. Official mobile game equipment for the RDAG. I know that sounds so much like an ad, but hey, would you rather us stare and say nothing and you staring into the eyes of these little boys now? So
maybe some of them would say yes.
I wouldn't give them the option to. That's the whole point. And so, yep. Thank you to all the sponsors. I guess it's a good time to do so, especially with Auto Full and the chairs. Look at those sick chairs. I actually want them. Why? Not because it's an Auto-Full, but I do want it because it's an Auto-Full. That's part of it. But not just that. The badge, RDAG, embroidered onto it. It's one of, I don't know, a limited amount.
Yeah, you can probably still get that in retail, but you won't get the RDAG there.
Yeah.
That's exclusive for this event.
You cannot buy this piece of legendary equipment right here.
And it's not only embroidered at the seats of the players, like wherever they're leaning onto, but also behind the chair, there's also an embroidery of it. Of course, from camera view, they can't see, but if in actual view, you just walk around, you'll be able to see that. So it's pretty fine.
You know what they should do, though, within this section right here? Give us a demonstration on that mechanical armrest.
Oh, yeah.
I heard it goes vertical now.
Oh, yeah, the one that's like at the
wrist.
The
wrist support thing.
Yeah. Oh, he's actually demonstrating it. Look at that.
That is so odd, but it looks comfortable, to be honest.
So it's ergonomic.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it gives you an angle that you'll be comfortable with.
That's cool.
That's the unique selling point of the chair.
That is.
Like a lie.
Yeah, no other chairs in the market does that. And no other chairs has the RDAG logo. If you want it, then you might as well just track us down via this live stream location and its IP and sneak in and get one, because there is no way that is on store on retail.
Well, you have to go through a lot of security to get that. Good luck trying, ladies and gentlemen. Or maybe you can try your luck to check out the retail store. Just saying, just putting it out there, But nevertheless, without further ado, looks like we are jumping straight in back onto track number 3.
Oh, thank God. It's over. But you're not going to say that. You know why? Because this game is going to be so fast, you won't have the time to dread it.
Yeah, you know what? Sometimes at certain checkpoints, it's like, oh, there's like 100 points more. Okay, we still got some time. and by the time like you blink, it's like, oh, okay, it's already like, oh, we're done. And there were certain instances when Chi was casting, like she was like narrating something. By the time she finished the narration, oh, okay, we're done with the checkpoint. Right from the start to the end.
It was that fast.
It was that fast.
Well, you blink and you miss, they say. Let's kick this one off, finally, going through these memorable arches. It is a go here in the RDAG East Asia Regional Finals. Match number 2, track 3, and yet again, just like previous way, Team China just somehow happened to hit the same car and keeping them at bay for the time being. And it is one that from Republic of Korea that is leading the pack.
But there was a minor accident early on involving, I believe it was Team Hong Kong China. They bumped into one of the cars, the unmovable cars at the bridge. So that's actually the first time that we see this kind of bridge. I did talk about the theory of the choke point. And for the first time, we get to see the choke point actually slowing down one of the teams. And speaking of slowing down, Team Hong Kong China again at the slope kind of slipped there.
Slip, but not too bad just yet. However, they will see their lead slowly fading away here as Team China bypasses them. Team China, of course, the ones in purple, in case you didn't know, now going out for red.
Oh!
They will be using boosters up on this air here. Will they make the jump? And they will. Will it be enough? They do bypass all the buildings down below, but it's still Republic of Korea leading the pack.
Yeah, you don't get to see that very often. Yeah, Republic of Korea actually at the forefront, at the number 1, but look who's tailgating them. It's going to be Team China. So this is going to be pretty much the final stretch until they reach the first checkpoint. And officially, Team Republic of Korea becomes the first team to reach checkpoint number 1. A very rare sight, but hopefully that becomes a booster for them to go all the way in this round.
So this should be also counted as a record breaker for today. The first team to have ever reached the checkpoint before Team China.
Oh yeah!
Safe to say?
Safe to say.
One checkpoint out of the way. Now can they do the same thing here? Farming up those points. It will be Team Hong Kong China who's getting a head start at 28 points, but immediately that lead has been overtaken by the likes of Team China themselves at 36 and counting. They do have time, and this is where the difference maker will come from in this shooting performance here in the 4 color targets. Who is going to create the most lead in this 120-second cooldown period to be able to set themselves up for success comes the activity.
Well, even though Team China is not the first team to reach Section 1, but they still maintain their KPI of getting more than 100 points before the main objective starts. And now with them hitting the KPI, just look at this. Flawless movement. They know that they got a 100-point mark. Anything else is just bonus. And they move themselves, be prepared for the main objective to come out instead of trying to hunt for any more ground targets.
They know what they have to do. X amount of pointers immediately straight to the main objectives, and they're raking that in. 150 out of the 300. The only team with the triple digits at the time of saying now catching up is Team Chinese Taipei alongside Hong Kong China, who will also bridge that gap. But as I say that, Team China now 225, closing into the 300 mark.
Oh, here we go. And the moment you end your sentence, they're pretty much almost done. So Team China getting back their lead. Now they will be back on the road. Whereas for Team Republic of Korea, they were the first team to arrive. But then again, now, in terms of numbers, they are at number 4.
How the tables have turned. How the turntables, whichever that one. It sounds the best. But
sounds like how the tables have turned.
I knew I got it the first time round. But I think someone has been messing my brains up from the inside out. So regardless of how I phrase it, Team China will take leadway, headspace forward, and they are uncontested within the roads so far, seeing as though that they've reached that gap quite significantly. They will make their way onto the next checkpoint long before the rest could.
Yeah, they are back on track. The track that is expected of them for them to get that number 1 spot. And now, just look at this. They're basically playing single player. Like, in the whole wide screen, there's no other team around them.
which is pretty scary when you're talking about the monsters that is Team China and how good they are in this game. You leave them the entire map. That's exactly setting the scenario up for a 10-minute gameplay.
Okay, but we did have an answer for the 10-minute gameplay.
Imagine if they're playing the single player right now.
Right. Right. But it has to be single player at the checkpoints too. I think that is where the key thing is, right? Like because you don't get to your points being stolen away by the other teams.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Oh well. That was a wet blanket right there. Hey guys, I tried to live up to the dreams here, but that was Sir Cloud.
Yeah,
you can DM him later on.
It was Keith who taught me that, just saying.
That is true. I am a pessimist. But I, as a pessimist, cannot deny that Team China might just run away with the 8 wins here.
Okay. They are definitely on the roll now to get the number 7. But, yep. I mean, until it happens, okay? We'll still keep that. We'll still chill. But so far, not going to lie. I mean, it's hard to not deny the trend as well.
Right?
Yeah, it's hard to not deny.
It's right there in front of your eyes. But now we come into checkpoint 2 here. Again, I'm just stuck with the word chapter. I don't know what I woke up with this morning.
A new chapter in your life? But nevertheless, in this new chapter, it's going to be Team China getting the 100-point mark. And just as when the stats show up, they're already there. And for the rest of it, they're still stuck at 2. Meaning that for Team China, basically stole away all the targets.
And this is more lead than they could have expected here. Surely they still have time to even farm a little bit more. But look at the discipline. Even though they do have more time to farm a little bit more, they immediately rush towards podium. They know, get 100, get 120, done. No more, no less. I don't see how getting more is a problem, but I guess maybe it breaks into their rhythm. It is activated right now, and now is the time where they bring it home and rake the points in.
Okay, so I'm trying to see like trends on how they position themselves, right? It looks like for all these teams, nobody ever care of that top floor. Like everyone's at the middle floor. Ground floor, ground floor you got someone. So the first floor, yes, but yeah, everyone's just leaving the top floor behind.
All leaving the top floor behind. I guess maybe you get a little bit more clarity, or if you want an answer that's just absurd, the shades right there. Who's going to prone under the sun when you can do it within the shades, man? You get comfortable winning.
Oh, I mean, it is Miramar. Yeah, it's a harder, sandiest map, so yeah, you have a point there.
But right now, the points really goes to the side of Team China, not really on my end. And so, close to the 400 mark, they will be 50 more points away, just shy of it a little bit. Team Republic of Korea doing pretty decent for themselves. An average of 25 pointers across all members. Same can be said with Team Hong Kong China. Everyone is just trying to pull in the work to even topple the giants. But of course, they are giants after all. Giants among men. Now they will make their way into the next checkpoints, leaving the rest in the dust.
And what I noticed is that for the designated driver, it has been fairly consistent that Achan is the designated driver for at least the 3 rounds. So we don't see a swap here. So that still leaves the question of if it was just a tactical switch for that 1 round or that 1 track. We don't know yet. We need a lot more games to find a trend. But we only have like one more game to go after this.
That's true. And they only like just recently swapped him in, right, for the second half. Which is no! A mistake?
Ooh.
Team China? Of course not. They make no mistakes. Look at that. Recoverable.
Yeah, they wanted to give us some drama, you know. It's like, I know we're flawless, but, you know, we just want to give the casters something to talk about.
Well, we did talk about that only briefly.
Someone missed the ramp?
I guess they don't need it. It's such strain towards the suspensions here. A problem you probably never have with an Audi Q4 e-tron.
Wow, I like the segue. Beautifully done. But the team that missed the ramp was actually Republic of Korea, so that probably cost them a couple of seconds. But then again, the amount of seconds lost wasn't enough for any other team to overtake them.
Yeah, but like we said in this lobby, 1 second could be 1 second too late. Missed out here because now Team China will find their way into checkpoint 3 and have the entire compound for themselves. By the time the rest of the teams arrive, they probably already have the 120 pointers leadway and getting ready and amped up for the next checkpoint.
Yeah, and this is the advantage of arriving first at the checkpoints, right? It's probably, okay, reverse psychology, right? What if it's not about them wanting the points? What if it's about them denying the points for anyone else? So it's like, oh, you guys start as a single digit, we're like triple digit. But the whole point was that we want you guys to start as a single digit. That's like the main point. I don't reverse psychology, you know.
Oh, that makes sense. That sounds like every incentive for them to earn points to their end.
Yeah, and they get a bonus while they do that.
Sounds broken in a mechanical way.
Oh.
But I like it. Hey, life ain't fair, guys. It never will be. Don't wish it to be.
Nicely taken, nicely done, nicely executed. But it does take skill to execute that. And you have to be the first team to be able to do that as well. So, I mean, it's a lot of hard work, basically, by Team China. They earned it.
Right now, a bunch of the members here from Team Yellow, that is Hong Kong, China, goes into the house hoping that there are some resources left to be played around with. But again, Team China just knowing the assignments and what to do, gunning down some of these fast-moving targets. 120 already in the marker. Surely that is go time to head straight for the main objectives itself. But it seems they want even more here. 140. If they could get the 200, that would be absolutely godsend. But no, they will make their way onto the flying target.
Okay, I believe we have seen a 200 before. Right, we have seen a 200 before. But interestingly, Team China, as good as they are with this game mode, they don't aim for the 200. They're happy with like, okay, 100-ish, 120, 30, 40-ish, and they're good. And they rendezvous back at whatever main objective is that time. They don't go on like, okay, let's get a 200, or someone else gets a 200, and someone else waits for the main target. That's how synchronized they are as a team.
I think for the like of Team China, for them it's rhythm, right? They know a specific timing when you arrive, how long you get, and how long you should shoot for before you make your way onto the main objective itself, just so you don't get messed up with the timing.
Yeah.
And now they're doing it so spectacularly, so 280, 500, so you could argue that maybe they're struggling a little bit in this event, seeing as though the Team Chinese Taipei could even challenge and close the gap a little bit.
Yeah, so because, yes, it's a different track, but at the end of the day, it's about rinsing and repeat, right? Yeah, as long as you can find a rhythm like what you said. One thing is about the track, but when it comes to the objectives, it's pretty much maybe some differences because it's a different area, but objectives are pretty much same. Timing with the objectives is pretty much same, the 120 seconds. So as long as you can find a rhythm like what you said, I mean, it's just a muscle memory at some point. And if you can keep that level of consistency, this is where, you know, it's almost flawless execution every time.
Look at that. Everyone jumps down to the straight into the vehicle for evacuation. It is, as you said, it's flawless. I see a hive mind telling them that it's go time and immediately goes in for the leap. And they will find their exit out of here. 14 minutes. This is probably the slowest they've been. Probably not. Actually, the previous one was a 14:25. I mean, when we're talking about track 3, I think it is by far one of the larger tracks they have within the roster. And so for them to come in at 14 minutes is still very, very impeccable here. But can they beat their previous records of 14:25? They only have just about a few seconds left.
14:25. Okay. Nah, they won't be able to do it. Like, that's like 1 second more. There you go. So no records broken on their no own records broken for themselves. But that's okay. At the end of the day, they are still the fastest team in this track, and by now, for sure, they'll be the #1 team. But we have that question to answer in the next round, whether they can still get that final win to make it a perfect, flawless victory.
That is the main winner prize here for them. is to have it a clean sheet, and they're setting themselves up for it. Only a miracle could probably stop them in place here. Coming in at second place, it's one from Team Chinese Taipei, who have, again, being overshadowed by greatness itself. So they will have to do with the amount of limelight or the lack thereof that they received.
Well, for Chinese Taipei, having a second place finish, at least they're on an upward trajectory. In their last 3 rounds, including this one, it was a 4th place finish, 3rd place, and now a 2nd place finish. So they're back on track. It's a good improvement shown by Chinese Taipei.
Luckily for them, there are no eliminations, I think, for this round. So that's confirmed. I wonder what more we can get confirmation out of Sir Cloud.
Wow. I mean, we gotta take this off air. You know? We gotta take this off air.
Offline, but where's the records? We need people taking records of what you're saying.
Ooh. Anyway, speaking about records, it's still up on the line for Team China to get a perfect, flawless victory record for their game, basically for their region. So far, the record, again, just to remind everyone, 7 out of 8. They just need one more first place finish. That's it. Undisputed Kings.
One more game to be undisputed. I think that is a very, very easy task to do here. I mean, let's take a look at the highlight presented by iQOO. Go check out the iQOO 11, or even better, check out the highlights within the screens of an iQOO 11.
Wow. Okay. That's like a
double whammy.
that's like a double whammy there. But yes, and also I did ask some of the players, I did ask hey, what do you think about the phone? But genuinely, they say that it's a great phone. They will get it for themselves. Well, marketing done right.
Well, you want to take that marketing further. I'll show you how bad I want this phone. I'll take the model right here on top of the desk myself.
But there's 2 pieces there, I mean,
we can each have one and then run for our lives.
A producer, I didn't say that, He said it.
Take a look at the results we have. Team China with 14:45, only 20 seconds slower from their first attempt. 54 speed ups earned. Undisputable. They are on their way with 2 members across the Audi Super 8 player highlights here with Team China's Paraboy at 390 and Team China's Gezi at 380.
Wow, this is the first time that in a sample of 4, we only see 2 teams. That is, normally it's like 3 or all 4 different. But this is the first time that we get the 2. So just pointing it out, just pointing out in case.
Clearly, these 2 teams that we've seen just now just seem to outperform in that one match. I guess that it could be the conclusion that can be drawn here. And so now we are down to the final definitive match. The record is still on the line. They can still get a full 8-match top 1 finish. And what else do you want to throw in as a record breaker here?
Who from this region will be the first MVP presented by Audi? There you go, right? There you go. I wonder who it is because, if we see Team China, it's we got multiple individuals able to get that top spot in almost every round.
That's true.
Yeah. It switches around, right?
I'm trying to think. If I were to have a favorite, what would it be? Who would it be? I mean, the most obvious of answers is going to be Paraboy.
I mean,
even if he wasn't, I'd give him one. Yeah. It just makes sense on a marketing level. People want to see Paraboy get the award. They're not going to see anyone else. Let's be honest. You got a celebrity in the midst.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's kind of obvious as well. But fun fact, so they kind of gauge how tall I am, right?
Yeah.
He's taller than me by this much.
So for you guys watching on at home, Sir Cloud's really tall. Me and Sir Cloud, although we look like we're on par here sitting on the desk, my seat is raised. I'm probably here by his level. And
that's exaggerating, all right?
And for Paraboy to stand above Sir Cloud,
yeah.
He may have a pretty face, but I wouldn't mess with the guy.
Yeah, I wouldn't, He probably does well in basketball as well, with that kind of height.
With that kind of height,
I can imagine him doing a slam dunk just just put it in the bag.
Well, we'll have to see. I'm probably more coordinated than he is.
I'd like
I'm
to see that
kidding, I'm
one-on-one
kidding.
show match. Yeah, but if you guys like to see that one-on-one show match between Paraboy and Keith in basketball, put it in the comment section.
Yep, but of course, I do hope, me being a nobody would care to watch that match, so we don't actually have to see that one through. But we will see the finale of this entire East Asian matchup here. And here is track 4, still in Miramar. We've never gone anywhere else, but I do hope in the future they have this similar concept as an arcade in different and multi-various maps.
Oh yeah, the various maps. That's the thing, right? Like, can you imagine, like, inside of Erangel, inside of Sandhawk, inside of Vikendi, yeah, the OG map. Yeah, that would be pretty fun.
Right? Like, imagine Sandhawk, just the way it is themed, and then you have tunnels which you have to drive under and out.
Oh yeah,
that'd be cool.
Oh yeah. And imagine if it's in like Sandhawk, right? Like you must take a boat at some point. Like you need to switch from your vehicle to a boat. That would be pretty sweet.
That is cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. We shouldn't say anymore.
Oh.
Because I think the people on the back end might take our ideas unless we trademark them.
Oh.
So,
what makes you think that I haven't done the papers yet?
Oh, you heard that, developers. You ain't getting any of these ideas.
But nevertheless, for all you know, it's already in the works. I mean, I don't know, guys. You know,
like, lawfully, even if we did the papers, we won't win because we're basing this idea onto their IP, which they have rights of. So we don't.
We're going all law now.
Well, I mean, we got to do something. Look at him. He's praying, keeping his hands warm. You know.
Oh, he's praying or he's keeping his hands warm now. You gotta pick one.
Don't you get both by doing one?
Oh, shows that. Shows that I need to do a lot more of that. You just called me out then directly, you know.
Well, now the world knows. Now the world knows.
But anyway, okay, so number 2, number 3, number 4. Looking at the numbers that, I think it's quite scrambled, all right. So number 2, number 3, number 4 between Chinese Taipei, Hong Kong, China, and Republic of Korea. I think it's hard to tell. I think that's a tight one there.
Yeah, because I would have assumed that Team Chinese Taipei, based on previous performance, would have been number 2 at the very least. But you mentioned that they've been in the 3rd, 4th position for so long.
Yeah, for a bit. Yeah, for a couple of rounds.
So my entire reality is shattered.
All right.
That together with that goes my entire logical side of the brain.
Okay, so if you were to just give a rough pick, like who will be at this point?
Number 2.
Number 2. 2, 3, 4.
My delusional answer would be the Republic of Korea.
All right. Number 2. Number 3.
Team Hong Kong, China, maybe.
I
don't know. I actually don't know, man.
All right. I'll take the second answer. I'll take the number 2 answer for now. And keep it until we're done with this round because we got to get over track number 4, ladies and gentlemen. The final game for today. Here we go.
Taking flight from East Asia. 4 different regions here. And now they found themselves 4 different vehicles. All brandished in Audi. Actually not, but I wish they do. Those skin cells. I know they can do it. Why didn't they do it?
Well, probably for the Asian games later on. Keep an eye on that. You don't reveal all your cards that early, right? Come on, man.
Just like our video game ideas, our game mode ideas. Yeah, it's already been stolen, by the way.
Anyway, nothing's been stolen here as all the teams. This is arguably one of the closest, tightest starting race among them all. Okay, we can see that these teams are taking slightly different routes. Like nobody's really tailgating each other. But the team that's currently in front is going to be Chinese Taipei.
Team Chinese Taipei, despite your comment about them being 3rd, 4th position, for the longest time today, they seem to be doing absolutely well, especially for these initial sprints. But again, when it comes to this lobby, the question has always become, it's not your victory, it's your turn, which means at any given moment, Team China might just take that one back, so they have to do whatever it takes to maintain that lead.
Wow, look at the different route taken by Team Republic of Korea. Interesting. I'm starting to like discover like slightly different routes like almost every route. Like someone doing, oh wait a second, that's Team China actually giving the lead, and not only the lead, but because of that accident, they're now at the 4th place.
Wow.
Don't get to see that all the time.
Nobody gets to say that. No, so it was a record when Republic of Korea reached the checkpoint first. It's a record now for Team China to reach the first checkpoint last.
Yeah. You gotta record that, guys. You don't get that many opportunities. But here we go, as all the teams are currently in the first checkpoint. But because Team China, they were the last team to arrive, now they couldn't get the head start they would have wanted, that dream head start.
The dream head start is, I mean, that's like life, right? Not everyone gets to get born in silver spoon, but it's their attitude towards the journey is what makes the difference here. And I think Team China, despite them arriving from the checkpoint as the last place team here, they clawed their way just by sheer pointers alone. Now at 50 out of the 300 points they need, immediately pits them up 2nd place now against the Chinese Taipei.
Now this will be the question, can they achieve their regular KPI while getting at least 100 points before the main objective comes out? So far, Chinese Taipei managed to do it. Team China is 18 points away, and it's about time before the main objective comes out. So I think this is also going to be the first time that we see them maybe not achieving the objective, and it's official now.
Another record broken
There you
for the
go.
lack thereof itself here. Now, but this is going to make things even more interesting. We're seeing them playing out of the rhythm they have, but immediately their numbers, they're already 189. What the heck happened there? How did they get so many points?
It's like, yeah, we'll let you have fun. You know, you guys are smiling. Casters have a story to tell, but no, we still want our lead. Because with this lead, they can leave the first objective and move on to the 2nd objective. And again, be the first team to arrive.
They definitely showed up big time here with that display. Impeccable. Playing from what seemed to be the worst case scenario. Not many teams could get into that sort of sticky situation in the drive scene and still bounce back this strong. This is the one and only. It's Team China, and they're out to get that 8 top 1 finishes today.
Oh yeah, still in the running for it. But don't count your chickens till they hatch, they say. So you gotta leave it to them. Leave some suspense for our audience as well. But so far, it's going to be a single-player game for Team China. Looking at the screen, no other. Okay, just take a moment here. Okay, at least you get like that one last one just trailing behind, but it's also quite a distance.
I can already hear the echoes of what was coming up from the barrel of their opponent's guns. That's like light years away at this point. Look at that.
Everyone else is together in the same frame.
Oh, how are they this good? That is the $1 million question, if the prize pool was $1 million. But the prestige is worth that much, I guess.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we are talking about Asian games, right? But we are also talking about iQOO 11. Be part of it. Future gaming flagship is here to stay. Thank you so much to iQOO 11 for supporting this tournament.
Thank you so much. Glad to be of service on their behalf. Moving on.
My readers now, huh?
So we're reading each other's minds?
Oh, wow.
I thought we just think the same thing. Cloud?
Well.
We're both original. We just think the same thing.
Just like how China didn't thought that they would be stuck there for a couple of seconds.
Yeah, but just like how we both knew that wasn't going to keep them at bay. We knew they were going to somehow rocket their way to the front, which is exactly what they're doing. Now, these trees section is a very tricky one. Teams have been pitted there and stuck time and time again. Thankfully so. Team China wasn't one of those victims, and neither any of the other 3 teams behind them.
I like that you pointed out the tree section, right? So it kind of reminds me of, okay, so in the map of Miramar, in that kind of terrain, you normally won't have those trees. So I think there are some implementations that are specially made for this game mode, like the trees, for example. Yeah. So even as much as like you've been playing this game for a longer time, like especially for these athletes, right? as much as they know the map like the back of their hand, this version is still slightly different in those areas.
I thought the trees looked out of place.
Yeah.
I mean, if you were gonna grow a trees in the desert, it definitely wouldn't look that flourishing with so many leaves. You ought to put cactus there, or maybe even palm trees. That would have been more fitting to the scene.
Yeah, and yeah, I think we're still discovering new stuff, you know, and it's been like so many rounds now. But that's an interesting discovery. So that's also information for all the other athletes that's going to play tomorrow, or maybe for the first time playing this in a competitive setting, that, hey, I know you know Miramar like the back of your hand, but it's a little bit different here.
Right now, they still hit KPI, Team China, with 130 actually beginning things with 100. They're just raking the points more faster than anyone could have ever predicted. Time and time again here, 175, 190, and counting, with Republic of Korea trailing in second, which is a good thing, because I did say that was my delusional decisions on who's getting second, so they might just prove my delusions right.
Well, they could be on the way, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, Republic of Korea, they've been doing fairly well. For the past few rounds, let's see here. Second place, well, third place, fourth place, up and down. So it's kind of hard to tell, right? But if they do finish well here, let's say a second place, your prediction could come real.
I like how you call my predictions
prediction.
and not delusions. I call my delusions delusions.
I trust in you, my friend.
That's where you make the biggest mistake, my friend. Right now, you should put your trust into Team China, because they are not going to let you down. 390, 10 more points before you hit the 400 mark, 5 more and counting, just a little bit, and they can all go down diving into extraction zone. No more, no less. Right on the money, it's 400 points.
Well, now the bigger question is that who's going to get that second place finish in checkpoint number 2. But for Team China, again, because they're the first team to leave with quite a gap, it's a single player game for them for now. For now, at least, until the third checkpoint. When they arrive and all the other teams come by, then yeah. But now we're getting confirmation that Team Republic of Korea will be the next team to leave checkpoint number 2. But okay.
Oh no.
So looks like they have to hit the reset button, and that will cost them 10 seconds.
That's gotta feel bad. Although you could say they're already up ahead. Why do they have to bother about that? And all their only objective is just to finish again top 1. Hey, if you're working as hard as they are, that small mistake, that's actually a big mistake. They were stuck, by the way.
Yeah.
They would not be happy with that. That means there is something within their maneuverability that's not operating as optimally as they should. And seeing the machines they are, they're going to have a long discussion of it tonight.
I mean, to be fair, right, this is the last game. It's been a fairly long day for them.
True.
Yeah, they played so many games. So maybe a little bit of fatigue sinking in, you know, so gotta cut the guys some slack.
But at the same time, they did swap in a new driver, though.
Uh-huh.
So he fresh.
Uh-huh. Pessimist at his best. Yeah.
I just need to point my finger somewhere, and it just so happens to be the victim. Eh?
Yeah, you know, that's why every time I feel that if I can prove my point to Keith, it's an achievement by itself. It's like when Keith says, I agree with you. That makes sense. My life is set. I'm done.
Yeah, that takes incredible feat. I'll give you that much. That's you have great resilience, Cloud. You have great resilience.
We'll be spending a lot of time together, you know.
We had too much time with Tash. That's for sure. I hear words that I don't want to ever hear again come out online.
I shall not repeat them. But anyway, so looks like Team China, they're still on track to hit their regular KPI of at least 100 points before the main objective starts. But not too far behind is, of course, Chinese Taipei, Team Republic of Korea as well. Only a little bit of a gap between them. So it's still looking like Team Republic of Korea able to take that second spot.
Second spot still very doable here, seeing as though that the challenge has not yet begun, because that's really what makes or break these teams. And previously, you mentioned everyone was playing over in level 1 and not really the top floor. This time round, everyone's basking within the sun. well, not everyone. Now you have members down in the bottom ground, but they are players playing on the top end, spraying down, so things are a little bit different here. But let's take a look at the stats of the scores being contributed into the team and the members who does it. Team Chinese Taipei seemingly very even across the board.
I want to point out the strategy that I noticed as well, right? So for the West Asian teams, if you notice, if you remember that there were some teams that actually used the strategy of sending athletes behind, right, behind its main objective. But for this category of region, none of them uses the back door. Like everyone uses the platform, if not below the platform, and it's about it. Still from the same direction. So I guess based on the performance and the difference of performance between the two regions, this is still the most optimized way to try to gather points as fast.
So yeah, I agree with that, but I think because before when we were watching before the regional finals for West Asia, this is what they did, and then they switched and they came in with like a sandwich approach. So I don't know. To them, they have justifications in why they do so, because they weren't always the sandwich.
Right.
So I don't know, man. You really got to dig into that one to find out. But they have concluded their region, and this region might just find their conclusion as well, especially with Team China now making a way, make a break for it towards the end of the line.
Okay, we just gotta keep it to its official, right? Yeah, I mean, I know we're so excited to see like a flawless victory here, but just keeping it till it's official. But come on, who's gonna stop them at this point? The only thing that can stop them is themselves.
It's themselves, and we've seen how they nearly slipped that one.
We saw
Could have been what I call it, a hindrance, but even so, I think they're leaps and bounds ahead to just recover and make their way towards the end.
So here comes the question. Chinese Taipei, they're already moving. Republic of Korea, they're not.
Oh,
so
no.
it's very likely that Republic of Korea will get the third place instead.
And then my delusions will remain delusions. Well, it's something I already know. Have no expectations and you'll never be disappointed, they say. Team Chinese Taipei now second place. And here comes the ones in red. It's Republic of Korea going in. And hopefully they have enough of those pointers to inch them up to the second place, maybe.
Okay, could this be a head-to-head finish now? The final two teams.
Unlikely.
Unlikely, yeah. So there you go. It's official now that Team Republic of Korea will take that number 3 spot, and the 4th spot will be given to Team Hong Kong China.
The time is set and clocked. No more chances for these teams to try and pull out the run of their lives here, because all 8 tracks have been concluded, have been played, and now we are only left here to look forward to the conclusion towards this event.
Yep, there you go. So we just need to wait. Okay, so it's official now that Team China, flawless victory.
Yeah.
8 out of 8, number 1. With that record, they will be basically the team to beat during the main stage.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Obviously. In what world were they never?
I was trying to create a storyline.
Okay,
I was trying to.
The storyline is as this. They've always been powerhouses in esports. Undeniably, across many game titles. I believe this event itself, you have different game titles, and even in that game title, they dominated, most probably. Am I wrong to assume so?
Yes. They do dominate as
well.
So, like multiple world champions, multiple MVP, I mean, like undisputed.
So in the end of the day, the real storyline is this.
All right.
Team China, they're the ones to beat, and it's the journey for everyone else to try and take them down.
Like, it's them and no one else.
Yeah.
Right. Like, that's the benchmark right now to try to beat that. But you know what else is the benchmark? It's going to be our IQ highlight, relive the moment that Team China secures a flawless victory in the region.
Take a look at some of these shots coming out here from Team China. That Traces just won't miss. Hitting one after another, flawless in the execution at best. insane stuff coming out from the #1 team, and we understand now why they are the team when it comes to the East Asia region here. Getting that top 1 seeded, a worthy opponent at best. 13 minutes, 31 seconds, 59 speed ups. Only in second place is Team Chinese Taipei with 13 minutes, 46 seconds, and 44 speed ups. Team Republic of Korea, 14 minutes, 11 seconds, 39 speed ups. And last but not least, Team Hong Kong China at 14 minutes, 14 seconds, 33 speed ups of their own.
And just to add on, there wasn't a single round that any team would have gotten more speed ups than Team China. So even that is a record by itself. But you know what else is the record? It's going to be the FAW Audi Super A player. And previously we saw Paraboy up there. This time it's going to be Gazy up there representing Team China. But of course the #1 dude in this round is from Team Hong Kong China, Ting Xiao, getting a 388 score.
Yeah, and speaking about the Super A player, I think we are this close right now to finding out who this region's best individually performed player is towards the end. So you got to stick around for that one because Tash has got you with all the details and information. But man, we have concluded the East Asian round. Not officially just yet because we still have to see the official board. But that #2 spot, now it's a bit wavy. I'm not so confident about my delusions in saying that Republic of Korea might be second place after that finish.
My gut feeling is going to be, tell you later, ladies and gentlemen, as we head on to the interview. Tash, on to you, babe.
Did you say babe?
Thank you very much, casters. And with me, I'm joined with Paraboy from Team China, who is currently in the lead. Congratulations for making it. You are currently in the top spot. How are you feeling?
感觉是非常开心的，然后参加这次比赛。
Apparently feeling really good, and it's really an honor to participate in the game.
Right, so now that you are in the top spot, are you happy with your performance today?
我对我们代表队的表现是十分满意的。
And we are very satisfied with the performance of Team China.
Wow, Team China really presented themselves so well today. Again, congratulations. Do you think there's anything you need to do to improve?
我们的配合、沟通、交流之类，我们需要进一步的加强。
Well, we do think we have to improve our exchange and communications within the team.
I'm sure they will be able to do that given how well you guys played. Now, last question for you guys is, how was your team's mindset and teamwork throughout the tournament?
我们整体团队合作是十分默契的。
We have a really good team spirit within the team.
I love to hear that. And for now, thank you so much, Paraboy, for hanging out here today with me. And for now, I'm going to toss it back to the casters. See you guys in a bit.
Yo, I don't get it, but I didn't get it before. I think I do now. But that guy, I see the appeal. He stares in the camera like he's staring through your soul. He was doing blue steel the whole way through.
Is that how you do a blue steel? Like, you gotta work on it, man.
Yeah, well, I'm not a pretty boy like Paraboy. Okay, no one can be him. He's just a one in a million, a diamond in a rough, and that's why he is the man he is today.
And you can imagine how tall he is now.
Yeah, that's definitely something I can never achieve. I'm just gonna throw the number out there. Okay, I'm 5'4". Now let's move on.
Okay, thank you for being honest. But you know, he was also being honest about like one of the things that he thinks need to improve, and he talks about like communication within the team. Honestly, it does look flawless, and if they can still find room to improve, I mean, what other number they can get? I mean, this is already like 54, more than a 2-minute gap with Chinese Taipei, and they got second place, by the way.
Yeah, but my delusional mind said Republic of Korea was at 4th place.
Okay, here's the official one. Earlier one was like only like the second half, but this is the total. And look at the gap. Okay, it's like 4 minutes difference. It is the biggest gap among all 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah. They definitely have a comfortable lead. Everyone else from 2nd and 4th place seems very, well, close by, per say the least. But, man, Team China just seemingly on another level, but still, Team Chinese Taipei despite you saying that they have a lot of third and fourth place finish, they're still holding up pretty well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes. I mean, I can hear the war cries from here. I would assume it's from Team China, though.
That's true.
It's like, yeah, I mean, they managed to break everyone's record of being the flawless team. So, yeah, cause for celebration, right?
8 times top 1 finish, just undisputed. The ones to beat, the benchmark, moving into the actual Asian Games later on this year. I don't know when, to be honest. I do hope we get a call from it, you and I both, but maybe after the things that we've set up here, maybe let's not hope on that one. Be a pessimist a little bit. But yeah, it was pretty fun. And Team Chinese Taipei, honestly, they only inched out by a little bit. We all know that they've, I mean, 4 minutes is not little, but
it is a lot.
But if you think about it, right? When you put into the best rounds for Team Chinese Taipei, it's also a 13 minutes-ish finish, which is at par with what Team China is pulling in. So we know that they got what it takes, and honestly, they might be the ones who could slay the Giants.
Oh man, that is a nice narrative there for us to observe later on. But of course, this concludes the region by itself, and if they were to meet in the future, it's going to be later on in the Asian Games. But we got to give it again to the top-ranked team inside of the East Asia region. It's going to be Team China.
Congratulations again in place for Team China. Just showing really great. And now let's celebrate this moment via the ceremony with Tash Bunny.
Thank you very much, the casters. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the event ceremony. I am your host, Tash Bunny, and first of all, congratulations to Team China for becoming East Asia's top-ranked team. And next, the Audi Super A Honor Ring will be awarded, which will belong to the player who had the most brilliant performance in East Asia region. So let's check out a video to see who it is. And there you have it, a big congratulations to Flower H. And for now, let's also invite the Director General of Asian Electronic Esports Federation, Mr. Sebastian Lau, to present the award. Mr. Sebastian Lau, please present the Audi Super A Honor Ring. And now let's take a photo for this moment. All right, guys, smile for the cameras. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Sebastian Lau. Please go move back to your seats. And now let's have an interview with our player, Mr. Flower H. Now, you guys are the fastest team I have ever seen and completely slayed the entire tournament. What's your secret?
就首先我们可以看到我们中国代表队这一次是时间上面是最快的，然后完了之后基本上是统治了整个赛场。那你的感觉是怎么样的呢？
感觉很激动嘛，第一次打这个比赛。
I feel really excited, and because it's the first time for me to participate in the game.
Right, so what's the secret though? How did you guys move so fast?
那这里想问一下，里面团队的一个秘诀是什么？怎么可以做到这么快的呢？
秘诀就是全力以赴对待这场比赛。
Well, we need to pay full efforts and contribute our all spirits into the game.
Right, and I can really see that happening. So, what does this award mean to you?
那对于这一次获得奖项的话，对于你来讲有一个什么感觉呢？它代表着什么意义呢？
感觉就是对待我这段时间努力的认可，对自己的认可。
Well, it is actually a proof for my all the hard work for all this time.
Well, I love to see it. We really showed your hard work in this game, setting a world record. And speaking of that, speaking of records, do you think you can surpass your record timing in the future?
那么在未来的话，因为我们可以看到这次有自己的一个记录嘛，那是不是在未来可以打破这一个记录呢？
会努力打破这记录的。
Definitely, we'll break the record.
Definitely, and I'm really looking forward to it. Thank you so much, and congratulations once again to Flower H. So for now, let's go back to the casters. We'll see you later.
That is an insanely thoughtful gift. I never noticed it right now, but those rings kind of line up into an Audi logo.
Yeah.
But there were 4 rings, so I'm guessing 1 for each member. But who gets the red one? The nice looking one.
Isn't it like the entire ring itself? Like it's like combined together and it's one ring?
No, it broken into 4.
Ah!
That's how you get the Audi logo.
Okay, definitely you got to give it to Flower H himself, right?
Yeah.
Like he gets to keep like the premium one.
Now, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, he is MVP after all.
Of course. And you thought that Parabol would have been the MVP, but it looks like it's Flower H. I mean, the entire team can be the MVP. Not gonna lie. The entire team cannot function just by one individual.
That's correct. And to be fair, Flower H has got a reputation as well within the scene. So he's no scrubs, that's for sure. He's also celebrity status, so my second option for sure. But of course, they are objective about it in sheer performance itself. They got it, and they're out to break their own record. That came from themselves. So undisputed.
Yeah, undisputed. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the end of our show for day number 2. But before we close out the show, we'd like to thank the sponsors behind this prestigious show. So thank you so much to the Olympic Council of Asia and the Asian Electronic Sports Federation. This show is also operated by the Digital Esports Asia and undertaken by Neo TV.
Yeah, and of course, our prestige sponsor, the one who gave the players a very premium rings coming in. It is Audi with their Audi Q4 e-tron. Go check that one out as a thank you for supporting the Road to Asia Games tournament.
And special thanks to iQOO11, the official mobile game equipment of RDAG, the professional choice to empower victory, embrace the thrill of control.
And thank you as well to Omen as the official supporter here with the brand new Omen 16. New journey to Road to Asian Games 2022.
Yes, and thank you as well to our official supporter, Autofull, with the Autofull M6 official gaming chair partner of Road to Asian Games. You be your own hero.
At the same time, I'm going to list you a whole list of crew responsible for the official broadcasting platform, starting off with, first, the official supporter, East Rock, for their event in the support. And now here comes the official broadcasting platforms here. Bilibili, Huya Live, Douyu Live, Kaishou Games, Migu Video Channels, Tencent Video, Weibo, Jianghongshu. Am I pronouncing it right?
You got it right.
I hope so. YouTube and Twitch for their support in this journey so far here in day number 2. I'm pretty sure I slandered some of them, but I really apologize if I pronounce it the wrong way.
Yeah, you did great, my man. You did great, my man. But you know who else did great? It's the people behind the scenes, the production crew. You guys are awesome. Love you guys so much. We love you guys watching the show as well. Thank you so much for being with us. That is it for us today. Tomorrow will be another day, so make sure you tune in. My name is Sir Cloud, together with Keith. See you again tomorrow. Bye.
The air I bounce, we hailing home. It's loud, but we can handle here and now. so close to home. If you're ready or now, the universe is a electric new era. We're blooming here. I sing it out. Getting closer while we're stronger. The singer era side by bars. No, we will never
a bit lag behind compared to all the other 3 teams coming up from Team Jordan, taking #1 lead as per usual. Now, it's like very